Good morning, everybody. Welcome to, what month is it? February 2026 SSC meeting. And I just wanted to open up the SSC meeting and say that we're going to go to executive session and we will be back afterwards. Thank you. For everybody that's online, we're just working with some technical issues and we'll be back in a minute or 3. All right. Good morning, everybody. I'm going to open the SSC meeting for February. And first, I'd like to give an acknowledgement, a land acknowledgement. We are want to take this opportunity to respectfully acknowledge that we're meeting in Anchorage on the traditional homelands of the Dena'ina people. The SSC honors the Dena'ina, the indigenous peoples who have stewarded this land across generations and continue to do so today. We're grateful to be part of the community and to recognize the culture, resilience, and traditions of the Dena'ina people. Thank you. The first announcement that I want to make is just in executive session, we have elected officers for this next year. Jason Gasper, Ian Stewart, and myself, Sherry Dressel, will split the co-chair role, and Allie Whitman will be vice chair again. Thank you. All right, and now we'll go on to the presentation of administrative protocols.
Good morning, members of the SSC. Appreciate the smiling faces. Not always our Monday morning. start of a council meeting look, so it's great. I just have a few announcements for you this morning, so I won't take up a lot of your time before jumping into your agenda. But I'll jump straight in, maybe, after I click here. There we go. So these first couple slides are the reminders I give you at the beginning of every meeting. We do have a code of conduct for our council meetings. We ask that all council members, SSC members, staff, advisors, committee members, public adhere to these standards of conduct, and that we hold each other accountable to the ground rules of treating each other professionally, treating each other with respect, seeking to understand and listen to others' differing views and opinions, representing ourselves and our information honestly and openly, and refraining from disrespectful, derogatory language, personal insults, organizational insults, etc. Just a reminder of our standard code of conduct. The next slide, which again you see every meeting, is a reminder that you do take public testimony. At the SSC, there is a 5-minute time limit for testimony unless the chair decides for reasons of getting through the meeting that needs to be changed, but that's our standard expectation. And you can sign up through the SSC e-agenda. Okay, so beginning with staff news, we have a new deputy director, Anna Henry. In the future, she might be giving some of these presentations to you also, but she's currently next door presenting this information or similar information to the advisory panel. I'm very excited to have Anna on board. She has been an analyst with us since 2018, and she'll be a really great addition to charting our course forward. This announcements here, I'm primarily focusing on information that's in the B reports that the SSC doesn't receive. So in the executive director's report, which is posted on the council e-agenda, just wanting to highlight for you a couple things that you might be interested in any of the B reports. So from the B1 report, we have the Sam Rauch from headquarters visiting on Thursday. He'll be around the council meeting. There's a couple of different components that are also included in the B reports. One is relating to the executive order on seafood competitiveness. That's EO 14276. And the council spent some time with that in June and October, looking at ways, the request from the administration to develop a work plan for actions that the council identifies that meet the intent of that executive order for seafood competitiveness. So the council developed that work plan. It's linked in the B1 report. It's available on our website, and highlights a number of the different actions that the council has underway that are intended to make our fisheries efficient moving forward and competitive according to the aims of that executive order. We had an opportunity to review some of the national comments that have come in. To first look at those from a staff perspective. They're largely things that are already captured within that work plan. So it'll be up to the council to decide whether they want to make any adjustments. But I think the first look at that is the priorities that the council's laid out, which you will see through, if you look at our 3-meeting outlook, are generally, we're planning to take action on those different items. You'll be seeing those come through as management actions as you normally would at the SSC. So moving forward. Another thing that came from some of our national level conversations is following up on the presentation that I made to you last June, in June 2025. And so we were introduced at the May CCC meeting, which is the CCC being the Council Coordination Committee, a group that of all of the leadership from the 8 regional fishery management councils and National Marine Fisheries Service headquarters staff. And the intent there was highlighting their intent as this initiative to move forward with this risk value matrix. And if you recall, there was a cross that we put on the screen and highlighted for you, looking at ways to evaluate the FMP species that nationally are managed with the baseline assumption that NMFS manages over 500 stocks through the FMPs, and that it is not sustainable to continue to manage 500 stocks. So that was the premise. And then how do you address that? And how do you start looking carefully at the assessments and the data collection needs related to capacity and the ability to fulfill those data needs and assessment needs. So the risk value matrix was an attempt to look at that, looking at high value and low value stocks on a quadrant with high risk and low risk of, from a conservation perspective of those different stocks. Say we had this information from the agency in June. There was some work that happened over the summer. I think the intent was for that initiative to really get going in the fall. Obviously, there was the government shutdown, so the timing was adjusted as accordingly. However, NIMS is back on track with looking to proceed with this initiative and is asking for involvement from the councils, the regional offices, and the fisheries science centers in moving this process forward. We have just received a first look at a stepwise process for working with the science center and with the regional office to help to develop, to put our regional stocks within that risk value matrix framework, and then think about whether there are conditions that we, sort of additional regional circumstances that we would want to use to highlight risks and values that are specific to our region that might not be part of that national framework. The deadline for us participating in that initiative is June 30th. So we do have another council meeting that we can discuss kind of progress with this, how exactly we're going to participate in this activity moving forward. Obviously, it does dovetail with a lot of the work that the Science Center has already been doing, thinking about survey prioritization and data collection needs. And I think you're going to have a presentation on that shortly. And it also is closely in our region relates back to a number of the activities that the SSC has been actively involved in, looking back in 2023, the stock prioritization, stock frequency of assessments questions, looking back over our different management actions. We've taken a lot of actions over the years to remove stocks from the FMP if they were primarily in state management, or to move stocks to the ecosystem component if that we met the conditions for that being an appropriate way to manage those species. So I think that there is some work to be done sort of internally to decide how best to engage with that process in our region. And our intent, assuming that we can go forward and come up with a work product, we would probably, I would think, bring that back to you for some discussion at the June council meeting at the degree to which that's appropriate. But I think we need a little bit more internal discussion about how exactly that's going to unfold before I have a better sense for you what your SSC role will be in that review. But just putting that on your radar that initiative is still live and moving forward, and we'll see exactly how we engage with that, but expect probably certainly an update and possibly an agenda item on that in June. A couple other things to highlight for you. We do an annual IFQ report to I don't do it. ACFIN does that for us, Mike Fye, and he has prepared that, and it is posted under B1. So if you're interested in what's going on with the IFQ fleet, there's a report about that. Also, at the request of the council, they had asked to provide a little bit more specificity on some of our bycatch reporting. And so there's a report posted that breaks down some of our different ways that we evaluate the assessed bycatch and provide some statistics on that, which is also prepared by ACFIN and Mike Fye. Again, posted to the B1 report if you are interested. There'll also be a short presentation under B1 from a research presentation from the Bristol-based Science Research Institute. I feel like that's not right. BBSRI, and I'd have to look it up to figure out exactly what that stands for. My apologies. But they have been doing some research and work on in-season salmon genetics, and so they wanted to provide a presentation on an update on the work that they have been doing. There is a presentation posted, and if you are interested, obviously our council meetings are available on YouTube, and you're not in session on Thursday morning, so if that's of interest to you. Just a couple other things. One is about there's an event on Wednesday evening. CDQ hosted gathering. I believe it's the 49th state after the meeting. If you're still here on Wednesday and want to attend that, you are invited. There's also, for those of you who call in to our committee and plan team meetings, we did have a Zoom bombing incident recently during the crowd plan team. And so we do need to institute additional security measures. We just don't know exactly what those will look like. But we might in the future need one aspect that would affect people who are participating is that you might need to register with an email in order to be able to get in. There's no barrier to participation, but you might need to show that you're a real person and not a bot. It doesn't change anything about our council and AP and SSC meetings because we already do those in a different format. And then there's a short primer on the e-agenda comment search feature. I think Maria is planning to give that to you maybe at the conclusion of this. She can just show you briefly a couple of slides. Our admin staff are constantly improving our e-agenda search, and it's not so important necessarily at this meeting for the SSC, but it can be useful. It shows you how to find written comments if you have a big group of comments. So for those across the hall who are looking at CHUM comments and trying to find a single commenter amongst the 100 comments or so, hopefully that will make things a little easier. From the other B reports, B2 NIMS management report, I just highlighted a couple things on the slide here. If those are of interest to you, those are all items that are covered in the NIMS management report. I can't speak to those, but just noting that they are there. One thing probably just to highlight for your attention is the year-end in-season management reports for the Bering Sea and the Gulf of Alaska. Those are usually come before the council in December, and they are a good summary of how the season went. Provides a lot of information about the pace of the fisheries and catch levels that were achieved during the course of last year. Would note also that there's a B8 report with give information from the IPHC. I'm going to highlight that's here again, not so much of an issue for the SSC, but just noting we received a lot of public comment, thinking that perhaps that the council was going to take up a proposal to change the daily bag limit or consider changing the daily bag limit for 2026. That is not something that the council is taking up at this issue. A lot of the public comment is focused on a proposal that was provided to the IPHC, that the IPHC shared with the council for awareness of the sentiment behind that issue and behind that proposal. But to be clear, that is not something that the council is doing at this meeting. And then if you're interested, the NPRB is already also giving a report on Thursday that will be available the day before. So again, if that's of interest to you. Just so then focusing on this meeting, you have 5 agenda items on your docket. 6 agenda items. Yeah, I thought there were 6. I just put 2 in one line. The first couple you'll talk about this morning are looking kind of at the big picture and future planning, AFSC report, which will talk about some of those survey prioritization and other issues. The council received this report in December. I think you'll have a slightly different version, updated version of that. We alluded to the fact that you were going to be getting that. And then also some conversation about planning for the 2026 fall assessment cycle for groundfish coming out of the shutdown last year. How do you adjust to that? How do we adjust to that? Stock assessment review for Gulf Pacific cod, which is out of cycle, and then Cook Inlet salmon, which is in cycle, species which are in cycle. The EFH 5-year review work plan and some specific methodology information about that. So that's looking ahead to the 2028 EFH 5-year review, but beginning the planning for that now. So more of a scoping presentation. And then finally, a short update on the progress with developing alternative harvest control rules and looking ahead to incorporating climate resilience as appropriate in our assessment process. The council will be spending much of their time on chum salmon bycatch final action, but you have already seen that document, so that's not on your agenda. And then I think this is the last substantive slide I have here, which is to talk about future meetings. Just noting there isn't an April meeting, so our next meeting will be in June, and that's because we're trying to move to this 4-meeting cycle. We moved the meeting ahead from April to February, which is why we're meeting now to accommodate the CHUM action. But we're still sticking to our new intent to have 4 meetings a year. So we'll also be meeting in October and December. The June meeting will be in Vancouver, Washington. And you can see the initial draft of SSC items on the list on the slide. That will adjust a little bit as we come out of this meeting and identify new priorities. The October and December meetings, you will see in other information that we have the October meeting listed as virtual or in-person if funding allows. And so under our new proposal of trying to plan, both balance planning for future meetings in an efficient and cost-effective way with the budget realities of some more uncertainty about our budget, we've tried to identify, if we think a meeting might be virtual and one of the 4 meetings. So for the council, this meeting is October, but just recognizing that particularly because of the shutdown last year and the fact that you do have a number of kind of assessments that you want to catch up on and other issues, I think we are making the commitment that even if the rest of the council and the AP have a virtual meeting, we would hold the SSC meeting in person in October, because you will have those heavier workloads in October and December, or potentially in October and December. That's part of your conversation for later in the agenda. But so that's why we anticipate both of those will be in Anchorage on the dates listed here. And then beginning in 2027, we're hoping to move, or we intend to move to a slightly different timing. Having the 4 meetings a year means that we don't have to fit February, April, and June in the first half of the year. And so we're looking to change that timing to late February meeting and then a mid-May meeting. And I think prefaced that a little bit with you at previous meetings as we've been thinking about this, but we are now at the point where we're committing to those dates. So you can see them listed on the screen. They're also all over our website, but we would anticipate the SSC meeting being the first 3 days of those meetings going forward. I think that we will continue to need to dialogue with the SSC about the most effective way to use your time. I think this has been an ongoing conversation we've had for the last few years now, just recognizing the number of issues that come before you, the time it takes, and trying to prioritize your time to use your time most effectively, and provide the best advice to the council. That is an ongoing challenge. I think we have also, I am aware at least, that asking SSC members to meet as subgroups in between meetings can be efficient, in that there's a way to do some sort of homework prep work in between meetings to make sure that your agenda time is really efficient when you get to this group, understanding that any of those subgroup meetings don't involve taking action. They are just sort of getting thoughts together and getting thoughts well organized so that you can have an effective discussion here in this body where you actually take action as an SSC. But trying to balance the trade-off between the time spent altogether and the time that individual members have to spend on subgroups. I recognize that's still all work that some of you individually have to commit to and to take the time out of your schedule. So I think it's going to be a little bit of an ongoing conversation as we make this transition. And I know that you as an SSC have alerted me to this in the past. I think we continue to need to have that conversation about what's the right balance between the optimum time at the meeting with those 2.5 days that we usually try to schedule you for, and then the obligations of kind of asks out of cycle, whether they be in response to headquarters initiatives. When you are asked to review National Standard 1 guidelines changes or other things as they come up, or just prepping for council work. I know for the 2026 groundfish assessments, there was some prep work that was done by SSC members as well. So different types of ways to use your time. I think we just need to continue to have that dialogue. Certainly any feedback you have for me now is always appreciated, now or offline or during the course of the meeting. But we are aware that we're trying to be as transparent as possible about the obligations and then the calls on your time as an SSC member, both during the meetings and then out of cycle as well. And I think that's all I have to share. This last slide just highlights some of the business that, Madam Chair, you will walk the SSC members through. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Diana. Not seeing any questions, so thank you very much. Next, let's go ahead and move into stating our associations. And for that, I'm going to go ahead and actually read off names so we can track this a little bit. So, associations, Martin.
No associations.
Brad.
Of association with the EFH agenda item.
Bob.
I am the third or greater level supervisor for the following: Chris Lunsford, Melissa Haltuck on D2, Jim Ianelli, Bridget Ferris, Pete Hulson, Clay Shotwell on C1, Lucas DeFilippo on C3, Kirsten Holzman, Jim Ianelli, Steve Barbeau on D4, and all of the AFSC participants in the D3 EFH 5-year review. I will send that text to Allie.
And I'm assuming, and then you're associated with D1 AFSC report? You're associated with yourself?
Intimately.
Thank you. Rob.
I contributed contents to the AFSC report.
Chris Anderson.
No associations.
Jason.
I have associations with EFH and then also with the EFH first level supervisor for Tristan Sebens, who's involved with that.
Allie.
No associations.
And for myself, no associations. Ian.
No associations.
Dana.
Thanks. I'm the first level supervisor of Chris Lunsford on D2 groundfish assessment planning, second level supervisor of Pete Hulson and married to Clay Shotwell on C1, and Lucas DeFilippo on C3 cook inlet salmon. And I'll send those to Allie. Thanks.
Kaylin.
No associations.
Sarah.
No association.
Andrew.
No associations.
Fabio.
No associations.
And Franz, I didn't forget you.
No associations.
All right, online will be a sound check. So Chris Sidden.
Yeah, thanks, Sherry. I don't believe I have any associations this meeting. Thanks.
Curry.
Thank you. No associations.
Great, and we've found out that Jen Burns is going to be absent for this meeting. All right, that's what we've got for associations. Now let's go to Allie for deadlines.
Yeah, thanks, Sherry. We've got a bit of a complicated presentation schedule to the council. As usual, I'll send this out in an email to everybody. We are going to need our report and slides on D2 groundfish planning by Tuesday, close of business, however late that night that takes. And we'll have full review by the SSC available on Wednesday. And we will probably close the business sometime late on Wednesday on that agenda item. We will need C1 Pequod harvest specifications into the Google Doc and slides by Wednesday, 10 a.m. And we'll have about 24 hours to review that as a full SSC as well. The balance of the report, and that will include Cook Inlet, the AFSC report, EFH, and our harvest control rules discussion will need to be in the Google document with slides by noon on Thursday. And we will close that early afternoon on Friday. And like I said, that's pretty complicated schedule. So I'll send it out in an email. If you have any issues making any of these, just let us know. And the report and the presentation template are already up in the Google Drive.
Thanks, Allie. And I recognize we have some deadlines that are earlier than we've had the last few meetings. But I also want to say a grateful thank you to the council for their taking up Cook Inlet salmon last so that we don't have to have that ready as well. So big thank you to them. All right, I believe that is the end. Oh, we've got one thing, Diana?
Madam Chair, Ms. Davis is available to just do the kind of a real short e-agenda tutorial for the couple of new features, if that's of interest. And great. Thank you.
Welcome, Maria.
Hi, my name is Maria Davis. This is my second to last meeting. I'm very excited about it. Just in case you were wondering, I'm going to share my screen and I'm going to show you a couple things on our e-agenda. You probably already know some of them, and also YouTube. We had a couple of internet glitches this morning, so we'll see if it works on here. Oh, it does. So the first thing I want to show you is on the e-agenda, when you're at the home screen and I'm navigating through, you probably know this meeting groups on the left-hand side. It's an easy way to filter your meeting groups. And then also, if you are looking for something for just committees, you can, look for a halibut committee. And it'll show all the halibut committees that show up. So that's a really quick way. And then we'll go to our SSC meeting right now. Refresh. And when you are traveling, so I know that you guys won't take up a lot of public comment, but if you're around, or for the people listening that are going to be using a lot of public comment, or if you're ever in the need to review some of your public comment ahead of time, there's a button at the top that says download attachments. And this is helpful if you are going to be out of service for a while or on the plane, and you can click through the things the items that you want to download to your e-agenda or to your home computer to take it on the plane, or if you just want some light reading for, when you're at the cabin. The comment attachments are separate. So you can review people's comment attachments. Again, for any of these fields, you can sort by attachment name. Unfortunately, it's alpha by first name, which is kind of weird, but we don't have those fields separated out. And then you can download the things that you want. It comes as a big zip file. So I'm going to switch now. You might also be familiar with this section, our advanced search and document search. It can get pretty granular if you want to search the type of, meeting group, the commenter name, email, organization. Here's where you can select the different groups and the search text. but a regular, just if you know the name you want to look for, this is the one that I usually use, the document search, and it uses Boolean search terms with the quotes and minuses and pluses and things like that. If you want more information about that, feel free to email support@npfmc.org, and we can walk you through if you're trying to find something and want to know how our search works for you, for your document you're trying to find. I'm a big fan of search, so it works for us. So the next thing I want to show you is some of the stuff that for our YouTube. We don't keep AP meetings on YouTube, but we do keep SSC and council. So I don't know how you navigate to them. I'm sorry, I didn't show you. So I usually navigate to them from current or next council meeting, and then I just click on, here, this says listen on YouTube, and that'll take us to the YouTube for that meeting. But also down at the bottom, there's view past council streams, and we put them into playlists for each meeting here. So one of the things I wanted to show you particularly is we do have transcripts and we have timestamps. So that can help you get to what you want. We only have this for the council, though. We don't have it for the SSC or for plan teams or committees. And then if you wanted to get the transcript for this, it's down here. So it will take you to where you want to go. The transcript will populate up here. I don't know if we have it. Yeah. And you can jump to the part in the show where it talks about that. So that some people don't know we have that feature. It's only been available for we only started doing it recently. I'd say since maybe April last year. But it's coming in handy, especially for how we do our minutes going forward. The rest of the things, the sorting by but going back to our e-agenda, sorting by comments, you can do the Control F to find people's names in the list, or the download all. Oh, one other feature, sorry, on our e-agenda that I wanted to show you, in case you're stuck in, you're trying to find someone who is ready to comment, or you're looking for a reference document that they're referring to. I'm going to use the February's meeting since we had a lot of comment. Oh, I could also use this meeting. We have a lot of comment under B1. But I will look at last year's, the council list comment for people who are signed up for public testimony. We have this new feature right here, date, status, name, location. If you're looking really quickly for someone, again, it sorts alpha by first name. But out of 160 people, it might be faster to find them this way, or Control F also works fine. But that's all I had. If you have any questions, it's always on our e-agenda or on our search tools. We have all of our items from since 1979 on our e-agenda. Everything's OCR, so if you type in halibut, you will get thousands of pages. I think it'll probably time out at a certain point, but we do have everything archived there, and so I hope that that gets you what you need if you're looking for it in the future.
Thanks very much, Maria. Any questions? I'm not seeing any. Thank you. And most of that was very, very exciting. The first part of it, a little bit distressing. You will be greatly missed. So, but we will get to that at the next meeting. All right. I think that's the end of our admin, and let's go ahead and move into D1, the AFSC report. And what I'm thinking for this, time-wise, what if we take the full presentation, Bob, and then maybe we'll take a break and come back with questions, public testimony, discussion? Does that work for you? Okay.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the SSC. For the record, my name is Bob Foy, Director of the Alaska Fisheries Science Center. So this presentation was put together for October 2025. And I then presented it in one way for the council in December and bringing it to you now. So the hope was that you were supposed to have seen this in October. This is what I am showing. There's two versions in your folder. One is what I gave to the council in December, and then there's this version. There's a little more specificity for the SSC here and a couple of details specifically for the SSC here, but it's all relevant to the general topic here. So part of the impetus for this when we started doing this work was to consider how AFSC is prioritizing its data collection across the board. Data collection surveys, stock assessments, et cetera, our entire portfolio, really focusing on executive order changes, staff losses, resource expectations, et cetera. So a lot of topics that we have come to you with many times in the past. So many of these things aren't new. In fact, a good number of my slides are reminding us all of the work that we have done to prioritize the portfolio in order to inform you and inform the management process with adequate data. I put this slide here just to highlight the range of activities that we do at the Alaska Fisheries Science Center. These are just the fish activities. So this doesn't include the observer program, the marine mammals, or the salmon resources that come into the center. And all our funding comes in with a flavor, so I can't mix and match. These are the fish funds. So you can see here that the majority of our focus is on survey data collection, followed by assessments, the data that go into the assessments with ages, recruitment information, genetics. We have next our ecosystems laboratory work that feeds the ESRs, ESPs, for instance, acidification, physiological research, et cetera, and then socioeconomics, and then some of our smaller foci with salmon and recreational fisheries here. I just show this slide to highlight the importance of us trying to maintain balance in the portfolio. As we shrink the size of this pie, what do we want the different colors to look like? How big do we want the wedges to be? So that is a constant conversation. It's easy to go in and, maybe 10, 15 years ago, we were taking wedges out of the pie. And the goal now is to try and maintain the balance within the pie because we've got responsibilities in all of these areas under Magnuson-Stevens and other responsibilities. I also note my little picture of our strategic plan down here is that we do have a 5-year plan that's built on national plans and engagement with you as we guide our science from year to year, depending on what resources come in. Okay, so the goal now is to take this another level. So we have expectations for aligning our priorities with the council, with the regional office and the science center. Diana Evans mentioned this in her initial remarks and the focus on, in particular, prioritizing our stocks and subsequent surveys for science and management. So the goals of this particular exercise, again, are to address the current needs to be more consistent with the resources and the staffing that we have available to move forward, and to think a bit bigger about how we prioritize this process than we already have. So some of the indices I'm going to put in front of you are not the same indices we've looked at in the past and are a little bit more on the logic side, a little less on the scientific information side in terms of how we might prioritize moving forward, decisions we might make in order to save some time for the SSC, some time because of a lack of authors potentially. The goal here, though, is to do so in a way that is as efficient as possible. So what I'm not getting into are the presentations you've already seen, where we're trying to collect data in a more efficient manner, potentially using new tools to collect data that might allow us to save some resources and be more efficient. That's not where I'm going to go in this presentation, but you've heard all of that from me. So the scope here, or the intent here, is to narrow the scope of management and prioritize science as best we can. We need this to be reproducible and consistent across the nation. We are co-developing this with you, and the goal is to inform our resource decisions in the future. So again, my overall message is that we have done this for years, but not necessarily at the scale. So the picture I have here is the one that Diane Evans alluded to, which is focusing on high risk, low value, all the way around to low risk, low value here. And considering how we can use this very simple diagram in order to identify which stocks belong in which categories. And does that then allow us to focus more on some stocks and less on others, and make decisions along the way? Again, I say this is simple because what I'm about to show you is the much more complex version of thinking about everything that we do in the way of stock assessment and how we might put it into this kind of a framework. So our focus is on survey and assessment, and then and that includes both groundfish and salmon, and then on our ecosystem science, and then separately on marine mammals. So we put together some tiger teams of subject matter experts within the center last spring, and they worked throughout the summer to consider how we would even move forward with a framework like this. We weren't actually tasked with this until a handful of weeks ago, which is why you just heard that from Diana Evans. And so the idea would be that we can work with you with a framework and with some examples that we've already created at the center in order to make our deadlines in the spring. The second Tiger team was ecosystem science. I think we all acknowledge the importance of ecosystem work here, and bringing to bear that balance that I mentioned before. We cannot just reduce our workload and our data collection such that we no longer have ecosystem information in this process. We must balance it, which means we've got to take from each of these topics in order to make sure that we're still providing we're maintaining the scientific integrity of the process that we've developed here in the North Pacific. And then lastly, I'll just touch on marine mammals. We had a tiger team there as well. So that the charge to these tiger teams within the center was to, again, identify these priorities, but first was to support stability in fisheries and acknowledge that we have a variable environment. How can we make sure that we do have as little impact on the economic, cultural, community benefits of commercial fishing and temper the amount of data that we collect, or prioritize the amount of data that we collect, and make sure that we're doing it adequately, with maybe taking more risk, but not increasing the risk such that we're making decisions that have long-term negative impacts on the fisheries. So hence stability, acknowledging variable environment. It's still changing, so we can't ignore that in this process. The goal is to develop a dynamic framework that's scalable, so that I'm not standing up here every year saying, okay, these are our resources, this is what we're doing with this survey or that survey, that hopefully this fits a little clearer into that process. And prioritize and focusing on the Magnuson-Stevens Act, obviously. I mentioned EBFM approach to economically important fisheries. This includes monitoring and assessing the strongest climate and species interactions that force these stocks. So it means we still need to understand what's coming and how it's changing. So the second part of the tasker here was trying to put some guardrails on this to begin with. And I should note that all of this is up for discussion. So if you see something along the way and how we started thinking about this, that's what this interaction is about. Not necessarily getting right to the result and saying we agree or don't agree, but it's thinking about this process along the way. So first and foremost, identifying our stakeholder groups, being aware that our stakeholder groups within the agency expand, are mostly within the council process, but they expand beyond the council process as well. Identifying economic metrics that represent stakeholder groups so that we can understand the impacts economically, socially, to changes in surveys, assessment, monitoring, et cetera. Identifying new criteria to prioritize stocks, I mentioned that. And then lastly, identify specific products. Could we aggregate stocks? Can we reconsider the frequency that we have all done here? Can we reduce tier? Does that make any sense? All ideas were on the table from the get-go. And this pretty AI version of one of my slides really starts with the what we've always done. Left-hand side, obviously, we're focused on congressional mandates. We obviously are focused on our highest stakeholder interests, high economic value, and taking into account mortality pressures. This is all what we do every year. Up until now, most of our prioritization within the center has focused on making sure that we can do the abundance estimates first and foremost on the right-hand side here. Next, identifying where there's biological gaps in stock assessments and focusing our science there to fill those gaps. Working on early life history that either directly informs stock assessment or indirectly, directly informs management. So thinking about ESR, ESPs, and risk tables. And then lastly, ecosystem that indirectly informs management. So this was kind of a linear-ish process that we have held for years and years to rank and prioritize the science that we moved forward. So then are the many times that we have worked together with the SSC. Many years we have had opportunities to have discussions about resources and what we should work on. Sometimes it was thinking about slope surveys, and we had a purposeful working group to think about the slope survey. We've restructured our stock assessments. The goal of this slide, these are your minutes. These are the SSC's minutes from pulled together from many of these meetings. And what you'll see is at the end of the day, the recommendations still include do everything we can. Core surveys are obviously our major bottom trawl surveys, long line, and et cetera, considering benefits and value to communities in both the social and economic context, considering how we rely on the risk tables, making sure that we have adequate catch information, representative biological samples. We obviously have to have enough information to age and length and consider electronic monitoring. Tracking year classes, ability to detect rapid change because we had a few heat waves that mattered quite a bit. So how do we make sure we're prepared for the next one, which will happen in the not too distant future? And then lastly, ecosystem surveys. So you won't see any gaps in that. We are still trying to balance the full portfolio. All the wedges are there in the discussions that we have had here at the SSC. Obviously, with this slide, you know what this is. We've talked about it recently. This is our effort to make sure that we're putting our stock assessments on an appropriate time frame. So this has been done a number of times, most recently in 2024, where we considered 1 year, 2 year, and 4 year cycles of our stocks. We'll be talking a little bit later about even changing this a little bit from what we have done to address resources, to address the situation we had this last year in the fall, and to be cognizant of our time and, again, making sure that we're already prioritizing our most important stocks to be completed with full assessments and those that have the most impact. So, again, built into our process for many, many years. So the Tiger team results, again, we're to take a step back and think from scratch. What are all the different pieces of what we put forward where we could prioritize our data collection? So on the biological and assessment factors, considering tier, again, is it reasonable to suggest that we lower tier for some of our stocks and have that be acceptable? For well over a decade, our entire goal was to reduce tier, and there was a national index to make sure that we reduced tier. And in fact, that means more information. Our tier system in the North Pacific is directly related to how much data that we have in order to better understand the relationship of the stock to fisheries. Assessment frequency, I mentioned. Catch over ABC and catch over TAC. So this is one we have touched on in the more recent, in the recent time frame. This is one that we have shied away from at the SSC in terms of using it as a prioritization factor. But the fact is only a handful of our stocks actually hit the ABC. 42 out of 57 of our stocks are under the ABC and 39 out of 57 are under the TAC. That means that there are there's a lot of opportunity there to take additional risk in this process because the TAC isn't completely achieved through the fishery. So could we scale back our focus? Could we scale back the data that goes into the stock assessment? Not a comfortable question for this group. Recruitment variability, thinking about the stocks that have high variability versus low variability. Again, from a risk perspective, high variability, lots of risk not to have data coming in every year. Low variability, not so much. Stock status is obvious, biomass and declining trends, the duration of the decline, ecosystem role. Can we pull subject matter experts together and better quantify or clarify ecosystem role of different species? On the socioeconomic and community value front, simply looking at ex-vessel value. Considering Alaska community value, what are our stakeholder groups? What's the socioeconomic importance? The team developed these indices with high, medium, low responses, and I'll touch on those in a moment, but those are options to think about as we're continuing to prioritize. Lastly, fisheries importance. So this is based on a RCMA thought prioritization process a number of years ago. Actually, I think it's my next slide. In 2015, to focus on different aspects of fisheries importance. In 2017, Holloway et al. Put this into a prioritization process that led us to what we prioritize right now. And it considered a number of different aspects of fisheries importance. So the Tiger team, we have a massive spreadsheet sitting to my left. I was going to show, but I'm not going to show. Every single one of our 57 stocks with each of these indices and more spelled out in detail, ranked, some of it quantitatively, some of it because we had subject matter experts focus on this work. And I don't have time to go into it all. This just takes you back to 2017 when we all did this the first time around and considered the original Mathot et al. Prioritization scheme and came up with scenarios as to how what the frequency should look like for some of our stocks. Again, not dwelling on this, just identifying that this information is there for us to think differently about how we might prioritize moving forward. So I'm going to just walk through some take-homes from that initial exercise. Again, these are subject matter experts within the center. This was the take-home exercise. And what I'm hoping is that this becomes informative for what the council, the regional office, and the science center have to do in the coming months. When we originally did this, we weren't sure what was coming in the future. Fast forward to January, February of 2026, and it's on our doorstep. So I'm happy we did it. Socioeconomic and overfishing concerns elevate choke species. This is obvious to us, but have we taken a step back and said what surveys are critical for our choke species? Are we aware of which surveys not just inform us about our most important stocks, but inform us about those choke species, because that drives a lot of what we do. Survey reductions should focus on frequency and intensity of effort rather than aerial extent or on-deck data collections. So this is highlighting the importance of that aerial extent, making sure that we're covering the distribution of the stock, especially those that are changing distribution in Gulf of Alaska, Bering Sea, Northern Bering Sea. We need to track the movement of these stocks. We need the biological data we collect on deck. So the recommendation is that we focus on the survey frequency, not necessarily reducing the amount of data that informs the biology. Reducing survey intensity is not recommended in the Gulf of Alaska because of choke species. And again, this is all a draft. This is all us looking for feedback and working with you in the next handful of months. Reduced survey intensity or frequency in the Bering Sea is possible if the higher risk, higher value stocks are prioritized. And this is based purely on when we need information on a regular basis, and we already have reduced survey intensity in the Gulf of Alaska. And then lastly, trying to be smarter about our data collection, multi-species, multi-purpose surveys, and improve data collection in that manner. Next, Pacific cod and crab stocks are high-risk, high-value stocks because of their vulnerability to warm conditions. We've seen that. Fast growth, shorter lifespan, et cetera. So looking at the life history of the animal, as we discussed at our last meeting, considering that for how we prioritize our stock assessments is the same thing we need to consider as we're prioritizing the overall data flow. Considering high-risk, high-value stocks assessed on a biennial basis. If the Bering Sea trawl survey frequency is reduced. Again, this is turning on its head a bit of what we've thought about in the past, where we would not have touched the annual survey in the Bering Sea. But if you take some of these indices and consider the some of the metrics, catch over ABC, for instance, and consider the stability of some of the stocks that we get in that survey, if we had to reduce our survey footprint for real savings and real efficiencies, you would consider a biennial survey in the Bering Sea. While several high stock, high value stocks exist, there are a number of other stocks that could be assessed less frequency. We've talked about that. And as an initial cut, even beyond what we have all discussed in the past, we flagged 11 to 14 different stocks that could be either reduced further in frequency and or put into other categories within the FMP. So lastly, and just to aggregate this for the fish side, high value, high risk stocks require age restructured models. So these are definitions that we initially drafted and propose for filling out a matrix such as the framework that we've been provided. High value, low risk stocks are stocks assessed either with age structured or tier 4 through 6 assessments, low value, low risk in tier 4 through 6, and then considerations for ecosystem status or changes to the FMP, such as for forage fish, grenadier, sculpins, blue king crab. Again, ideas on the table. The goal here is not necessarily for us to have a discussion in 45 minutes over whether that's what we should do, but to consider the process whereby we determine it so that we can have that detailed discussion in June. And I'm happy that we're going to be able to have that discussion in June. So I'm going to shift us to talking about ecosystem science. So with the same framework and the same focus, identifying the stakeholders that are dependent on our ecosystem data products, identifying our current dependencies on ecosystem science in each of our assessments. This includes risk tables. We've got partner obligations outside the council process. We've got the council process and broader ecosystem information that we provide to the general public. Compiling ecosystem factors for relevant stock assessments. And then lastly, what is the minimum ecosystem science needed and the skill required in the staffing within AFSC or our partners at the state and university to make sure that we inform environmental forcing, recruitment, competition, predation, so that we can prioritize our stocks in a changing environment. Huge topic, right? And in the past, we started in this process in the North Pacific, led the way on ecosystem reports that were, tomes of information, and we have whittled that down to an incredibly efficient process for identifying the information that we need to collect and bring into this management process. Our goal here is to refine that even more. And I think the team has come up with a really good framework to do that. The idea is to bring your subject matter experts together, the same ones that inform the ESRs and ESPs, and for each species that we deem is important. So this is the previous process identifies the stocks we're going to focus on. This process then goes in and says, what are the key ecosystem metrics for each of those stocks? So sitting down, and the team actually did this as a first cut for pollock cod and a couple of other stocks, consider what is the important information to inform growth, mortality, catchability, recruitment, and distribution, key aspects of the ecosystem information that goes into our stock assessments. And then identify what's important. Is it temperature? Is it the condition of the fish? Is that a critical index? Diet, prey abundance, age zero abundance, predator abundance, competitor abundance. This is all information that we're looking at across the board as best we can. Can we refine that based on our core stocks? If we choose 10 core stocks or 5 core stocks, can we refine that information such that we can reduce survey footprint and reduce the data that's coming into this entire process? We then considered it based on high, medium, low scoring. And then again, this is an iterative process where we're bringing subject matter experts to bear. So this is the EBS Pollock example. Green means that those data are available. Blue means that the data are limited, and yellow means they are not currently available. So this is the exercise where the team went in and considered the value of this kind of information. This brings your physiologists into the room, your biologists in the room, all the laboratory work, ties it in with the survey folks and the stock assessors. So it really pulls the whole thing together, which of course we have done at some level, but we're still incredibly siloed in how we do these processes. So this pushes everyone in the room to say, what do we really need? In some cases, if you look at the yellow, it says we might need to double down on some of it. This process might be more efficient by collecting more information on adult fish diet with respect to EBS pollock. It might help us manage better. And it says we have all the information we need on temperature and adult fish condition. So again, the goal here would be to look at this, match it with our surveys, and see where the efficiencies are. So the next 4 slides are going to be very brief, just to let you know that other things are happening in the background. We have responsibilities for salmon, as you know, at this meeting. These are, in some cases, newer responsibilities, but we have focus under Magnus and Stevens on salmon fisheries. Bycatch monitoring is obviously very real in this context, and that is going to be a priority moving forward. Cook Inlet stock assessment. We have responsibilities for the Pacific Salmon Treaty outside of this process. So we've got a number of projects ongoing where we're doing the same thing. We're considering what the indices are that allow us to maximize efficiency, minimize the amount of information we need to collect. So I won't go into any details there on salmon. And then lastly, marine mammals. This is focusing more on marine mammals and their interaction with Magnus and Stevens Act. So you mentioned that we haven't had a marine mammal presentation in quite some time. And part of the reason for that is our need to refine our understanding of which of these stocks should be our priorities because of their overlap. Major predators, major competitors, some information on this slide, and I'm not going to go into many of these details, but just looking at some gross estimates where the marine mammal species are ranked based on the amount of prey they consume. So if you look at all the marine mammals and 1.5 million metric tons of prey for pollock and cod being removed from the system, puts into perspective why we need to understand these species and need to prioritize some of these species. So that's what we're considering at the center. And then this just highlights, similar to what we had done before, a framework specific for marine mammals where we're looking at commercial fishery interactions that are direct. Think about killer whale interactions in the last handful of years, and our pivot right now to make sure that we better understand how that could change in the future. Direct, indirect, ecosystem roles, native subsistence harvest. That is unique in the North Pacific, is that we're also collecting information on marine mammals because there is a food security specific link that we're responsible for understanding. And then tying this specifically into ecosystem trends associated with their abundance or their distribution, their health, et cetera. And apologies for going fast through marine mammals and salmon, but the focus for this group is really on the fisheries piece. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Let's go ahead. It is about 9:35 or so. Let's go ahead and take a break, come back at 9:50, and we'll come back for questions, testimony, and discussion. Thank you. Okay, everybody, let's gather back together. Okay, we are on agenda item D1, the AFSC report, and we're moving into questions from the SSC. So first I'll go to Brad.
Thanks, Sherry. So Bob, I have a few questions and I guess I'll just kind of take them sort of in the order that you presented things. So the first was just broad, Science Center priority planning framework that you were discussing. And so do you envision the Science Center providing a written sort of reviewable description of this priority planning framework? So the criteria, scoring, weighting, decision rules, and so forth to clarify how council, plan team, and and that would also clarify how council, plan team, SSC input would be incorporated into that? Or are we still at the thinking stage?
Through the chair, Dr. Harris, the short answer is yes, that is doable. And hopefully between Diane Evans and I, we've communicated this is supposed to be a joint effort moving forward. So I have been careful not to just have it be an AFSC product. And so I think if that is a recommendation coming from the SSC, then that it's probably something that could guide us in the next handful of months. And certainly we'd be willing to do that. But again, I want to make sure that this is, that the team did a fantastic job in a very short period of time. But I want to make sure that we all have the opportunity to dig into the details and the kinds of indices that we might use, because the decisions that will be made with this could be rather large. So I want to make sure that that's, got everyone's participation.
So if I may have a follow-up, Sherry? Okay. So do you envision sort of explicitly linking the prioritization outcomes to management performance metrics, such as, say, overfishing risk or ABC variability or rebuilding trajectories, choke species PSC performance? Is that part of what you would envision in here's the framework and then here's the sort of evaluation criteria?
Through the chair, in an ideal world, yes. We have talked about that as a body doing management strategy evaluations for a number of these things over the years. We do not have the staff or the time in order to do that properly. At this point, the step back, if you will, is putting the subject matters experts in the room and doing what we think is the best route forward. I, again, would encourage that if there are specific analyses that are absolutely must-haves in order to move forward, that we try to get those on paper and highlight those, prioritize those. But the short answer is no, that is not the intent in the next handful of months. I do think, though, that if this body were to highlight things that we should be considering further down the line, I think that would really be beneficial to all of us as these decisions continue to get made. I would say that from a resource perspective, we're in a different place right now than we were last spring, and we may be in a different place next year from where we're at now. So I would not say that this is a one-off opportunity. But I do think it is a bit of a regime shift, if you will, so that we can continue to work out for the next 10 years. So I think those kinds of analyses would be very helpful.
Franz.
Yeah, thanks, Bob, for that overview. So I have kind of a pretty big picture question, and I'm not sure I really want to go there, but I think I'd just kind of throw it out there, and that's kind of regarding the ecosystem components here, and how we tackle sort of the ecosystem-based fishery management that we that we, you know, kind of pride ourselves in doing. I think we have sort of both at the Council SSC and at the AFSC always really prioritize developing kind of the best single species stock assessments that we can and put a lot of resources into that. And we pride ourselves in great assessments and, you know, having the best people to do them. You know, so we've done what we can, what's supported by the data and what capacity allows in that regard. And that in a lot of ways, the EBFM has basically been an add-on, an additional, you know, sort of additional work to that. And how does it help us, particularly with the risk tables and all that. And I was just wondering if you have at the center or kind of maybe national level discussions thought about or talked about kind of just turning that around almost entirely and focusing on sort of prioritizing EBFM multi-species considerations and kind of developing an EBFM framework for specifications and then doing single species assessments that support that if and when necessary. I know that's a pretty long-term kind of big picture question, but I was just wondering if you had any discussions along those lines.
Yeah, through the chair, Dr. Muter, you are channeling your inner Dr. Jason Link, who's sitting in the back of the room. He's the senior scientist for the ecosystem management of NIBS. So
that's who I talked to last week, and that's where that question actually came from in part.
Sounds familiar. No, it's an excellent question, and the answer is yes. Obviously, we are talking about that. I would say, to take a step back from what is possible, I would say that we already do that in our considerations with the Bering Sea cap. I would say the Gulf of Alaska cap is less valuable just because it's probably needs to be rethought in terms of being an effectual ecosystem type cap. I think our focus on harvest control rules has an opportunity, and we're going to talk about that at this meeting, as an opportunity to play in that space, meaning incorporating multi-species concerns, incorporating ecosystem type concerns, which those HCRs have done, and purposely informing this process. So I think the answer is yes, that is possible. And we're working on it together already. The bigger picture of identifying overall ecosystem processes, in my opinion, is data intensive. So you don't know what you don't know. So we have taken decades of collecting as much, and we've had the luxury, frankly, from a national perspective of collecting tons of ecosystem data in Alaska. That others haven't had. That is why we are successful with ESRs, ESPs, risk tables, is because we've had that information. We didn't know which information was going to be important. We collected a lot of information. So I think the hard part will be identifying where those bottlenecks might be moving forward. I think that we have collected enough information so that we can incorporate those bottlenecks into the harvest control rules, for instance. I think moving forward, taking a step back and only managing to the ecosystem will be valuable, but the risk framework then becomes a discussion with those that depend on our fisheries and our stocks. We have specific sectors in Alaska that depend on subsistence fisheries, for instance, or small fisheries communities all the way up to the largest fishing entities in the world. So by only having an ecosystem context and potentially having higher risk for losing some stocks along the way, you risk losing the importance of fisheries to certain sectors that we have prioritized in years past in the North Pacific. So yes, I think the answer is we're working on it. We're trying to consider how to do that better. I would encourage us to think that way. If we can identify overall ecosystem caps, overall ecosystem production in a way that still allows us to address the single stocks or allows management to manage in a framework that's not single species, because right now we have gone the other way for quite some time, then we can move in that way, but I think it's a long way from now.
I've got a couple of questions for you, Bob. So one of the, in one of your slides, you had a priority planning slide and it was areas of focus and it was survey and stock assessment for groundfish and salmon and then ecosystem and marine mammals. I did notice that stock assessment for crab wasn't on there and I was wondering if that was an intentional non-priority or if that was just missing from the slide.
Madam Chair, I gave up my crab card in 2018 when I took this job, apparently, and the fish folks have won. No, all of the effort when I talked about fish also included crab. So the indices that we developed, the crab stocks are all in that list. So fish and crab. Thank you, though.
The next one, you were talking about everything being sort of scalable and trying to reduce everything at once. And I know that we struggled with this in the state because at some point your funding gets low enough that things start to fall apart if you take everything evenly and you actually have to take big chunks. Has that been part of the discussion or is there enough funding that you can actually do that and take everything down equally?
Madam Chair, that has been part of the discussion. No, we aren't expecting resources that will allow us to take that down reasonably, and that is the entire intent of understanding risk. If we are going to make some of the decisions that we do in this body, in the council, and if the information is, if we don't have the same information that we've been used to, we will be taking more risk. As the ecosystem continues to change, the risk will increase even higher. So there is a higher probability then that some of our stocks either won't see the same management or will lead to a much more difficult conversation on how we apply risk tables, how we understand buffers in their current context, all based on the amount of information that we have available for the process. I think we've done a good job to date of eliminating information that was superfluous, of reducing information flow that allowed the least amount of risk. And I think that we've been very successful at really not incurring any risk in this process. We are now, I think, at that pivot point where we're going to have to consider what risk looks like. And again, that's why I bring up indices that we have not really wanted to entertain, such as those stocks that don't go anywhere near the TAC or the ABC. And what is the risk really if we don't have information for those stocks or more stable stocks, for instance?
I guess one follow-up. That makes complete sense to me. That seems to be kind of in a stock assessment category, but it looked like in your pie, the goal was to reduce surveys and stock assessments and ecosystem. And at some point, if you cut down surveys enough, you actually don't have enough information to go into stock assessments across species. And so I guess I was wondering what the discussion has been about whether or not the pieces of the pie beyond assessments can go down at the same level and still end up with the results you're looking for. So, Bob.
Madam Chair, I would not say that the goal is to reduce everything. The goal is to put everything on the table and see what is the most efficient outcome. And I think that's the balance that I continually bring that up because early on, it was easy for us to say, don't do that ecosystem survey. Let's pull back on that ecosystem survey. The center is constantly collecting fewer and fewer data points in the ecosystem realm to the point where, frankly, if we went back 20 years, we wouldn't be able to do what we've done today because the amount of information we're collecting right now is so much less than it used to be. So the goal then is to say, what is right sizing here? Where do we want the risk? Is the risk in not being able to respond to the next heat wave? Or is the risk in foregone economic information or opportunity? Is the risk in some stocks that are of less interest than others for the majority of our stakeholders. And again, that's where you need to start thinking about small stakeholders all the way up to the big stakeholders.
Thanks. Kaylin and Chris, and those will be the last two. Go ahead, Kaylin.
Yeah, I have a general question here, Bob. So you talked about this process being scalable and maybe something that would be considered for about 10 years. And I'm wondering if you've thought about how it could also be adaptive in the sense that you would be, I saw you mention some reports that seem like ex-ante kind of prioritization schemes. You mentioned some metrics or criteria that you could use, but do you have a process, or are you thinking about a process to then look back to see did this decision make sense, or what was lost when, you know, we said these are our top 7 priorities. We had an 8th, but we didn't have the budget for 8. And so what happened with 8? Or, you know, did it 7, doing that stock assessment yield a lot of information, and this is sort of separate maybe from the social and econ, but it could be tied in there. So I'm just wondering if you've thought about that.
Through the chair, Dr. Kretz, yes, we've thought about it. I think we've all said that we will do it, and it never happens. Meaning, very rarely do we take a step back and say, you know, the decisions we made 5 years ago, where did that go? How did that lead us? I would say on a very simple and maybe an elementary answer, you know, for instance, when we made the decision, this body made the decision not to do the slope survey anymore a handful of years ago because of resources. And every year since, we've said, okay, we think we need something. We need some information in that space. So I think we've done it haphazardly, but not purposefully. And I think that it would be great if we could do it. My big concern in that space is loss of information. If we haven't collected the information, it's difficult to go back. You can't go back and collect data necessarily. So I am hoping that one of our first goals here is to identify other indices that might not be as good, but will be informative nonetheless, so that we can detect that change. We're still taking more risk. We can still look back at those data, but it definitely won't be I think as rigorous as what you're suggesting. It would be great if we did that, but.
Go ahead, Chris.
So, Bob, sort of looking through this plan, I just want to make sure that I understand sort of what the vision is for social and economic separately information, right? Both of these play important roles in the executive order, and we have is the thought that sort of those programs are providing information that's important to what's going on now, and will be continued in the future, or I didn't see that a lot in the sort of reconsideration plans, and wanted to see, is that information considered to be well represented through public testimony? What's the role for science and data streams for economics and for social information, social community information going forward?
Through the chair, Dr. Anderson, my personal opinion is that it's never been more important. But I would say that where we're at right now is absolutely reduced capacity to bring it forward. No clear line of how we could and should be using it in this space. But I personally, again, believe that if we could identify how it better plays a role here in terms of creating that adaptability, in terms of considering ecosystem perspectives and overall production, in terms of who our stakeholders are, both the social and economic side, I think we would all be better prepared and be more resilient for the future. That's a bit speechy because that's just what I think we should be doing. We have talked about it, but we are not prepared to do it. I would say that NIMS at the national level is also talking about this with very little capacity. but thinking about how we can work more nationally to provide information in that space that helps everyone and all the council processes. So I think it's trying to mature, but it's doing so. You know, we're 15 years back in the ecosystem discussions on the socio-econ side, in my opinion.
Okay, we've got one last. Jason.
That was a great segue, the national comment. So my question is related to that sort of nationally, or I guess two-part question. Are the other regions going through similar processes for prioritization? And I'm thinking about that pie and the size of that pie and how this sort of risk might be assessed across the regions in terms of funding. Because I mean, we have extremely valuable fisheries in Alaska. We also obviously have environmental change that's happening very quickly. So that risk may not be evenly distributed nationally. So I'm curious if you have thoughts on that.
Yeah, through the chair, Dr. Gasper, absolutely. This is happening nationally. There is focus on how to prioritize, how to address capacity in all corners of the country, in all the science centers and all the regional offices. So I'll say that the goal is to identify national type framework to move forward. I would say that the reality check is that the priorities in each region under our responsibilities as an agency are all very different. They're just not consistent. Some are more similar than others. But what you find is that, and again, this is why I think, you know, one overarching process isn't necessarily going to work for us here because we've got so many stakeholders. So the other regions are addressing this again by considering what their stakeholders are. Where do the suits come from? Where does the information asks come from within the public? I would say that the goal at the end of the day is to consider all of this for national prioritization. And that's why we're doing this, is to consider where the resources should go. But I think that, again, the reality is that each region has a set of priorities, and we're all going to overall reduce capacity, if you will.
Okay, I'm relying on you guys as far as critical questions. Go ahead, Brad.
Thanks, Sherry. I promise it's real short. So Bob, with this, like, there's a lot of moving parts. Is it plausible that the Science Center could consider piloting a full prioritization and index framework for a small set of contrasting stocks and present that to the SSC as a case study so that we could focus on methods review? Or is that too much into the, I guess, details and might actually draw time away from what you think it should be focused on?
Through the chair, it's a good idea. I think, again, you know, right now we've got a deadline of June where, you know, I think putting together this white paper is going to be the challenge. It's going to be what we can achieve. However, I do think, and again, that's why I brought it to this group, is for us to think about, for the SSC to think about what we could do moving forward. Is there a pilot project where we could work on a handful of species and turn it upside down and think about that ecosystem perspective, and who would the stakeholders be, and run it to ground, if you will. I think that would be very valuable. It'd also be very time consuming. So I think it is doable. Again, I'm going to bring us back to the harvest control rule discussions and exercises. I think that some of that is being achieved in that space. We are thinking about specific examples. We are thinking about what's happening with climate. We are thinking about specific stakeholders and changes that are going to occur in production, you know, underneath a cap for one of the scenarios, for instance. So I think that is happening. We would need to sit down and you know, spec out what the other aspects of that pilot are really trying to achieve. At the end of the day, you know, you want to tag MSEs on all aspects of that, I think would be ideal. But I think then you're looking at 3 PhDs, and I think it'd be very valuable.
Great. Thank you, everybody, and thank you, Bob. Next, we're going to move into public testimony, and we have one scheduled testifier that is remote. It's Ben Lay.
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Go ahead when you're ready.
Okay, hello, my name is Ben Lay, and I am representing at large the small boat cod fleet out of King Cove, Falls Pass, and Sandpoint. I'd like to appeal to the SSC to recognize a shortcoming that exists with a 2-year bottom survey done in the summer in the Western Gulf. We would like to see more surveys in general, but understand that the demand from all sectors and species regarding this request. At minimum, we would like to have a survey in the winter, spring, when cod are abundant, CPUE is high, and industry historically sees a more robust stock than surveyed in the summer. 2026 is a great example of how disruptive and economically damaging the reliance on one survey can potentially be. This further strengthens our need for a more accurate, robust survey. I know the Western Gulf sometimes pales in comparison to the Bering Sea, but let me assure you that it is still very much a contributor to Alaska's seafood as a whole. I can't articulate well enough the dependence of our local small boat fleet as well as the processors and communities on cod. We understand that cod stocks will go up and down. We ask that our opportunity to provide cod to the plate while sustaining our businesses and communities get an honest representation when stocks are assessed. I guess, and then I kind of made that was kind of my 2 bits on that. But then I kind of shifted gears here on something that Bob said to me that kind of resonated a little bit, which I do know. I mean, I give you guys credit. There's that with limited resources and just listening to this test or you guys deliberate things here, it's a challenge there with seems like resources are constantly getting pulled, but demand and everyone is getting higher. But so I guess shifting gears there for a second, I couldn't help but notice the statement Bob made when stating that that the large majority of catch over ABC and now it is being under-harvested. My question is kind of, would the SSC consider a push to relaxing some of the apportionment restrictions? For example, Western Gulf cod trawl has a B season allocation that goes unharvested for a number of reasons, but primarily this is not the time of year when they are aggregated enough to responsibly harvest this resource for maximum CPUE value and bycatch avoidance. And with that, I just want to thank you guys for your time, and I'd love to field any questions if you guys have any.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Brad?
Oh, thanks, Sherry. Hi, Ben. This is Brad Harris. Thank you for your testimony. I just wanted to ask you to elaborate a little bit more. I think you said one option or one that you would like to see considered is a relaxation of apportionment. So can you talk a little bit more about that in terms of your particular fishery and maybe how you see that providing relief?
Yeah, thank you, Brad. I guess I see it from 2 angles there. One is kind of seasonal apportionment, and the other is kind of the Gulf as a whole. Like I look at like the Western Gulf compared to the Central Gulf, and I know that's kind of a big picture management, and I know there's restrictions kind of on all fronts, but I just look at like the directive to maximize potential and CPUE and profitability and all the things that I'm always hearing under the Magnuson-Stevens. And then there's kind of like these mechanisms that, although I don't think they're intended, but get in the way of that a little bit. And I think apportionment can do that at times, to where I think when we have an opportunity to get some cod out of the water, and it's a time when they're the most valuable for byproducts, they're aggregated, like here's the time. And then we have this on paper separated allocation at a different time, or maybe up the hill a little bit further, that like we all know the fish kind of ignore the boundaries that we set in place. I just wonder if maybe thinking about relaxing some of those restrictions could maximize the resource.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ben. I think
Thank
that's
you.
all we have for questions. Thanks for your testimony. All right, now we're ready to move into the discussion for the AFSC report. And for that, we have Brad, Ally, and Kaylin. I'll go first to Brad.
Thank you, Sherry. So first, our minutes are going to thank the analysts. We received a presentation from Dr. Bob Foy outlining Alaska Fisheries Science Center ongoing priority planning work in response to staffing and resource constraints. We also were presented with a developing framework for prioritizing surveys, ground fish stock assessments, including the stock or complex risk value prioritization, ecosystem science, salmon science, and marine mammal science. These are all reviewed in support of MSA required management. So I will not repeat the summaries here for the sake of time. I thought Dr. Foy did a great job of reviewing those, and his slides make it pretty clear so folks can go back to those for reference. In our minutes, I'll have a sentence or two summarizing each of these key topics to give some context to our recommendations. I'll jump straight into the recommendations, and if it works for you, Sherry, I'll just provide those for each of the topics that Bob discussed down the line, and then co-leads can jump in, or we can take them kind of one at a time. It seemed like it might be more efficient to go. Okay, we'll zip through. So as it regards the priority planning, so vision, alignment, and scope, I think in this case, as Dr. Foy explained, this work is coming together. Our recommendations should really be framed as suggestions for Science Center staff and those involved in this process to consider as they develop the white paper, knowing that this is going to go through several additional iterations. So recommendation for the kind of general prioritization and planning is that the analysts or the Science Center provide a written, reproducible description of the prioritization framework. So the criteria, scoring and weighting, and how trade-offs are made when resources change. Clearly describe how the council, the plan team, the SSC input will be incorporated into the prioritization decisions. I think ideally on an annual timeline, if that's possible. And then explicitly link prioritization outcomes to management performance and risk, as Dr. Foy discussed. So overfishing risk, ABC stability, a number of different metrics were discussed. But the notion of explicitly linking these priority or prioritization to management risk was one key theme that came through in the presentation. Shifting to survey priorities. So this is the general framework and portfolio tracking that Dr. Foy discussed. I think the SSC should reiterate that core surveys and representative biological sampling are foundational to stock assessments, and that we recommend going forward that the Science Center maintain time series continuity by prioritizing consistency in aerial coverage and core biological sampling. When effort must be reduced, this is consistent with what Bob indicated that they were already thinking. We would recommend that the Science Center continue to report survey status in a way that clearly distinguishes partial outcomes. So there was some note of reduction in frequency or sort of use of partial assets. And so I think it's important that we get a clear picture of what was lost and what was retained in those situations. So we would request that they provide that information and identify sort of the management assessment consequences. And for surveys shown in the presentation is no longer planned. So just a brief rationale to identify what data streams, if any, would replace the lost information from assessments or risk tables. Next was groundfish stock assessment prioritization. This is really the approach and the products. So I think we should recommend the Science Center provide a clear crosswalk for priority category and the link to expected assessment product. So full update, harvest projection, we saw those outlined in the table, including minimum data requirements for each product type. Also, we should recommend they evaluate prioritization decisions, not only from a workload savings standpoint, but also from consequences to assessment, quality, uncertainty, and management performance to the extent that that's doable. Next was stock complex prioritization indices. So this is the risk value framework that was discussed. And so I think we should recommend continued support of opportunities for rigorous SSC review going forward. And so some suggestions we provide here. We would like precise definitions, data sources, time windows, and update frequencies for each of the proposed indices, so that we ensure not just the SSC is on board with what these specific terms mean, but that it's transparent to all involved from the outset. That Science Center document, to the extent they can, all of the scaling and normalization or any weighting used to combine indices and composite value or risk scores, including the sensitivity analyses showing how rankings might change under plausible alternative weightings and time windows. To the extent they can, quantify uncertainty and identify which indices are most influential for each stock's classification. This would also be ideal if it can be included, as well as an evaluation of redundancy or potential correlation among indices in order to ensure we're aware of or avoiding any double counting. And, this also, I think, is a key link to what I'll call a decision audit trail, something transparent process whereby any stock where the indices suggest a change in the assessment frequency or tier, including how the decision accounts for choke species and so forth. So the rationale and expectations, if you will, associated with the decision. So we have a record of what we thought would happen, what we plan to do. Almost there. All right, so moving on to the results. So this is for the groundfish prioritization. The SSC can we'll request that the Science Center just provide us with a specific list of the stocks that were flagged. So it was mentioned that there was 11 flagged for frequency and 14 flagged for tier changes. So it would be great to know which specific stocks those are. And when proposing tier reduction or less frequent assessment approaches, to clearly define what the sort of minimum monitoring needs are in terms of detecting changes in abundance and cohort strength. I know this is one of the topics that was listed amongst the items Bob had there, potentially coming from the Tiger teams. Shifting to the ecosystem science prioritization, I think recommending operationalizing and documenting the data availability scoring criteria. So what qualifies as high or medium or low, including the time series link, spatial coverage, timeliness, those key aspects of the data, I think will support transparency and provide opportunities for better SSC review. A clear pathway for how each ecosystem metric is expected to influence assessment advice. I think this is also something Bob highlighted that was on their radar, but SSC can just endorse that in the recommendation. And as I asked Bob if it was possible with the time available to consider piloting this framework across a small set of stocks with contrasting life histories and management concerns to really demonstrate the generality of how the approach would be applied and to clarify what ecosystem monitoring provides the greatest marginal benefit for assessments and management. I think this needs to be left at the Science Center's discretion, but just SSC encourage this. There'll be a couple other minor recommendations related to salmon and marine mammals, but I think I'll leave it there.
Thanks, Brad. I was looking at the action memo. I'm not clear that that it's already set that there will be a white paper. Can I take it from your description? I know you asked Bob, hi, I'm seeing confusion. Are you recommending a white paper be done, Brad? Or is that, yeah, go ahead.
Yes, and I thought the only person in the room that said the word white paper was Dr. Foy. So I think we would want to request a written description that is transparent and reproducible and reviewable, whatever form that might come in.
That's wonderful. I'm just not sure what different groups, council, API, I don't know what different groups have heard. Thank you. Next is Ally.
Yeah, thanks, Brad. I'm not sure I have a whole lot. Thank you, Brad. That was really comprehensive, and I don't disagree with anything that you have suggested or put forward. Yes, thank you, Bob, for your presentation. I think we really appreciate these high-level overviews of the Science Center's work and their efforts for prioritization of their work. Echo the huge thanks for the Science Center staff for putting all of that information together for us and all of their work to support this process. I don't have a lot of big picture comments maybe to add. And it sounds like maybe from our questions, we might have a lot of folks around the table here that might throw some of those out. But I had a couple of thoughts as we've been discussing this. One is that for my part, I really appreciated seeing the prioritization on the ability to track rapid changes in our stocks and our environment. I see that as critically important, not only because of the socioeconomic impacts, but also it has cascading effects in terms of resource management over the near and medium term. I think about the resources we put towards cod after the heat wave crash in the teens and snow crab most recently. So that was one emphasis that I would like to see reflected in our report. The other idea I had, particularly as it relates to ecosystem science, is that we may want to I don't have a great way to say this other than this, but we may want to bake into this plan some ability to explore. As Bob said in his presentation, we don't know what we don't know. And as the climate continues to change, relationships, mechanisms will change. And I understand that we're prioritizing, everything is being prioritized because we are limited on resources. But to the extent that the center and this process could consider having just a slight amount of wiggle room in that prioritization so that we can continue to explore the science that supports this process, I think would be ideal, let's say. And I think that's probably where I will stop my comments. Thank you.
Kaylin.
Great, thanks. So this first comment, Chris, you can fill in more if you want. This ties into Chris's question. I think we should emphasize that the executive order does discuss particularly some of the economic benefits of fishing. And so it's hard to think about moving this process forward without good social and economic data. And I would suggest that I think past work that has been done related to social and economic data collection could be very valuable in this process. And it seems like there are some examples of when it was used. So we could potentially support the continued collection of that data, making it available in a timely way to support this process in general. One thing I would note, though, is that as I was reviewing some of these slides, I did think it might be worth us differentiating between stakeholder interests and some of the work that maybe some of the social and economic scientists could do related to community and social benefits, and just recognizing that there can be many types of economic and non-economic values that accrue to these communities that may not be coming through the council process as loud as others, and that this actually, I think many people could interpret that as the role of the social and economic scientists to bring some of those values forward. I think even within the slides that Bob presented, one thing we could highlight is that we do see social and economic information present in most every one of these decisions. So the risk value formulation, the survey priorities, when we're the specific groundfish examples, and sort of to build on some of what Brad said earlier, and I was trying to take rapid notes here. His suggestion to think about management and assessment. I think we could think of going one step further and thinking about some of the social and economic outcomes. I think this is a little bit of what Ali was saying as well. And again, I don't think that would be that difficult with some of the information that's available. And then I have one other comment that I think ties in with Ali's comment that she just made. Brad's suggestion to look at some kind of small set. And that's just that I do feel like, of course, acknowledging, like Bob said, we can't go back and collect data that wasn't collected, but eventually I think we do get signals. I mean, eventually a stock assessment is done, surveys are done, we learn more about the system. And so I don't think that this needs to be a rigorous, or I think that there are different levels of rigor that could be applied, but that some presentation of what was prioritized in the past and why, and then the status of those stocks, any questions that people have raised. I think that would be helpful background going into then these presentations where we get, well, this is what is prioritized now and why. So just some, even if it's a more qualitative type of retrospective sort of synthesis of past decisions, I think could be really valuable in this process, and for communicating the value of these different data sources and stock assessment exercises to say, could we have caught something sooner and or not? Or did we catch something sooner because we did do a particular data collection or a particular stock assessment? So I think even somewhat qualitative retrospective analysis could point to those examples and formalize them for everybody involved in the process. And then my last suggestion would be, instead of tiger teams, I feel like you need a fish. I don't feel like tigers is quite right here.
Thanks, Kaylin. I do have one comment, and while I've been taking notes, I've been trying to think of wording, and I'm not sure that I've succeeded at doing both. You know, when thinking about the risk value matrix for prioritization, you know, Bob has said that this committee has taken that on carefully or sort of avoided it. And I think part of that is because in our role of determining ABCs, whether the catch has reached the ABC is not necessarily a criteria for whether or not to, say, reduce the ABC from max because of uncertainty. So we've been careful in that regard, but I definitely do see the value of using that matrix. And I think one of the keys is that, you know, we would be looking at, if you're trying to keep the same amount of, say, if you're trying to keep the same amount of catch for stocks that have a catch to ABC or TAC to ABC ratio that's quite low, what that does indicate, I guess, from a SSC standpoint, is that the ABC could be lower and still have the same amount of catch. If the ABC is lower, that happens because of uncertainty. Uncertainty comes because you're either assessing something not as often, you've got prioritization, the frequency is less, or you're using, say, a lower tier. So I do see, I don't have the words for this right now, but I think it may be important to state that, you know, the way that the SSC would sort of consider using that risk matrix would be really on what additional uncertainty can you have from either stock prioritization frequency or tier levels. What are the stocks that have extra buffer that you may be able to assess less frequently, or with a lower tier, or with less survey information? So I think that we can use it, but I think that it may be helpful in our minutes. I'm not expecting, Brad, you to get this down right now because I don't have the wording for you. But I think it's important to put into our minutes sort of how this translates into an SSC perspective and how we would look at using that for prioritization. Or could. Chris Anderson.
I'll take Caitlin's prompt here about, I'll take that prompt to say a little bit about social and economic data. I think a lot of the way this information shows up in the stock assessment process is sort of in a monitoring and prioritization. So it's important to know sort of how big effects are. And I think that loses a lot of the value of what the North Pacific Fishery Management Council has been able to do over the last 3 decades with their social and economic data, right? We've been successful at developing new and novel incentive programs that generate revenue and minimize cost. Right? We are catching cheaper. We are avoiding bycatch cheaper and more successfully. We are getting higher value for our products. And it's the design and management of these incentive systems that give value to this data. And we're not to the limit on this yet. We're still trying to figure out how we keep the benefits of fishing, processing activities, and quota in communities. And these are really important features that the council is going to be wrestling with amendments on, and that confer an important dimension to what we'd mean by climate resilience going forward. So I think that treating this as only a stock prioritization exercise omits an important set of outcomes that we want to not just monitor, but have the scientific information to control.
Okay, it looks like we're there. Thank you very much. What's that? Oh, sorry, you don't count. You're online, Chris.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, go ahead.
Just a couple of follow-up comments. I want to reiterate Brad's comment about making the methods available. There are lots of criteria here, and I think they matter to some extent, and having them available is super important. Many of the criteria are likely not independent of one another, and it would be super helpful for the broader audience to understand those things. For example, if a stock is at low biomass, it likely means it's not in a declining state over time. It's already low. So how do are those double counted or not double counted? And likewise, the X vessel value is likely low, right? So does that get discounted for all of those things or part of those things? Those things I think will matter in the long run for transparency's sake. I would also like to ensure that this approach be consistently used across all assessments, groundfish, crab, and salmon, right? We're trying to do this across all of these things. I think we should make sure that we don't forget stock groups from that standpoint. And last, I think to Sherry's point earlier, a recommended discussion in this white paper or wherever is appropriate of the decision of when reductions in sample sizes are useful versus reduction in survey frequencies versus elimination of surveys. For example, we lost corner stations already in the Eastern Bering Sea. That was a decision, a sample size reduction. Those things all matter and need to be tracked over time so we can see. And when AFSC has reached a critical point of going, our sample sizes are too low, this isn't providing us the information that we think it is. So I think some discussion of that would be good, one, so the public and ourselves know what's coming. And we have some idea of, oh, well, we just reduced sample size by 25%. If there's another budget cut, then that's going to mean something different. We have to go somewhere else. So those are some things that just to add in there. So thank you for that.
Thanks, Chris. And Chris, was part of what you were talking about, is it tracking historically what has been done already, or discussing how to go forward, or both?
How to go forward mostly.
Thanks. Okay. I'm going to give there was no discrepancy really in our discussion, and so I'm going to go really quite brief. You know, the SSC talked about, is asking for documentation of what went into the decision-making that was described by AFSC. And we had some questions about the process, about the survey priorities, about the assessment priorities, the risk. So all of those categories, we had specific things that would be helpful for us to see, understand, and be able to participate. I'm not going to list those individually. I'm just going to say that we've got suggestions by section. We did have a few other comments, and those are, we suggest emphasizing the ability to track rapid changes. Would like to have some flexibility, especially for ecosystem science, that we're still able to explore, recognizing some mechanisms may change. We talked about how, you know, to interpret sort of how the SSC would use sort of the risk value matrix for prioritizing when we are considering the ABC. And then we had an additional few. Let me see how I summarize these. We'd highlight that it would be helpful to see, you know, past work for socio and economic data collection, and we support continued collection and timely reporting. We wanted to suggest differentiating between stakeholder interest and the community and the social benefits. We do, you know, we recognize that socio and economic information is present in all of these decision-making and prioritization. And so in addition to thinking about management outcomes, we suggest also thinking about socio and economic outcomes. We think it would be helpful to see some presentation of sort of a retrospective analysis of what has been prioritized in the past and why, and what is the result from those. And last, you know, we want to emphasize that looking only at monitoring and prioritization, sort of it omits certain outcomes that we need to monitor and gather information for. And those may include, so the socio and economic incentive programs have really been what have allowed us to catch more at less costs. And looking at the design and management of the incentive programs will be important when we're looking to give value and to consider with climate resilience. Back to the methods, discussing methodology and criteria, lining out the methods and the criteria would be helpful if there's clarity in that. And then looking at all stock assessments across all species, and some discussion of going forward if there's going to be a reduction in sample size or frequency or whole surveys, sort of what is the rationale, and I'm guessing benefits and drawbacks. That's what I've got. Okay, great. Thank you. We are at the end of that one. And so I think that let's go ahead and move into D2. It's 2026 groundfish planning. And I'm guessing that we've got a couple of people online that may be able to answer questions if we have them. So I'm guessing if we can promote, wonderful, thank you. You read my mind. All right, and then I'll hand it over to Sarah and Diana.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the SSC. For the record, I'm Sarah Cleaver, and sitting with me is Dr. Diana Stram. We are the groundfish plan team coordinators on council staff, and online we have Dr. Melissa Haltuck and Chris Lunsford, both from the Alaska Fisheries Science Center. So if we could just do a quick sound check for Chris and Melissa, that'd be great.
This is Melissa. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thanks, Melissa.
Excellent.
Good morning, everyone. It's Chris.
Morning, Chris. Thank you both for being here.
So this is agenda item D2, our groundfish stock assessment planning for 2026. And I'll just provide a little bit of background, particularly to differentiate this agenda item from everything that you just discussed with Dr. Foy and amongst other SSC members. As you all remember, last fall during our groundfish specification cycle, we had the government shutdown, so there weren't any new operational groundfish stock assessments that we could use to inform the 2026 and 2027 harvest specifications. And while we are always on our toes these days, with any luck, we will be receiving updated stock assessments this fall to inform the 2027 and 2028 groundfish harvest specifications. So if you will recall, in December, Dr. Foy provided a different discussion presentation about potential plans for the 2026, so specifically this year, the fall assessment cycle. Since all the assessments planned for last year and this year understandably can't be completed with the existing resources. And so I want to note that that presentation and this presentation, so Dr. Foy's presentation last December and this presentation is separate from that D1 presentation that you all just heard. And really, this just deals with the assessment prioritization specific to this year, only in response to the shutdown. In response to that presentation and discussion that you had in December, you all recommended an internal agency work group consisting of stock assessment authors from the Science Center, a few SSC members, and then myself and Dr. Stram. And the SSC had requested or recommended that we meet prior to this February council meeting to prioritize and recommend groundfish assessments for this upcoming cycle. And so the report coming out of that meeting that we had recently is on your e-agenda, and that essentially accounts for both the AFSC staff capacity as well as recommendations that came out of the December SSC and council meetings. And the work group or the work group report and this presentation describes the criteria upon which this prioritization at our work group meeting was done, which stock assessment products might be expected later this year, and identification of stocks that could be reviewed during the September plan team and October SSC meeting, rather than during the November plan team and December SSC meeting, to try to distribute some of the final review resources across both of those timeframes. And so we're providing information included in that report, both so that the SSC can review, provide feedback on that proposal, and to allow for public comment on all of that. The SSC comments and feedback on this agenda item, this item is not going to the council as a separate agenda item, so your comments will be provided to the council during the council's B reports later this week. And a few particular pieces of the SSC's action items that I wanted to call out as we dig into the rest of this presentation. So we have our overall working group recommendations. Specifically, there are some trade-off stocks that under this proposal wouldn't be assessed this year. So we're looking for the SSC to provide feedback specifically on those. And then we're also looking for the SSC to provide feedback on the review timing, and consider the SSC's timing and what will work for you all in terms of which SSC meeting you will have you will have some time for a certain number of full or update or operational assessments. Dr. Foy's report that he provided last year was kind of a broad AFSC proposal for prioritizing the 2026 assessments. And so coming out of that, you all recommended, in line with that, the stock assessments with a 1-year cycle be completed as normal, shifting all the stock assessments with a 4-year cycle forward by 1 year, regardless of when they were scheduled. And that would leave only the 2-year stocks to look at how to prioritize. And the SSC noted that the starting point would be to assess all the 2025 2-year stocks and complete them this year in 2026. And then for the 2026 2-year cycle stocks, the SSC asked that the work group look at which of those stocks should be prioritized for 2026, which ones should be postponed, depending on staff time and AFSC capacity to put those forward. And as another reminder, you all noted at that meeting that another consideration for this work group would be to recommend the type of assessments that could be developed, whether or not that be an operational full or operational update or harvest projections for some stocks. The last point that I wanted to highlight is that you all noted that in the event that all the planned assessments from 2025 couldn't be completed this upcoming year, you requested that the work group prioritize the stocks that are on the slide here for assessment in 2026. So there are several stocks here from Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands, and 3 from the Gulf. And the basis for prioritizing those, I believe, non-annual stocks, you identified some rationale for that all in your December SSC report. So I'll point you to that if you need a reminder there. I think this next slide, I'm turning over to Dr. Haltuck to describe, in contrast to the SSC's prioritization from December, the specific prioritization that we all went through during the recent work group meeting. So I'll pass it over to Dr. Haltuck.
Thank you, Sarah. So we met last week as a working group that Sarah described and came up with the following proposal for our 2026 stock assessments. The first point is that we are proposing we produce harvest projections for all 2026 tier 1 to 3 stocks if they are not going to have an operational full or update stock assessment. This will allow us to ensure that we have updated numbers for harvest specs, looking 2 years out for each of our stocks. I know that this goes against kind of the last year's SSC recommendation that we don't need harvest projections for 2-year stocks. We could do catch reports instead, but in this instance, we think that it's important to bring those forward. We have some tier 6 stocks on a 4-year cycle that we did not prioritize, largely due to capacity considerations, both for authors actually producing these stock assessments and for the council review bodies, because there's going to be a lot to go through in 2026. We want to prioritize stocks that had a preliminary review during the fall of 2025. These would be full stock assessments that were proposed to be full stock assessments in 2025, but were not able to be completed. So they've already gone through that first step of review. And we're also prioritizing stocks that have new survey data available from 2025 or 2026. We lowered the priority for stocks that had a low catch to ABC ratio, and there are a couple instances where we had to make choices about what we were and were not going to do for the upcoming year. So next slide, please. Okay, so I'll walk you through the tables that are in the document that you have along with this presentation. What you see is a table similar to the ones that we've provided in the past, showing what our assessment plans are with a couple additional columns. So first, you can see our 2026 assessment type, either full update or harvest projection, or catch reports in a few instances for tier 5 and 6 stocks. And we did touch base with our authors and discuss these, so we expect them to be unchanging going forward for this year. You can see that the stocks that you identified as priorities for 2020 in December of 2025 are all scheduled for full or update stock assessments. And this table is just highlighting the Eastern Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands stocks. Next slide, we'll look at the Gulf of Alaska. We added the catch to ABC ratios to inform the discussion here. And we also added a column that is showing the proposed stocks that could be reviewed during during fall of 2025. So that would be an option because those stocks had the preliminary September reviews and October reviews last year. Therefore, we could potentially bring the full assessment forward in September or October if there was a choice to shift some stocks earlier because of reviewer workload. Additionally, we're proposing that we could bring the operational assessment for Boguslav Pollock forward in September or October for review as well. We also have here the operational assessments that we think need to come forward for November and December review. That just gives you an idea of your overall reviewer workload for what we're proposing to bring forward here. If you go to the next slide, please. This shows a table in your document for the Gulf of Alaska. Again, stock assessment types are denoted here. One thing to note is that Pacific cod is slated for a harvest projection in fall of 2026. That is because you're reviewing the full stock assessment at this meeting, and the only additional data that you'll have for this stock are updated catches because there's no survey data coming in for the GOA in the current year. You can also see that the stocks that you identified as priorities in December of 2025 are all full stock assessments in this case. And again, you have the catch to ABC ratios, which show you some of our lower priority stocks that we've put down here for harvest projections as well, kind of at the bottom of that table. Again, you're seeing here in the next column the proposed full stock assessments that could come forward in September or October 2025 because they went through their preliminary review last fall. We additionally have operational assessments that could be completed for September or October 2026 if you wanted to shift your review workload earlier into the fall. Again, this is because for the GOA, there are no new survey data So really, we would just be missing a couple, maybe a couple 6 weeks of catch data for those stock assessments that we would have to estimate. And then operational assessments that are full assessments that we would bring forward in fall for the late fall review in November and December of 2026 are denoted here as well. Note that Rexol, we're suggesting come forward even though it's a lower tier stock because we had a CIE review for that stock in the past year. And so we'd like to move those CIE review notes into the council process. And I think next I will hand this over for the next slide to Chris, who's going to talk about the trade-offs.
Thanks, Melissa. I'll pause if there's any questions on that. And if not, we'll cover the bad news now. So Melissa provided basically the good news, the stocks that we're going to be able to try to put forward this fall. We've got 2 slides that I'll just note are not mentioned in the document you have, but are in the presentation here. And those are the stocks that we're not going to be able to address this year. The 4-year stocks are the Ecumenical and Octopus. Those are tier 6 stocks. There's no new methods planned by the stock assessment authors, so there's no real nothing to give up there because the specs would basically roll over even if we did a full operational assessment there. On the Go Water, Shallow Water Flatfish, this is one that has an extremely low catch to ABC ratio, and as part of trying to balance review and also just staffing concerns, we're recommending to put a catch report forward rather than an operational. The sharks, both in the Gulf and the Bering Sea, we're recommending to delay, which is part of the SSC's recommendation to shift all 4-year stocks forward 1 year. And then also the last 2 there, Flathead Sole and Arrowtooth, also just pushing forward a year, which was part of the December recommendations. We'll go to the next one. On the 2-year stocks, this may be more worth putting a little more attention to. Basically, we're putting forward those top 3 all Bering Sea stocks, Aleutian Island stocks, Rock Sole, Kamchatka Flounder, and Pollock. They were last assessed with an operational model in 2024. We're recommending harvest projections instead of an operational model. Same with Goa Dusky Rockfish, despite having a survey point last year, we're recommending putting that forward. And then probably one of the tougher decisions that can certainly be discussed more is the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands, Northern Rockfish. This was last operational in 2023, but we're putting forward a recommendation to a harvest projection, namely staff balancing and trying to prioritize the other 2-year stocks that we think have more importance. We can discuss further for sure, but the Northern Rockfish have a fairly low catch to ABC ratio. The last survey that was done in the Aleutians was quite a bit higher than previous surveys. There's several other things. If people have further questions, we can get into the details and discuss on any of these. But these 2 slides, I think, are probably some of the focus points for you to look at and determine to make sure we're not overlooking some risk that we didn't account for or recognize or other, and not doing these stock assessments as operational full or updates this year. And then I am going to go to the next slide and hand it back to Sarah. Oh, I forgot about this one. This is an important slide. So this provides the table of what we're putting forward as recommendations that could be taken up. If you notice the September, October, Melissa hit on this. This is new and unusual for both plan teams and the SSC, which is to take up review of the assessments. We put forward what we thought were the max number that could be taken up in September or October. We fully expect the SSC to back off on some of this, knowing that you have higher review requirements with the crab stocks in October. We think the plan team can handle this. The plan teams can handle this difference, but we will note with the recommendations we're putting forward, we're going to have a huge load on the Bering Sea plan team. That's something that's going to have to be navigated once these final decisions are made. But per the working group's discussion, because there was new survey data that came available or is going to come available in 2026 for both the Bering Sea and the Aleutians, there was hesitation to bring forward Bering Sea stocks in September. So the majority of those stocks in that September-October list are Gulf stocks. We're also bringing forward a large number of harvest projections that should not require a major review workload. But we're going to leave it at that and let you decide how many, and we can discuss which ones to bring forward in September, just to help both the plan teams and the SSC's workloads. And with that, I'm going to hand it back to Sarah and or Diana if they want to follow up on anything else.
Sure. Let me just ask presentation wise, do you guys have, is that the end of the presentation or do you have more? Let's finish the last slide.
Madam Chair, this is just a repeat slide from earlier, just highlighting the SSC action items for you to refer to. So that's the end of our staff presentation, but obviously some questions.
Wonderful. Thanks. Let's go to Martin.
Yeah, thanks. Just a clarification, I guess. I understood that operational full assessments require 2 plan team meetings. And it looks like you're proposing to do some of those as a single meeting in September. Is September, October, is that the idea, or how's that going to work?
Through the chair, I can answer this one. So the stocks that we're proposing could be brought forward in September and October are ones that were first reviewed by the plan team in September of 2025. So they had and then the SSC in October of 2025. So they had the first plan team meeting. They did not have the second one. So we're offering some flexibility, or the potential for flexibility, by suggesting that those stock assessments could potentially be brought forward for their second plan team meeting in September and October of and SSC meeting in September and October of 2026, where those assessments would then be finalized. And I also note that would leave us with some assessments finalized before the end of the FY26 federal fiscal year.
Okay, thanks. That makes sense.
Yep, no problem.
I have a question. Well, the first one actually is a thank you. I mean, this is an incredible number of assessments to get done this year by the regional office, and it's amazing. So thank you for somehow making that possible. Oh, regional office, sorry. I mean, AFSC, sorry. Nymphs, just nymphs. I know I am still bitter about the missing crab. Well, I completely lost track of what I was going to ask. I emailed SSC members trying to figure out, time-wise, what does the SSC have time for in October and December, given other things on our agenda, how long things have taken in the past. And I will note that I was thinking that we might be able to get through nearly all of these reviews, maybe a couple shy with our current schedule. But what I was remiss to mention to SSC members was that assumes that we go 4 hours or 5 hours over in December like we have the past couple of years. So it may be not a great place to start. And that 4 hours actually would be a lot of assessments if we stick to the 2.5 day schedule that we say we're normally doing. My question for that is, if we're not able to review all of these assessments in October and December, I'm trying to be creative on this and wondering, we've got 4 meetings a year. Is there any additional flexibility of things that can be done, say, in June or in the following February? I know those would take different considerations, but it was just a question.
Madam Chair, I'm just looking around to see if there is anyone who is dying to answer this, but at least from the council perspective, I think we would need to work with the regional office to make sure that we can still get the final harvest specifications out in time. This year, we're looking to do it for Pacific cod for one assessment maybe, but it might be a different story if we're looking at it for multiple stocks.
Yeah,
Can I
through the
ask-
chair, I'll chime in. I think we'd have to take a look closer, not on the screen here, but I think some of the assessments that were brought forward as fulls in September, several of those authors nearly got to completed state on those. So I think we could bring some of those forward in June if it was something you wanted to try to do. And in terms of February, I would say we can absolutely figure something out with that because that's far enough out.
Fronts.
Yeah, thanks. I'm not sure if this is more of a discussion point, but I'll ask a question anyway, and that's regarding the northern rockfish. And I know we're sort of capacity limited, and I just want to see whether that is maybe a lower priority than others, and what we might get in the harvest projection. So I think in the last full assessment in 23, we noted that there's like increased catches and perhaps more targeting of northern rockfish, and that kind of raised potential spatial management concerns. And also, I think we had some new information on stock structure, which might make it vulnerable to local depletion. And I guess my question is really is that something that if there is increased concern, is that something that will be discovered in the harvest projections, or am I off on the northern rockfish?
Through the chair, this is Diana Stram speaking. Just to be clear, northern rockfish is not spatially allocated. It's BSAI wide.
Yeah, but I mean, there was some concern about potential spatial structure, I think, if I recall.
My recollection was, yeah, spatial depletion, even if it wasn't apportioned, but due to the stock structure.
Through the chair, I can also weigh in here. This is Melissa. We have the same author leading northern rockfish, POP, and black eye rough spotted in the BSAI. Of those three stocks, we prioritized POP and rough eye black spotted because they have higher catch to ABC ratios. And so I think if you wanted to essentially trade off either POP or black spotted for northern, if that's a concern, we can certainly do that. I will note that northern rockfish has been largely on an upward or largely level trend historically. The past few years are perhaps slightly declining, but very marginally so. With error bars, you're probably looking at a largely flat trend. So please consider that information in your discussion.
Thanks very much, Melissa. Chris Sidden.
Thanks, Sherry. I think this probably for Melissa. Have you discussed, especially for the full assessments with authors, kind of the breadth of new models and number of models being brought forward to just from a workload standpoint and from a review standpoint? Thanks.
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Chris. We have not discussed the details of what each author will be bringing forward with respect to new models in the full stock assessments. I think if the SSC has guidance or preferences on that front, we can certainly convey that to our authors and work to keep that aligned. And I guess this goes to some degree to prior SSC comments for each of those assessments, and kind of prioritizing which of your prior comments you would like addressed, and which you're willing to let pass to the next assessment cycle.
I have another question, and that was for the stocks that would be moving. I think it was on Chris's slide, out another couple of years on prioritization, and so they would end up with harvest projections. Was there any discussion or discussion within the agency or within the subgroup of whether or not we would need to start doing risk tables for the harvest projections? I mean, there's bound to be more uncertainty if you move it out a certain number of years. I don't know where that cutoff is. And in the past, we haven't done risk tables for those, but since we're changing from our prioritization schedule, it just made me wonder.
Through the chair, this is Melissa. We have not discussed changing what we deliver for harvest projections. That conversation has not been on the table at this point.
Great, thank you. Okay, it looks like that's all. Oh, Chris Lunsford.
Yeah, sorry, I just didn't want to jump in, but through the chair, I was just going to follow up on Chris's statement. And we have had some discussions in-house here in Juneau, and in general, I'm leaning towards not pushing the envelope too much. So any SSC recommendation to that effect would help me if it's worth anything. And I'm sure Melissa too, in the sense of not, really overworking to bring forward a whole bunch of new stuff at this point. I think looking especially at the Bering Sea Plan Team review load, it's going to be really challenging. And then that kind of ties into your question as well, Sherry, on the risk tables. We didn't discuss it. We don't bring forward the risk tables for the harvest projections, but I think that's going to lead into an awful lot more work and discussion. So it should be really thought about pretty carefully, maybe for certain stocks. But as a whole, I think if you go back to that table, I think there's 12 harvest projections in play, and that's a substantial amount of risk table work and discussion if asked for.
Thanks very much, Chris. Martin.
Are we supposed to weigh in on whether we would like to see operational assessments in September, October, I guess? Or is that is that what they plan to do, or is that something that we should weigh in on?
Can you go back to your tasking slide, which is the end and what's being asked of us? So yes. Yes. One thing that, we did discuss, how much of this can we do? We're not asking, we thought it was unreasonable to try to figure out as a group of 18 what exactly the SSC schedule and which stock goes where, and time-wise, how can we do under these two agendas when we don't fully know what those agendas will be. But I think that one idea, which I guess I would phrase this as this is honestly a question. Thank goodness it's in the question section. But I think one way to deal with this would be to look at, are there groups of stocks that we want to see together? Are there, for whatever reason, and about how many of those are there, and then try to figure out sort of recommendations by groups. So these are the ones that sort of a prioritization exercise of, if there's not enough time, what stocks would we first drop if we had to? if we're running out of time, which groups of stocks would we want to have in a single meeting, whether that's October or December? And I guess the ones I'm thinking of are, if all Goa rockfish went down, do we want to deal with those since we may be considering risk table adjustments or not based on the survey? It may be helpful to do those in a meeting. Same thing, if we have to, this year is going to be the new implementation of the biologically informed recommended distributions instead of sub-area apportionments. And the council has asked for there are 4 stocks, which they've asked for what flexibility would there be? Well, include having those at a single meeting instead of splitting them up may be valuable. So things like that, if we can do for prioritizing, I just don't know that we're going to be able to hit the exact number for each. And so it's going to be a little bit of, we're going to have to go back and forth in our discussion to try to get there. The question piece of this, I guess, is if we don't come up with an absolute answer for our minutes as far as what's going where, is there time? Can that be sufficient to address the SSC action items? If it's the information, if it's a guideline for, say, chairs to go forward, council staff to go forward, NIMS representatives to go forward and figure out if we know the general priorities of the SSC. I guess that's my question for you all. And it was a question for Diana, Sarah, Chris, and Melissa.
Madam Chair, thanks for clarifying. I think that any input that you can provide us on directions that we should head, we can work behind the scenes, obviously with SSC scheduling on staff and looking at the plan team schedules, working with AFSC to try to figure out what's possible. So if there are certain stocks that you don't have a definitive answer on, but you have some feeling that you would like to prioritize that, whatever you have, we can do our best to work with.
I would just note that if you do identify stocks for June, we would also need to schedule a plan team meeting prior to June to review those stocks. So I think that if there were some indication of which stocks that you were thinking of for June, that would be something that would be helpful to us.
I believe that Curry was next, and then we'll go to Chris. Oh, Chris Lunsford, actually, you realize you may have an answer for this. Why don't you go ahead?
Yeah, thanks. You're the chair. I think Diana made a really good point there, which is what I was going to say was we'd have to do a plan team meeting as well and maybe just focus on a couple of stocks if you chose June, because we wouldn't want to have extensive meetings probably set up virtually for plan team. And I think we could bring those stocks forward. The other thing I was going to mention was Melissa and I put out a stock assessment memo each year after talking internally and determining what we're going to do. And we used to do that back in July. We now do it sooner, but we can certainly work with your leadership and your scheduling for the SSC to kind of bring that forward, because from our perspective, our authors would still be pushing for an operational assessment in the fall. They just wouldn't know if it was September or November, December. So I think we could work with you and push that out a little bit.
Thanks a lot for your flexibility on that. That's huge. And Curry, I forgot already. Go ahead, Curry.
No worries. Yeah. Thanks to Melissa and Chris and staff for kind of thinking creatively about which of the assessments we might be able to slot in for review in September, October, given no new survey information in the Gulf. I guess my question is maybe for either co-chairs of the SSC or council staff. I mean, in considering what we can review in September, October, I was looking at the 3-meeting outlook. What do we have on the agenda? Does that help us identify kind of our time available for review?
Go ahead, Sarah.
Thanks, Dr. Cunningham, for the question. So perfect timing because I just actually pulled that up on my computer. For October, other than the typical proposed specifications and groundfish plan team reports, you have specs for Bering Sea crab stocks. I will have Dr. Dressel clarify which stocks because I can't remember. I don't believe the SSC will be reviewing the Observer Annual Deployment Plan this year, so that would not be on your agenda. You would likely be reviewing the Bering Sea herring PSC limit adjustment initial review. And then I don't, Dr. Stram, would they be reviewing the in-season authority for black spotted rough-eye in the Bering Sea, or is that council only?
Through the chair, you would normally see that. That has a tentative on it, and I would say that I wouldn't make your decisions based on reviewing the in-season ACL overage analysis. You do have a omnibus FMP record keeping and reporting that I don't believe maybe would come to you for review. So, but I do believe you would be reviewing the herring PSC adjustment.
Perfect. Thank you. That's really helpful and sort of understanding how much time we might have available at our October meeting. If I might have one follow-up question.
Can I
jump
jump in a
Go
little
ahead.
bit, Curry? Just, I guess to clarify then, I didn't realize that the herring PSC analysis was on our agenda. So essentially with that, we likely, if we're in person, which I know that council staff have supported for us, we actually may not have additional time on our October agenda for reviewing final assessments then. Go ahead, Diana. Yeah, Diana Evans.
Just through the chair, with respect to herring, we have there's a possibility that will get delayed, that analysis will get delayed. So I would make your recommendations absent accounting on that being an SSC product in October. I think there's some issues we need to talk through with the council on the timing of that analysis.
Then I think one thing that may help Curry is that looking at that agenda and our past timing, it's possible we may have 3 hours, maybe 4 hours in October to look at final assessments. I think that kind of gets to your question in a faster way. Go ahead then, Curry.
Yeah, thanks. That's exactly the type of information I was looking for as we look at the list of stocks that potentially have an X next to them in column I. A quick question regarding arrowtooth flounder in the Gulf. That is one I saw that has a very low catch to ABC ratio. It was slated for a full assessment rather than update assessment. Does anybody know exactly what aspects of that stock assessment or proposed changes were requiring it be brought forward as a full versus an update as we consider kind of prioritizing for October?
I through the chair, I can jump in real quick. That one has been brought forward a couple times now because of going to RTMB. So in terms of major like model changes, I don't think there'd be too much coming forward with that one this fall, which is why we put it on that list, because it was presented in September. But a lot of that is just software change to RTMB.
Thank you very much.
And the multi-species model aspect that they brought it forward in.
Chris Sidden.
Yeah, thanks. Chris and Melissa, do you have off the top of your head, can you remind us quickly a short list of what could be done in June that have already seen their first reading in essence in September of last year?
Yes, through the chair. If you look at the columns that say full reviewed in September and October 2025 on the GOA spreadsheet, I think those are your most likely candidates.
And if I can put you on the spot, do you have a top 2 to 4? If from what Chris said, it suggested that we wouldn't want to go too big. So is there any prioritization that you could do off the top of your head about what those might be?
The ones that I think would be easy to pick off are Rexol, which had a CIE review in 2025. Long story short, it is in good shape. And Goa Arrowtooth Flounder, which is a full, but it was a transition to software. And I think also is in very good shape. The Goa plan team has already seen this one previously. So it's largely adding new data to that new RTMB modeling framework. And Chris may have a couple others. I'll let him weigh in, but those are the 2 that I think would be.
Sure. I think it would be really helpful for us to do POP if possible. Golf POP, that is. Just from a staffing perspective, and then also was a full presented last September.
Great. Thanks, you guys.
Ian?
Yeah, just as a follow-up, I think Goa, Rex, and Arrowtooth both have really low catch to ABC, but for POP, which is a little bit higher, is there an expectation that there would be enough catch late in the year that that issue of projecting catch from June might start to be a problem?
The good question, Ian. I don't know off the top of my head, but I think we'd be okay. We did do some work recently at looking at harvest projections and harvest projections in the projection model and how robust it is to the catch, and it ends up being quite robust. And I think with POP and the rockfish program in place, I would guess we'd have a pretty solid estimate of catch, even if it was in June. I don't think there's a lot of catch like later in the fall and things that would upend that estimate, but I'm on shaky ground right now.
Martin first, and then Jason.
Yeah, Chris, I'm wondering, I think one of our sticking points in looking at POP in the Gulf was that it showed a really big drop, and we were concerned that that might have been an effect of the change in the survey design. And I'm wondering if, and we had asked that that change in survey design be looked at pretty carefully, and so that we could better understand what was going on. And it's I'm wondering if that's when that would be scheduled, and if that's important, if that would be important for understanding the POP assessment, and that maybe that's an argument for delaying it or trying to have that survey evaluation done in June too, which may not be reasonable at all. At any rate.
Yeah, through the chair, that's a great point, Martin, and a really good one that I didn't think of when I threw POP out. So it'd be fine to delay it, but I do know there's been some work. I think Pete Hulson's going to bring up some of the survey work that's been done for cod, and I think there's a group working on it. So I would guess that could also be brought up in June per your concerns there, but it's a very valid point.
Jason? Okay, take away, Jason. I guess I do have one other question, and this is likely for you, Chris and Melissa. When we're trying to think about possibly splitting up between meetings, I know that there were guild level changes in that survey. We'll get more information about that, but it's hard to know right now what influence that would have. I'm trying to think about whether it's important to have the rockfish that have similar survey changes all in the same meeting. And if so, it makes scheduling a little bit tricky because I think so. What northern rockfish, decreased POP, thorny head, rough-eye black spotted, It looks like other rockfish did not decline like the others. It was like a 10% increase or something like that. And I guess what I'm wondering is, are there, of the ones there, and I may have hit them all, there may be 5 of them, are there ones that you think should be looked at together in a meeting versus split off individually?
Uh, welcome to the wormhole, my lifespan for the last couple months here. Yeah,
I
I
have a
think
feeling.
we could do that. I'd hate to say it on screen here, but we definitely did see some differences in the rockfish. So I think we could group those together. I prefer not to try to do it right now, though, but happy to take a look at that.
Absolutely. Maybe one question for you, Chris. All right. Is other rockfish enough of an exception that it doesn't lump with the others, or does it follow similar trends?
As I recall, other rockfish and rough-eyed black spotted did not see much of a decline or anything. I think you'd want to look at short raker, and then we've seen it in thorny heads in both our survey indices, and then Pacific Ocean perch and northern rockfish, I think, are the groupings. So there I go. Hopefully I'm right. And I'm not sure, I can't really comment on the demersal shelf rockfish, but they don't use the trawl survey to any extent.
Yeah, DSR was actually my next question. I wasn't even trying to get at species. It was more a life history thing, if there was a life history difference. Okay. Great. Thank you very much. Jason.
Yeah, I guess this isn't a question, it's a comment. I just wanted to follow up on the POP, as well as Dusky and Northern in terms of the rockfish program. I mean, I think if we did that in June, the assessments would have to basically project most of that fishery catch because it's May, June, July, and then October. So that catch wouldn't be available.
Okay. I think we may be there for questions. Thank you for that and for the presentation and for joining us today. Let me look real quick at our agenda and see. Great. Okay, so there's no public testimony. It is 11:45. Let's go ahead and take lunch a little bit early. Let's start lunch now and go until 12:45, and we'll come back for the discussion on this one. Thanks. Noon. Good afternoon, everybody. We are coming back to have our discussion for agenda item D2, the groundfish planning. And for this, we are gonna start with Chris Siddon.
Great. Thanks, Sherry, I think, for this. Really, the main thing here is to thank everyone for the effort on putting this all together. This was a huge thing to try to get ourselves out of the hole, for lack of a better word, of last fall. I think this was an amazing combination of people's thoughtfulness to do this. I also am this discussion, I think, is really a balance of the recommendations from the working group versus kind of SSC scheduling for June through December of this coming year. So I'm going to try to take a little bit of a higher view and make a couple of general recommendations here, and we can hopefully will stimulate a little discussion, and we can get somewhere without getting too much in the weeds of what I assume the chairs and the council and everyone else are gonna be doing behind the scenes between now and December, trying to organize some of these things. So with that kind of overarching start, I want to say I generally agree with the result from the working group. I thought they did a great job, like I said before. And I just want to, from our discussion and from the questions that came up, I'm going to try to recommend a couple of things here, and we'll see how they go. First, I think if I can do this, and Sherry, you can modify this if I need to, recommend that we add some groundfish related items to the June SSC meeting. Specifically, I think, and this came up, but I think as over lunch, as I was thinking about this, that the top priority might be a topic of the GOA survey design changes. And then after that, whether we have time, the GOA RECSOL and the GOA ATF assessments. And my concept here is that if we, the SSC, have any recommendations regarding the survey design topic, then there's some time for authors to incorporate those into their assessments for the fall, for September, October, and November, December. What that also does, I think, is we generally do better if we have one topic like this and we have time to ask questions and discuss and think about those things without having this looming laundry list of 15 plus assessments waiting in the wings if we try to do a discussion like this come September, October. So that's my first general recommendation, I think, is that we would start with the priority being a discussion on the survey design changes in June, if that's a reasonable thing to do. After that, I would also make a general recommendation that we try to maximize as best as we can doing the assessments that we can do in September, October, the ones that were earmarked as having already been through the process in September and October of last year that we could just pick up and do in October. And I would also, in that regard, consider, as I look through the list of all of these things, consider adding the forage report into the September, October time slot if there's available, and if we've moved sufficient stuff from into the June meeting. So we don't, and that's just to kind of balance things out and to free things up if we could. And I'm not sure that we can. I just, as I look through the list, I see like that's the most obvious one to me, that we could move from a December back to a September, October list. Next, I would recommend bringing only, for lack of a better term, essential models for review for full updates, or critical ones. And I'm going to not get in the weeds and let the authors try to discern what our prior SSC comments were, that what really kind of are essential additional model runs that we need. Again, this is just kind of for everybody's sake of review time and thoroughness, and try to get through the backlog of this past year. Let's see. And I think in the big picture of things, those are my main comments and or discussion points for folks. And I'm going to leave it at that for Fabio to add any additional things for now.
Thanks, Chris. Fabio.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So first, I want to thank my colleague, Dr. Cito, for the comprehensive review. I commend the working group for providing this report. Thanks to the council staff, Sarah Cleaver and Dr. Strand for the presentation. And honestly, I echo Dr. Cito's suggestion and recommendation. I agree with the working group's results, as well as support Dr. Cito's proposal to hold a survey design discussion in June. I also, based on that, I support what Dr. Haltuck proposes today for the June. The top two stocks are Root Flounder and Hexo. And of course, based on the SSC availability and their schedule. And that's what I have. Thank you.
Thanks, Fabio. Ian.
Yeah, on the forage report, maybe I'm incorrect, but I thought there was a piece of data that we would be waiting on that might not be available. I don't know if someone from staff could clarify.
Thank you. Through the chair, I would probably look to Rob to answer this because that came up in our work group meeting about the data for the Bering Sea herring, I believe.
Right. There's two considerations we had for that. One was that it's, since the forage report is all LMEs every other year, that we thought it'd be best to wait for summer Bering Sea survey to be data to be included in that report, which is why we moved it to December, or kept it at December. The other side of it, just from a personnel perspective, the lead author is going to be at sea for all of September. So that makes it also challenging.
Ian.
I'll go again, but I'm sure there's going to be some other discussion about this. Trying to recall exactly where we landed on the discussion about bird methodology and whether that would also be appropriate to have in June, so that we would be separating our process discussion from our application the way we'd like to do for our survey discussion.
I think what I'll add, and it's possible I may need council staff help, but I think that the last thing was that the council made a motion, and as far as methodology goes, and I think that their wording was to look at possible flexibility for four stocks, and those stocks, at least based on 2025 information, were rough spotted black spotted, rough-eye black spotted, got to get this right for the Gulf, short raker, skates, and thorny heads. And so for those, they suggested looking at, say, the previous year's apportionments as one option, or small changes, but they didn't describe what small changes meant. And so it's sort of, if there is, I'm with you, if there's like Chris said, we do better when we do our planning separate from our models. And so I have a feeling that we may get stuck in the cogs, stuck in the wheels. I'm not exactly sure how we go about doing that planning in June, but coming up with a process, I think would be, personally, I actually also think would be helpful. If it's short, it's short. but having a clear plan going into the fall before we start them seems like that would be a helpful thing. Curry?
Yeah, I was curious to follow up on the recommendation from the AFSC working group to bring forward harvest projections for any tier 1 through 3 stocks that doesn't have a fuller update assessment in the 2026 cycle. It seems like we're kind of implicitly endorsing that, and I didn't know if we wanted to have further discussion about that. I'll say from my perspective, it seems like a good idea given the gap in information we have available for some of those stocks, but everything takes time.
And I'm with you, Curry. I think at some point you just cannot do it all. And so I think it makes, I also would support doing those harvest projections if, if it's not possible to do operational assessments. It seems reasonable to me. The question that I have is, at what point do we wish to consider the additional uncertainty that occurs when you postpone stock assessments? So we did that. We evaluated it specifically in December for those stocks. Moving to harvest projections now, it's another couple of years. I guess that's sort of a question. And obviously, if we're going to be cutting down on stock assessments, that's another question. And it seems like it can go into two places. It may be able to go into like a harvest control rule, which postpones that to another topic on our agenda today, or it could fall on the risk table. And doesn't mean necessarily there would be a decrease, but it does make me wonder at what point do we at least evaluate and acknowledge that, going for additional years does bring some uncertainty. So I didn't quite have it together, but one thing that I also agree that doing risk tables for all harvest projections, that would be an incredible amount of time for plan teams, authors, SSC. But I do wonder if there are certain ones, and maybe somebody else can help me with this, but my idea was like for the slide that Chris Lunsford put up of ones that are specifically being delayed for another couple of years that are, say, tier 1 to 3 that are normally on a 2-year cycle, something like that. Maybe we ask for a risk table specifically for those, and I don't have them at hand. But I'll toss the idea out, and then other SSC members can weigh in what they think. Chris, Sidden.
Yeah, thanks, Sherry. I like the idea, Sherry. I'm generally concerned it's like trying to strike this up new, I think really poses a longer discussion of how we want to do this and when we want to do this. And honestly feel like the HCR discussion may be the right place. And even though it kicks the can and we have something that's in front of us now that we might have some more uncertainty to, I think we will do it better justice and be more thoughtful if we wrap that into the ACR or the HCR discussion. As much as I think I agree with you, I think it behooves us as a group to kind of think that through and have it done that way. Thanks.
That makes sense. So for me, yeah, I'm on board with that instead of doing it ad hoc. The other thing is, like we were talking about with the, catch to, like the TAC to ABC ratio, if we're off on our ABC sum, the ones that we're talking about right now, while it's not a reason not to reduce the ABC, if we miss reducing the ABC, there is a little bit of buffer as far as the catch goes. So I'm on board with what you said, Chris. Great. Bob, go next.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I want to note that with respect to, and I don't disagree with the direction you're going, but on when to talk about this, but with respect to developing risk tables for harvest projections, the reality is in the process that we've discussed, if there was a concern coming up or a change from what we had seen in previous time period based on new survey data, et cetera, it wouldn't be a harvest projection any longer. We would be elevating that in our process. We would, make it a model. We would, put more effort in if we saw that coming. So I don't see the value in a risk table process for a harvest projection. There's just, the whole point is there's not going to be additional information to support.
Follow up on that? Yeah, Ian.
Just to follow up on that, so if the element of risk that we're concerned about is the delay from the last assessment, I guess one thing we haven't seen is how many years out would a 2-year assessment have to be before an author would flag that as a significant risk element?
Sorry, Bob.
And just to follow up, it's a great question, and I think we could have that conversation broadly across all stocks. I mean, that was part of the discussion we had when we chose which stocks would go on a 1, 2, 4-year cycle for that very reason, so that we weren't going back to them every single year and trying to consider stock by stock risk assessment.
And so you said we could go back to talk about that as far as the prioritization goes.
Yeah, more broadly in terms of whether or not there's an expectation of additional risk that we should be considering, where those thresholds are. I think you could have that conversation across stock groupings, 1-year, 2-year, and 4-year stocks.
And I guess I'm going to follow up. I'm not sure that I may not be quite to where you're at on this, so please correct me. It seems like with the prioritization that we've done so far, we've moved to further delays, and we're just assuming that the risk is not great enough, and so we're just calling it 0, essentially. And the question is, as we go through and have fewer assessments or have less frequent assessments, at what point does it change from being either an absolute 0 to some amount, which I think is sort of what Ian was talking about as well. And my question, I guess, is that something that's part of the harvest control rule discussion, or is that something separate in your mind?
Yeah, I think it's definitely part of the harvest control rule. Whether it applies to all stocks or not is the question. We know how far we take all the harvest control rules and what stocks they apply to. But again, I think doing it stock by stock would be a mistake. I mean, that was, again, the whole intent behind aggregating them and postponing their model development was because they didn't pose a high risk, which is why they ended up in the category they did.
Great, thanks. Jason? Martin?
Yeah, thanks. I guess I'm not really seeing it. I mean, let's remember what a harvest projection is. Presumably it would have already, if people had decided to put a buffer in because of the risk table, that'd be included in the projection. And the projection is something that's already prescribed. It isn't something that, if you had a risk table concern, there isn't really a mechanism to incorporate that into the harvest projection. So I don't really see that there would be any sort of scope for changing course because of some increased risk when you're doing a harvest projection. And maybe I'm just missing something there, but it seems like it's not the right type of assessment to incorporate additional risk. So there'd be no point in redoing the risk table.
I think so. Just changing topic. In addition to the general recommendations, I think that Chris had, I think the two that I would probably have is, to the extent possible, when scheduling these assessments, I think it would be helpful to keep like Gulf rockfish together. especially ones that had large decreases in the last survey. And then also, I think it would be helpful to do the stocks that the council asked for BRDs for in the same meeting, so you can we could have discussion across those species as well to see if we can be consistent. So I think those would be the two things that I would say. The other thing is I recognize that the council named what BRDs they were looking for flexibility for in October of 2025. And it's possible that there could be additional ones for 2026. And so I think somehow getting, just recognizing in our minutes that we will likely need to ask the council if they have any additional requests before we take them up. So if we take them up in October, I think we would have to ask the council that in June. That's why I'm mentioning it is it would be off cycle. If we do the BRDs in December, then we could just ask in October like we normally would. Chris, Sid?
Yeah, thanks. I just want to clarify the topic about the BRD process discussion. That was, are we as a group generally okay with adding that as a potential to the June meeting as a recommendation here? Thanks.
Jason.
Yeah, I guess the question, if we add that to June, what new information would the council have in front of them to make a different BRD decision? I don't know that this October, we would have some preliminary information generally.
Yeah, so in response to that, for asking the council for additional, it would only be on catch. So if there was something that happened with catch, because they wouldn't have survey results in June. And that could be something that the council doesn't want to do in June. They may want to do it in October when they have all of the rest of the information there. Go ahead. Yeah, I can. All right, do you have?
Yeah, I guess I'm still maybe a little bit confused. The catch from the prior year, or like, I don't know what new catch would be available in June, like it's the middle of the year for the fisheries. So they don't have that end of season sort of perspective that they would normally have in September, October. And that's usually when things happen, when we're really constraining the fisheries, because by that time you're at the end of your tax.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. One thing we could do a little differently is we've asked the council a question in the past, I mean, because if we're considering moving some of these to October, we can ask for advice from the council on whether or not they expect to be adding them annually. And I mean, something like that. If they would like the flexibility, I mean, obviously they're going to have a say on that. I don't know if we need to put it in our minutes. It was just that if we want to do the BRDs in October, I think we would need to get advice from the council if they have any. And I don't know where we go on that. Maybe I can ask council staff. I feel like I'm wading into an odd topic, but I'm not positive whether or not I'm just requesting, I guess, information whether or not BRD stocks are even an option for us to do in, say, October, if we wanted to keep them all together.
Through the chair, Dr. Dressel. So first, I just want to clarify that there are also 4 stocks that were put forward by the council for SSC additional consideration. So in addition to the 4 Gulf stocks, there was BSAI black spotted and rough eye rockfish, POP Atka mackerel, and then sablefish specifically in the BS and the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands. So to try to keep all of those together, I would have to look at where we're at in the schedule now, but I think that would be more challenging to try to keep all of those together.
Thank you. I went through motions and I didn't see those. Can you name those again for the Bering?
Yes,
What
and
those were?
I don't believe it was in a council motion. It was spoken to on the record, so it's in a newsletter from
Okay.
October. But it is BSAI black spotted and rough eye, BSAI POP, BSAI Atka mackerel, and then Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands sablefish.
Yeah.
And maybe just Diana Evans, maybe just to speak briefly to your process issue, I feel like you're all raising really good questions. I don't know that we have all the answers for them yet because this is a new process and we need to probably think a little bit through what's the best information to bring you to be able to have this conversation productively at the right time, whether that needs to happen in advance or not. But perhaps this is something that we could follow up a little bit more on and have some more conversation with the SSC chairs with this basis and some of the questions that you've raised here, and then come up with that to help influence that plan going forward as to when the right timing is for how exactly we bring that new information.
Great. Thank you very much. All right, with all that, I think I may just leave a recommendation that we consider doing all BRDs that need flexibility at a same meeting. Consider that. Doesn't mean we have to go that way, but then we can figure it out later. Ian.
Yeah, this was clarified in questions, but I think it'd be important to include in our report, which is to be clear that we're not missing the 2-part plan team SSC review process, that we've essentially delayed it from the preliminary review of the full assessments that we did last year and extending that out to count for this year so that everybody's clear that for a full stock assessment, it's still going to go to 2 plan team meetings and 2 SSC meetings. I think that's an important thing we should capture in our discussion.
Dana.
Yeah, just on that topic. So if it was reviewed in October 2025, are the authors free to incorporate recommendations made in October 2025 if it's going to be done in September for timeframe this year? Is that the expectation?
Go back to Ian.
My expectation is we're essentially holding the December review in October of this year. So we would be expecting to see response to our comments, but that's open for discussion, I guess.
And Melissa said online, yes, authors can address comments for September documents. Thanks, Melissa. Okay, I guess I'm trying to think of if there are any other general recommendations that we need to have. The pieces that I'm not sure that we talked about there were a couple of slides that Chris Lunsford brought up, and he named a couple of biennial stocks that we might be interested in. That was a northern rockfish. And then there were a few others. We had questions on that. We haven't discussed it. So the question is, do we agree with all the prioritization? Chris, you've already said yes, and I've heard nothing else. So if anybody has concern, let's raise it. And then the other thing is, it sounds like we're supporting moving these by meeting as practicable, recognizing that currently, if we keep our 2.5-day meetings in October and December, we cannot get all of these reviewed. If that is the case, I mean, that's time-wise, I believe that is the case. If we can't move these meeting to meeting, are there ones that the SSC thinks that we should not do? Because we can't move fit everything in. It's either that or we keep it all and we honestly extend meeting time or something. So at least any comments on thoughts and feelings about that, even if we don't name which ones, where your preference lies on getting all of these done versus extra meeting time versus whatever would be helpful. I think those two topics. Franz.
Just briefly, because you had asked about that, I had asked about northern rockfish in particular earlier, but I'm okay with deprioritizing that just based on we had expressed some concerns about that in 2023, but that has a compared to the others that Melissa had suggested that we could sort of trade off for that, it has a low catch to ABC ratio, and so I'm okay with leaving that where it is. That is harvest projection. And as to your second point, I'm not, there's been a fair bit of thought that's gone into trying to figure out what can work in October and December, and I don't have any specific recommendations for which stocks to drop, and I'd say let's try them all.
Okay, we'll run with, we're willing to do them all regardless. That worked. Rob and Jason.
I guess I was thinking about December and looking at the list, and I'm trying to recall. I guess there's short raker and demersal shelf. Like for short raker, it's a full, and I'm trying to recall. That might be one maybe we could consider not doing full, but I'm trying to recall why that was full. Maybe staff can help.
Through the chair, Dr. Gasper, I have some information, but I think it'd be better if Chris Lunsford's still on. Chris, if you can provide specific information to this, because I don't know how detailed it should be at this time, since everything is kind of preliminary on the assessment front.
Yeah, through the chair. Thanks, Sarah. Jason, your question for short raker in the Gulf, I've discussed with the authors, and we were all talking about trying to make sure we uncovered everything and looked at the declines along with the apportionment in more detail. Therefore, we moved it forward as a full, just so we didn't get caught wanting to make some changes as an update. If the SSC is fine with what was brought forward last time, along with the apportionment choices, and wanted to do an update, I think that would be fine on our end. We were just trying to fulfill being able to respond to the recommendations from the plan team and the SSC. And at this point, being January, unsure of if we'd have a full or not. So we went with defining it as a full.
Well, personally, I'd be fine with it, but I guess I throw that out to the group to consider it as whether we should think about it as an update rather than a full.
I'm sorry, I'm thinking, yeah, no, and I think that I would be, I'm always a little nervous making a decision that the plan team hasn't already been willing to make, because I always think I'm missing something, but the apportionment piece, at least methodology wise, we saw in 2023. So that's not a new piece, so I think it's definitely worth suggesting as something to consider. Yep. The other question I have, and maybe Rob, you can ask this. I'm wondering why in the subgroup there were like tier 1 to 3 stocks that were put on harvest projections, but the forage fish chapter was not, and I'm just wondering why the subgroup recommended continuing with the forage fish chapter as a sort of a critical review at this meeting. And if you're comfortable, Rob, otherwise I can ask. Diana looks unsure. Diana Stram.
That was discussed. I mean, it was, that subject was broached, but you just didn't follow up with a conclusion on it. And I don't know what the process would be to come to a conclusion.
Thanks through the chair. We talked about moving it to September. I don't recall that we talked about dropping it altogether, but I think it was sort of would fall in the same category as one of the things that doesn't take a long time to review and discuss, and if the authors were preparing it anyways, but obviously it's up to you if you choose to either not take it up or.
And then as Diana mentioned earlier too, the issue with herring in the Bering Sea too, in case I provided some helpful information for that discussion for prohibited species catch.
Yeah, no, that's helpful because I know the council does have that initiated analysis on herring PSC. Okay. Okay. Yeah, Rob.
Yeah, just the other comment that I had raised my hands for was that we keep referring to, you know, the low catch to ABC ratio, but we're not quantifying what a threshold or a specific value is. And it's not for us to make a decision on this, I think, but at some point for the future, if these are resources that are so limited, it seems like that's a decision that needs to be considered and made.
Great. Thanks, Rob. All right. I think that we are where we're going to be on this one. So I will, I'm going to summarize high points. Definitely want to thank everybody that's been involved putting this one together. We've come out with a few primary recommendations. We are in agreement with the working group on the stock assessments that were labeled for this coming year. The SSC would like to review all of these assessments, but we discussed possibly spreading this out over multiple meetings, and that would be, you know, June, October, and December. As far as items, if we move items to June, the SSC's top priority would be looking at the survey design changes, the modernization, and that would be the first priority for June. And then next would be, we actually talked about possibly looking at sort of our own methodology for how we go about biological recommended distributions. So those two are our methods types of things. Actually, the survey is also results. And then there are two assessments, and those, the top two, moving those would be Rex and Arrowtooth. Next, we wanted to recommend maximizing doing as many assessments as we can in October. Those include ones that were already preliminary runs were done in 2025. And we had talked about moving forage fish up, but because of the Eastern Bering Sea survey, my understanding is we landed with keeping that in December. We also recommend generally that we support having the authors do only essential models for full, but we're going to leave with the authors to discern sort of what are the critical things for their stocks out of the recommendations that they've received from the plan team and the SSC. I can say that, we discussed sort of if there's additional risk to having sort of longer prioritization, and we decided that to the extent that that needed to be addressed, that could be something for our harvest control rule discussion. We also recommended that when trying to decide which meeting, December or October, that we support, to the extent possible, having rockfish together, especially ones that had a large decrease this last year in the Gulf, having the stocks that we're going to look at flexibility and birds together, and then yep, and I think we were going to leave it at that. Wanted to make clear that we're not foregoing sort of having a model runs meeting for any full assessment, even though some of these we may be taking up in October because we already did that in 2025. A couple of one consideration that we suggest looking at is whether or not short raker needs to be a full assessment, whether it's possible that that is an operational update. And then the last one is just acknowledging that, we're using this low catch to ABC ratio for prioritization, but at some point it'll be good to actually decide what is low and what are thresholds for that. That's what I've got. Okay. All right. Let's go ahead. So that is the end of that agenda item. Next agenda item is C1 Gulf Pacific cod. And we've got a number of different authors that are going to be here. I'll let them sort of introduce what pieces of this they're going to do. And the only highlight for the SSC that I would, actually 2 highlights for the SSC is one, we will be seeing a presentation on an ESR. And I just want people to know that if there are questions on that, for the sake of cook inlet salmon, ask them here while the author is here. We'll obviously have the discussion in the separate agenda item, but you can ask that here. And the second thing is that this is influential scientific information. We're looking at setting specifications that will replace the ones we did last December. And I will turn it over to you all.
Good afternoon again, Madam Chair. For the record, this is Sarah Cleaver, council staff. So with me at his first council meeting, I believe, is Dr. Pete Holson. And online, we have Dr. Bridget Ferris and Dr. Clay Shotwell. Dr. Ferris will be providing for context a few slides on the abbreviated Gulf of Alaska ESR. And then Dr. Shotwell will be providing, again for context, some slides on the Gulf PCOD ESP for you all. And these were reviewed at our recent plan team meeting. So at the end of the ESR, ESP, and then Dr. Holson's Pacific Cod assessment presentation, we will also have Dr. Iannelli, the Gulf of Alaska Groundfish Plan Team co-chair, and he will provide the pretty brief plan team report on this item from our recent meeting. The action for the SSC today is to review the assessment and associated information, as well as the plan team report, and provide your recommendations for ABCs and OFLs for 2020, or the duration of 2026 and 2027. the SSC is aware of this, but for anyone listening online who needs additional context, the reason we are here doing final harvest specifications for Pacific cod, quite out of cycle. Typically, we do this in December, and the council did in December provide final harvest specifications for Pacific cod. But at that time, the council also requested that staff bring back information on whether an updated Pacific cod assessment with inclusion of the 2025 trawl survey data could be done. And that was because, again, of the government shutdown, the Science Center wasn't able to have enough time to incorporate that survey data into any of the operational assessments. And the SSC had a long discussion in December about how to potentially include that survey data. And so rather than going through that route, the council asked that this assessment be updated partway through 2026 if possible. And we're really appreciative that Dr. Holson and the rest of the AFSC staff were able to accomplish this even faster than we anticipated in December. So we're happy they could accommodate this request on a really shortened time frame, and that the plan team was able to review this, and we can bring this through our normal process with SSC review as well. So I will just do a sound check for Dr. Ferris and Dr. Shotwell first before we get going on the presentations.
Good afternoon. This is Bridget Ferris.
Thanks, Bridget. We can hear you.
Good afternoon. This is Kalei Shotwell.
Kalei, you're a little bit on the quiet side. Can you try it one more time?
Can you hear me okay now?
Great. Yes, we can. Thanks very much for being online, both of you.
And Madam Chair, if you are ready, then I'll have Dr. Ferris begin with the ESR.
Sure. Actually, right before we start, Jim, I'm wondering if we can test your microphone as well.
Yeah, hi, Jimmy and Ellie here.
Great. We've got you too. Thank you. All right, over to you, Bridget.
Thank you. Yeah, so good afternoon, Chair and SSC. Bridget Ferris with NOAA's Alaska Fisheries Science Center presenting the ecosystem status report for the Gulf of Alaska for 2025. As we always start, a big thanks, especially this year with our different process, to all our contributors. I'm going to be giving a fairly brief high-level summary of what we found in the ESR this year, with a focus on the ecosystem implications for Gulf Pacific cod and Cook Inlet coho salmon. Those are two risk tables that the ESR was used to support for this meeting. Just a reminder that the full ESR is in your e-agenda, and I would point you towards the ecosystem assessment, which is at the front of the report for a more full context. Next slide, please. So starting off with the physical oceanography, that the take-home message here is that it was really there was a lot of heat in the Gulf of Alaska in 2025, starting right away last winter, both at the surface and at depth. Through most of the year, there was some cooler or more average surface temperatures in the summer, but it then warmed up again in the fall. And so we saw that top plot is sea surface temperature from satellite data. You can see a lot of yellow flames that's exceeding the marine heat wave threshold. So we were close to or exceeding that threshold for a lot of the year. And perhaps more of note was really the temperature at depth this past year, which hasn't been this warm for a number of years. And so that bottom plot is winter temperatures measured by the acoustic survey in Shelikof Strait in February, March time period. And this is at the bottom, so about 100 meters in Shelikof Strait. And you can see 2025, that last to the right data point. is similar to around 2015. I've highlighted 2015 and 2019 just for context. Those were warm years. So a lot of this heat throughout the year, and then the question is, did that have implications? Did we see responses to that throughout the ecosystem? Next slide, please. So we did see similarities to that, the marine heat wave period, the blob period, 2014 to 16 in 2025, in that we saw reduced lower trophic productivity. Here's some examples of some of the indicators that spoke to that message. We saw a phytoplankton community that was defined by a lower body size, so more flagellates than diatoms. That's that top plot. That's for the Northern Gulf Spring Survey, Seward Line Survey. And you can see the index metric in 2025 is down around, I've highlighted 2015 again, just as a kind of a point of comparison to see how we should be thinking about this in terms of cod primarily. And so that's a less efficient base of the food web is one way to interpret that. We saw shifts in zooplankton community to a more warmer water species. We saw increases in harmful algal blooms. These are all signatures of a more warmer ecosystem that have also been documented in literature that I've put some references there. We see them in the ESR, but also these have been pointed out as things that happened during that period. Larval groundfish ecofoci survey, that's the second plot on the left. This is catch per unit effort of larval groundfish in Shelikof Strait area again, and kind of in aggregate as a trend, we saw again low CPUE of rock sole, cod, sand lance, pollock. Again, kind of similar lower levels as 2015. Southern rock sole increased. And then body condition for groundfish that feed on zooplankton was also reduced this summer. So again, we've seen some similarities to that blob time period, meaning that this warm environment was influencing at least the lower trophic levels. Next slide, please. However, we did not see this kind of warm footprint throughout the ecosystem. In the upper trophic levels, there were kind of mixed messages. We did see some good productivity, but also some indicators that there were some responses. And so what I'm showing here is, again, just some examples. And on the right-hand side, check marks mean that it was similar to that blob time period, and X's mean different. So mixed metrics here. We did see some lower than average groundfish body condition, again, for fish-eating groundfish, including cod, and also for humpback whales. But overall, there was still the middle of the food web present, and I'm showing that by this forage fish plot on the left. This is diets of kittiwakes, and I'm highlighting here capelin, which is the light blue. And we can see in 2025, you can see light blue is in those bar charts, that those disappeared along with herring and some other key forage fish in 2015. It kind of took away a lot of the prey base. But we did still have that in 2025, and we saw some good productivity in seabirds, forage fish. So again, we didn't see this warmer ecosystem footprint going all the way through the food web. Next slide, please. I just have one slide on salmon, coho salmon. Again, there is a risk table for Cook Inlet coho salmon at this meeting as well. And broadly speaking, coho salmon in the Gulf have been experiencing multi-year environmental challenges. So as a reminder, for coho salmon returning in 2026, they were in freshwater in 2023 to 24, and then in the spring, 2025, the nearshore marine environment, and then in the Central Gulf, more offshore, off the shelf, 25, and returning in 26. So really here I'm not speaking to freshwater conditions, but more to the marine environment. And we have just a couple of examples here of some survey data. The top plot is juvenile coho salmon caught in Icy Strait. And we can see over the past 8 years, it's been below average catch per unit effort of, again, juvenile cohos. So again, they've just had a a low period in the past 8 years, including 2025. And the bottom plot, a little more complicated, but it's really showing the productivity, the marine survival. It's an index of marine survival of coho salmon coming in and out of Ock Creek. And 2024 is the bar farthest to the right with the asterisks. And it's showing how many adult returned per smolt from 2024 in the 2024 smolt year. And so it's we're still below average, although there is an increasing trend over the past few years. So again, some environmental challenges there for over a couple of years. Next slide, please. And so the question then is, what's happening in 2026? I think we had a kind of a warm year in 2025, and there's a concern that a second warm year in 2026 would really see these cumulative ecosystem impacts trickle more up the food web, perhaps influencing cod. So the National Multi-Model Ensemble did predict cooler or average sea surface temperatures this winter and spring. And that's what you're seeing in that plot. The white around the Gulf of Alaska is average temperatures with a little bit of blue, which is cooler. And indeed, we definitely have seen the surface and the weather cool down in Alaska in January. But again, concern over this residual heat. Definitely it was warm all the way down to the bottom of the shelf, and that just won't dissipate as quickly as the surface temperatures. So I would expect there to be warm water lingering this year. Last slide, please. And so these are my take-home messages, again, with some implications for cod. Again, it was warm, and that has implications both for survival of eggs and larvae for future years, but also for the adults, perhaps an increased demand for prey, and a question, is there enough prey to support them? Reduced lower trophic level productivity, so again, perhaps a less productive food web. Mixed upper trophic and ecosystem metrics in 2025. We did see some lower body condition, but also there was some good productivity last year. For the coho salmon, multi-year environmental challenges, and a concern for 2026 that there's perhaps residual heat and the potential for cumulative ecosystem impacts. Thank you.
Thanks, Bridget. Questions? It looks like we've got one from Martin.
Yeah, thanks. Bridget, I'm just wondering if, it's this sort of mixed signal between the lower trophic levels and the mixed trophic level metrics is interesting, and I'm wondering if that could just be a sort of lagged, like it just hasn't hit the forage fish yet. It will maybe next year or the year after. And I'm wondering if that's pattern is something you've seen in the past in terms of maybe having a sort of a outbreak heat wave and more of a delayed response of the higher trophic levels.
Yeah, through the chair, thank you for the question. Yes, I agree. That's how I read it too. I think the lower trophic levels, they're often more sensitive, can react more quickly to changes in the environment. And so we would see signals there first, I would expect to, and then it can take longer for changes in the environment to work through species that, for example, have a little bit longer life history or can mediate impacts in different ways. And in the 2014 to 16, the blob heat wave, it was documented that there was kind of a progression of impacts over a couple of years. Some things only hit in 2015 or 2016, even though the heat started in 2014. I think the seabird die-offs, for example, were not immediate. That was more 2015 or 16, I'm not sure. And similar with the buildup of the forage fish impacts was more 2015. So yes, these impacts can be staggered. Some we even saw later than that, more than a year or two delayed. And so that's how I read this too, is that this 2025 had the signature of kind of a first year of a warm ecosystem and the things that would react more quickly. The question is, will we see a second year building on that? If the heat persists, I think there is potential for that. If the heat dissipates, then perhaps not.
Franz.
Yeah, thanks, Bridget. That was one of my questions, exact same questions, but just to follow up maybe. So the cooling that you kind of allude to for 2026, the maps that you showed have that really, a lot of residual heat in the center of the Gulf that presumably will make its way kind of onto the shelf. So the cooling in 2026 or anticipated cooling, what is that really based on? Are there forecasts a few months out to temperature conditions besides the surface temperature map that you showed?
Through the chair, thank you. The maps I showed are from the National Multi-Model Ensemble, which are taking into account they're predicting temperature based on the oceanography of the Pacific Ocean. And so the dynamics that would produce a cooling, you're right, there is a lot of warm water in those maps sitting offshore. And that is true that part of the source of the warm water in 2025 came both from the Western Pacific and from the center of the Gulf. It was upwelled and brought onto the shore. And so that warm water is out there. It can be influenced when it comes onto the shelf and when it's held off the shelf by things like, as you're well aware of, circulation of the strength of the gyre and the circulation, the Alaska current, of the strength of the upwelling and downwelling, or the relaxed downwelling. And so some of those could keep that heat offshore, some of those dynamics, and it has in the past. So I wouldn't necessarily assume that warm water would be brought onto the shelf, but it is there just for the right conditions to bring it back.
Thanks.
Andrew.
Hi, thanks, Bridget. I just had a question about the salmon coho. And do you have any information or thoughts on whether, because the example you gave were from Southeast Alaska, where there's a lot of coho information, but is there any sort of indication that coho stocks from the eastern Gulf of Alaska sort of migrate and inhabit the same parts of the Gulf of Alaska as those from Cook Inlet and sort of the north, central and western Gulf?
Through the chair, thanks. I don't have exact data that show they end up in the same place in the Gulf of Alaska. That might exist, I'm not sure. I know in general, a lot of Alaska coho do end up in the central Gulf of Alaska. But you're correct, the data I'm showing are from Southeast. I don't have specific Cook Inlet coho data. If that is available, I'd love to see more of it. This is a slow buildup of our coho salmon risk table and supporting ecosystem information as we just started it last year. And so I admit we do have some gaps, but at the same time, there are some really good data coming out of the Southeast, some beautiful time series that from the contributors of these data, I believe are relevant to coho, to Cook Inlet coho.
Okay, I think that's it for questions. Thank you very much for presenting this, Bridget.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Sherry. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, we hear you great.
All right. This is Kalei Shotwell from the Alaska Fisheries Science Center. And as Sarah mentioned, I'll be reviewing the Gulf of Alaska Pacific Cod Ecosystem and Socioeconomic Profile, or ESP. And I do want to recognize my co-editor, Rusty Dame, who does the socioeconomic part. And then a big thanks to all the team and contributors that worked on this report. It's a pretty big effort during our holiday time, so I really appreciate everyone's willingness to pitch in. Next slide. So this is a brief overview of what I'll talk to you about. As you know, ESPs are used to identify potential drivers on stock dynamics, and we make a report using a standardized framework for improved communication and decisions. This ESP is appended to the main Gulf Pacific Cod Safe Report. It's Appendix 2.1. And there's links to report on this slide, and you also have both of these links in your e-agenda. And next, I'll briefly go over the new categories of that we've included in the ESPs and the new templates we have. And then I'll review the ecosystem indicator analysis. I will provide a focus on indicators referenced in the risk table, and then I'll wrap up with some future plans. I do also want to note that we're not covering the socioeconomic part of the ESP in this talk. That's partly because we only have economic indicators in this Gulf PCOD ESP. They're lagged by 1 year, so not as relevant for your discussions, but also because we're waiting for the council and to have a chance to discuss what socioeconomic indicators should be included in an ESP. So waiting for that conversation to happen. Next slide. So we have a couple new updates on our ESP indicator categories and templates. And you saw many of these with the crab ESPs in October last year. We've switched to a new framework for communicating ecosystem indicators, evaluating them as predictive and contextual where we can, using a statistical analysis. And this serves to highlight important indicators and results for informing your decisions. We also added a third monitoring category, and that's following a recommendation from the SSC for indicators that don't really fit in within the predictive or contextual context for a variety of reasons, but we do still want to keep track of them in the report. And then along with the new indicator categories, we streamlined our templates for improving the communication. Apologies if the infographics cut off there at the bottom, but we have an internal document for risk table coordination that we just started up this last year. We have a full template that's been updated to the national ESP guidance. We have a new update template that's intended as a somewhat static reference for these interim ESPs when we have an operational update stock assessment. And then we have an infographic report card that covers the highlights of those predictive and contextual indicators from the update report. Next slide. So I'm just showing the original conceptual model that we developed for Gulf Pacific Cod for the full ESP report in 2021. And we use this to develop the full indicator suite. I've showed this several times before, but this is just for reference. Next slide. And so this is the indicator suite. We track 18 indicators. They're listed on the slide, and they're initially organized by trophic level, and that's based on that conceptual model. In the list, the data source is in parentheses. It's followed by a sign of the anticipated relationship between that indicator and the stock population dynamic of interest. And then, as in past ESPs, we conduct a Bayesian adaptive sampling analysis for this stock, and the indicator preparation for that analysis resulted in the 4 bolded predictor variables that you see in the list that are used in the model. As you can see, there's many potential indicators that are not included in the BAS model, and that's because they're very short or they're too gappy because of the biennial nature of the Gulf survey, or they were collinear with these 4 bolded indicators. Next slide. So once we run the model, we can get an inclusion probability of those 4 indicators for explaining recruitment, and that's shown on the graphic to the right of the slide. We consider indicators to have a high potential for predicting recruitment if they have an inclusion probability greater than 0.5 as a guideline. This year, there's only one indicator above that value. It's the Pacific Cod spawning habitat suitability. It does have a positive effect, which agrees with the original relationship in the conceptual model, so that's good. Also note there's a large credible interval on that effect, and so there is a large degree of uncertainty in the estimated effect. Next slide. And you can see the impact of that in the final model that's in the graphic on the right. It explains only a moderate amount of variation in recruitment. It captures, but it does capture the general pattern of recruitment trends. It just doesn't capture the magnitude of that variation. And I will say we do plan to investigate this more in the future, either with looking at different importance methods, or we could generate a causal model that could be integrated into future stock assessment models. Next slide. So we take the results of the BAS analysis, and that helps us categorize the suite of indicators that I showed you in that list, and we put them into predictive, contextual, and monitoring categories. I'm just going to concentrate on the predictive indicator and then some contextual indicators that are later referenced in the risk table, which Dr. Hulson will elaborate on in the main SAFE talk. The next 3 slides just show portions of the report card with the indicator title, the status of the most current year, and then the time series trend on the right. And then I've also highlighted some notable years with a teal circle. So I'll start with that predictive indicator of the spawning habitat suitability. It's the only ecosystem indicator with the current status below the long-term mean in the low. The trend has been decreasing since 2022, and this year the current status decreased due to the warmest temperature at depth since 2019. But you'll note the circled heat wave years in 2015, 16, and 19, and that the current year is not as low as these, but it still may have a negative effect on egg survival and potentially mean a poor 2025 year class. And then the bottom one, we also track heat wave events during spawning, and these increased to average this year, but also not at the levels of those major heat wave events in 15, 16, and 19 that you see in the circle. Next slide. So here are 2 recruitment indicators that we follow: the spring larvae from the Ecofoci survey in Shelikoff, and this is specifically the Pacific cod larvae, where Bridget showed that DFA of all of the indices. And then the summer young of the year catch per unit effort from our beach stain survey that's in the Central Gulf. Both support the below average 25-year class. Again, they're not as low as the 15, 16, and 19. Then the larval indicator has been below average for the past decade, and the young of the year indicator has been below average for the past 3 years, but it did show signs of above average year classes in 2020 and 2022. Next slide. And then finally, we do track prey indicators, and they do suggest sufficient forage, but our 2 condition indicators, which we split out the juvenile Pacific cod from the adult Pacific cod that are shown here, both indicate below average body condition. And for juveniles, that's been since 2021, and we've seen a decreasing trend since 2019 for the adults, and now it's below average in the most recent year. Next slide. This is just a full summary of the main takeaways from the report card. This is just for your reference. I've gone through the major parts in the previous 3 slides. And again, we're going to split them into predictive and contextual. So just FYI, and a pretty slide. And then next slide is my last slide. Future plans. In spring, we'll start to request for update or new information for the next ESP for this stock. We plan to use the data gaps that's in the report to identify priorities for research, and then we'll contact leads of those current projects for any updates. There's a lot of new research projects that have been done on PCOD and so recently, so that'll be nice to include that in the next ESP. And then, as I mentioned, we want to make improvements to that indicator analysis where possible, and that's following recent work in this area on maybe sablefish and Gulf pollock. And then, well, as always, we'll keep an eye on any additional opportunities through the national ESP workshops or training and use that to improve this ESP in the future. And the last question is just a pause for questions.
Thanks, Clay.
Sure.
Question from Franz.
Yeah, thanks, Clay. Yeah, thanks for your work on pulling this together, and I should extend that also to Bridget for pulling all the ESR data together. It's great to be able to get this. Just a couple questions about the indices. And you know, I think that the new kind of format for showing those are pretty useful with the blue and red bands of what is good and bad conditions. But I was wondering, like the larval CPE index, for example, that's been consistently below average for quite a while. If you've thought about the indicator you provide is, focuses on the most recent year. But if there's a series of poor recruitments, that's obviously not good. And I was just wondering if you had thought about or considered using something like a cumulative index or some index that better captures concerns over kind of consistently low recruitment. Or maybe it's not necessary because, you present the whole time series. But just if you have any thoughts on that.
Yes, through the chair. Thank you, Franz. That's a great point, and others have suggested to add a little more to that trend area. And we've thought about adding some up or down, like the ESR does provide like I think it's an icon for a decreasing trend or an increasing trend. And I believe, but Bridget, jump in, I think it's over the last 5 years. So we could do something like that to address what you're talking about, because it would be interesting to include the trend as well with some sort of icon.
Yeah, thanks for that. If I may follow up. Yeah, because I think they're never really going to drop below that threshold because recruitment can only go so low. So you get sort of a series of low recruitments. But in any case, the other index that looks really promising, obviously, is a spawning habitat suitability index. And a couple questions about that. Is that primarily or maybe entirely a function of temperature? Apologies for not trying to look that up right now. But so is it largely just temperature during the spawning season? And then the follow-up is, do you have plans on kind of talking to Pete about directly incorporating that in the assessment, or doing other more sort of process-oriented or DSEM type analyses first to further explore that? Thanks.
Thanks for the question through the chair. I believe this is, and I'm just going to read it because I found it in the report. It's a temperature-dependent hatch success rate, and that's from the laboratory experiments, and that's applied to the GAC1 temperature at depth data. So it's both the hatch success and temperature to create the habitat suitability. And I think they had I think Lauren's talked about this, applying it farther out than just the GAC1 line, possibly using MOM6 data. That's all in the future. But as far as including it in the assessment model somehow or through a DSEM, yes, that's exactly what we're hoping to do next. And I think using these sorts of, I'm a little concerned that because we don't use a lot of indicators in the Bayesian adaptive sampling analysis, that we might be missing some other things that could be important for explaining recruitment. So I personally like to move to the causal model so that we can include more of these indicators. And then if there is a future where DSEM can be integrated into the the main assessment, that's a fairly quick transfer of an external DSEM to an integrated DSEM. So that's another reason I'd like to pursue that.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Blay. I think that's what we have for questions for that. And then we'll go back to the other presenters.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a bit of a surreal moment to be here in front of you. Ever since Saturday, December 6th at 12:33 p.m., my work life has been a bit different when the council passed a motion to have this assessment done. So here I am, and I want to take a moment while I get the opportunity to be here presenting this assessment. Like, this was a team effort with all hands on deck, and there's a list of people on here that put aside a lot of important research that they were going to do instead of this to help me out. You just heard from Bridget and Calais, who also helped out a lot with being able to do this right now. I was at the National Stock Assessment Workshop last week, and Howard Townsend had a great joke about sodium that I was tempted to share, but I decided, nah. Okay, so bottom line up front, Pacific cod and the Gulf are on Tier 3B status. In 2025, we were estimated to be at B 34.3%. And in 26, we're projected to be at 33.1%. So this recommended ABC for 2026 is a 29% increase over 2025. And by the time we get to the end of this presentation, we will have discussed that the recommendation is to not reduce from maximum ABC. So this is an operational update assessment. For the plan team, I took the time to read through that text. I will not do that here in the interest of time, but essentially what this is this is not an operational full in which we would have alternative models explored and a different model recommended. Rather, this is a strict data update to the assessment that was adopted last year, Model 24.0. It also comes with an abbreviated SAFE document, and we expect this to be an iterative process between you and us on what information is needed in a SAFE document when you're just updating data. So to that end, the sections that were not updated since 2020, well, since last year are in the 2024 assessment. And this would include any plan team or SSC comments that we were not able to get to this year. But there is a link on this presentation as well as in the SAFE document to where you can get your hands on the model input files as well as some of the other diagnostics and things, sensitivities that we test this model with that are not included in the main document. So when I presented this to the plan team, this is kind of the process I go through. I start with the data, then we go through the model and how it responded, and then we finish up with the recommendations. But today, to try to save a little bit of time, we're going to skip over that middle part. We're going to focus on some of the important data considerations going into this assessment. I think by this time, you will have reviewed how the model performed. So we're going to go over that. We're going to dive into the risk table. But in doing that, what I've done in this presentation is I've kind of integrated some of the important model results into the risk table discussion. So you will still see those for the most part. So here's the data that was updated through this year. This is the figure over on the right there shows all of the data that's in the assessment. Essentially, it's new catch. The important ones is that we had both a long line and a bottom trawl survey in 2025. So the data associated with those are included in this model. There's two things to take from this slide. So that bottom left figure there is the total catch by our gear types that are fit in the model, pot being the largest one, followed by long line and trawl. Then over on the right-hand side, you have the cumulative catch throughout the year. There's not a whole lot there that's different, which is good from previous years. But one thing I wanted to mention was that there was some testimony during the plan team presentation that the reason for 23, 24, 25 Central Gulf jig fishery increasing is because they are more accessible to the small boats that operate out of Kodiak. So they're moving up onto the shelf closer to town and they're able to get to them. So diving into the main sources of data that are fit in this model. So we have the longline survey relative population numbers that's shown in the top plot there with the associated catches by station over on the top right plot. And then we also have the bottom trawl survey numbers index that is fit in the model on the bottom left. And then that is, we have a kind of the catch bar plot shown down there in the bottom right over the last 3 years for you to be able to kind of see how the catch has changed. So we had a 5% decrease in the longline survey RPN index with a almost 50% increase in the bottom trawl survey abundance index. That's why we're here today. So I want to take a moment and we're going to dig in and provide a little bit of context as to some of these results. So the first question to try to ask and somewhat answer is, why was there is there a reason for this decline, and what is it in the RPNs that's inconsistent with the trawl survey? The next question was, we had a survey redesign, calling it, I go back and forth between that and restratification in the 2025 Gulf survey. And we wanted to dig in and present you with some results as to whether there was an influence or not of that survey redesign on what we saw in the 2025 results. So to that first question, why was there that decline? What I've stolen a couple of slides here from the presentation that Kevin Sawicki gave to the September plan team. First point being that this is not due to dropping some of these stations that were in the survey redesign for 2025. That it's hard to see, I'll acknowledge that, but that circled figure right there in the top right, that's for Pacific Cod, and that change was negligible for the Gulf RPN index. Down in the bottom left, it shows the RPN index across time, but it also shows the split between the subregions in the Gulf. And this was something, right, Kevin sent this around to the program at Auk Bay, and this was something that caught my eye right away, was that it was pretty clear that this decline was driven by a decline in the Eastern Gulf RPN index. Both the Western Gulf and the Central Gulf had increased. So just as a quick reminder, how the RPN index is calculated is that it's mean catch per hook across skates within a stratum. And then that mean is multiplied by the stratum area size. And this index is calculated for cod for a stratum that start at 150 meters of depth and then they go deeper. So trying to understand why that decline happened in the Eastern Gulf and why it was driving the index, there are two more questions to ask: is why is it so large in comparison to Western and Central Gulf? And then what's the reason for that decline in the index? So why is it so big? Since 2020, the majority of cod that we catch that's used in this index is within the 150 to 200 meter stratum. And then the rest of them are in 200, 300. After you get deeper than that, we don't catch them anymore. One thing to note, and the reason I'm noting this is we'll circle back to something here in just a second, but that 1.3 times more cod are caught from 100 to 150 meters depth on the survey. Something that's interesting that resulted in this was that the area size for 150 to 200 meters in the Eastern Gulf is 4 times larger than the Western and 3 times larger than the Central. And this has to do with this shelf that's sitting right outside of Yakutat that just so happens to be within 150 to 200 meters. If you back that up to look at 100 to 200 meters, like the bottom trawl survey does, then the story changes in terms of the area size comparison between the three areas. That's what drives this larger, relatively larger RPN index in the Eastern Gulf that's inconsistent with the bottom trawl survey. We have over 33% in the Eastern Gulf for the RPNs from the longline survey, whereas the trawl survey has only observed less than 5% of the abundance within the Eastern Gulf. So then the other is, why did it go down in the Eastern Gulf, regardless of the area size? And that has to do with that station that's circled right there, that station number 90. I think another thing that's worth noting here is the lack of stations that are in the Eastern Gulf. So anyway, Station 90 in 2023 had the largest catch, basically in the time series, and it was 6.5 times larger than the average since 2020. So it wasn't just that we had a single station decrease, but it decreased from essentially the maximum catch that it had ever had. That drove this decrease in The RPN index, if you take away that area size effect and you just look at the mean numbers CPUE, that increased by a little over 7%. So the bottom line here is that we have a subregion with disproportionate size in a single station that resulted in that decline in the RPN. A very important point to make, though, is that it's not wrong. It's just the way that that index is calculated. But prior to our next full assessment, we'll be reevaluating how this index has been calculated and will be used in the assessment. But since this is an update assessment, this was not changed in this data, even though we looked at this basically right before the September plan team. Yeah, and I meant to mention, Madam Chair, that anybody can stop me at any time to ask questions if it's okay with you.
Great. My tendency,
Should we,
my tendency is actually to hold them until the end. What were you going to?
I did. I mean, it's kind of a specific to this survey, and
Go ahead, Martin.
This is a survey where you model it with a covariate. Is that correct, or is it the other one?
Yes, in the model, yes.
Okay.
There's
And you sort of pointed out that I think it's the CFSR index was not available to use, and so you don't have that covariate for the final survey estimate. And I'm just wondering, how you handled that lack of information.
Sure. So I just went with what stock synthesis does. And essentially, if you have a missing year of data, it reverts back to the mean catchability. However, I went back and looked to see if there was any sensitivity and what it was to that value. So I plugged in the warmest temperature we've ever had in the CFSR time series, and then I plugged in the coolest temperature that we had ever had. And the result was that it was less than 1% difference in our spawning biomass estimates and the resulting ABC recommendation. So
Go ahead, Martin.
Yeah, just to follow up. So, I mean, we know that environmental conditions were pretty anomalous when the survey was being done. And I mean, I'm not exactly sure how it plays out in terms of when does catchability go up or down when it's warm. And so I'm just trying to sort of, trying to scope out what the anticipated effect would have been, had we had that data.
yeah, so great question, Martin. So the way that covariate works is when it's warmer on the shelf, the cod move to deeper depths. So they should be more available to the survey. And in the areas where we catch the most cod, that's exactly what we saw. In the Western Gulf, we had almost 40% increase. In the Central Gulf, we had a 5% increase. It was just in the Eastern Gulf where we had the decrease because of that one station that I just went all kind of over all of that there. So, and then I guess the other point to point out here is that when, like I said, just the number CPUE itself went up as well. So that there's a couple things also. And that is that the other covariate we should be exploring, and that I have in the past, is the competition with young sablefish in this as well. So that the survey is catching lots of sablefish. These monster year classes that we've seen come through the population have been in shallower strata than they have been in the past. So there's this hook competition that is also going on, and that's kind of a missing piece. Specifically, I'll show the fit later, but if you look in the document, there's this nagging misfit in 2019 where we had warmer conditions, but the index went down. And when I don't know if this may be too in the weeds, but I plugged in the sablefish, the catch of small sablefish into that, and that covariate explained that data point. So that kind of convinced me that, okay, that in the future, this is something that we should also be looking at. A hindrance to that is stock synthesis only allows you to include one covariate at a time for a parameter like that. So I would have had some kludge or something like that to try to incorporate it.
Yeah, we're going to need to hold questions until the end. Okay, go ahead.
So the way to think about it then, because you did sort of test it with that a high and a low value that we should be comfortable, and you used a high value and it had very little effect on the assessment outcomes. That gives us sort of comfort in, the fact that it was missing and that we're not really losing anything significant in the terms of the assessment results because of that missing data. Is that the right way to think about it?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
Great. I am not trying to cut off questions. We're juggling different things. So
Sure.
yes, back to you.
Okay. So now we'll move on to the next question here on surveys, and that's to talk about the survey re-stratification, the redesign in the 2025 bottom trawl survey. So just as a quick reminder, this is something that, I'm putting on my plan team hat now. We as reviewers have been looking at for quite some time. The results of these simulation analyses have indicated that it's remains theoretically unbiased, even though there was a re-stratification that went on. The last kind of final piece, I think, here to investigate this and whether there was an effect on the redesign to our biomass estimates and our abundance estimates is using real data. What would have happened if we went back in time and had sampled those stations within this new strata? Was there something about these new strata that are driving differences? So in Appendix 2.2, I worked with the Groundfish Assessment Program, in particular Zach Oyafuso and Stan Kotwicki, and we went back and did an analysis where we post-stratified the historical data within the 2025 strata. And we used Gulf cod as an example for this. So in thinking about this, it became quickly apparent that this is not a simple thing to do. This is actually a fairly difficult question. And primarily the difficulty is that when you take these historical stations and you lump them into new strata, they were originally selected with different sampling probabilities. So I might switch between stations and grid cells, so you'll have to forgive me for a second. But how it works is that you have a certain number of grid cells within a strata, and you predetermine how many grid cells you're going to select in that strata, and then you randomly select the grid cells, which then you place a station within in that strata. When you go back and you post-stratify those, you may have a new strata that's bigger, that's including multiple other strata that were done historically, where you had one strata that had more stations in it than another strata. And that's the issue that you need to account for when you go back and do the new design-based estimates. Essentially, the idea is that if you have more stations from an old strata in one area, they can overwhelm the density estimate, the new density estimate that you get in that strata with other stations that weren't sampling as another strata as well. If I've stumbled through that, nothing. Hopefully that made a little bit of sense. But that's the issue. You must reweight these stations to account for these unequal sampling probabilities. This is, you can kind of think of this as the weight is essentially the inverse of your probability of selection. So if you had a higher probability of selection, then you would have a lower weight and vice versa. The point of all of that is that once you post-stratify and we account for this differing weights of sampling probabilities, then you remove that bias, and now you can look at whether the redesign had an effect on our historical estimates using this real-world data. We use this package called Survey. There's a link there to it. It's a pretty cool package if you're geeky like me and you like these sorts of things. But the root of the analysis that we did is in this post-stratify function, and it follows a couple of these papers in terms of estimating the mean and the variance, but it's essentially rooted in a Horvitz-Thompson estimator. So this, I was trying to hide that taskbar, but there's a third step in there. So anyway, the first one is that you place these historical stations within the new strata that we used in 2025. Then you you compute the selection probabilities, you reweight those stations, and then you calculate your design-based estimators with this package based on the Horvath confidence estimator. And here's what we get. So up on the left-hand figure, that's for Gulf cod. It's biomass on top and survey numbers on the bottom. The red ridge is from the original design. So those are the time series that we've always been using. The blue post-stratify is using the new strata that we followed in 2025. Then on the bottom right-hand plot, that's the same, well, it's the biomass, but broken up by subregions. So you can kind of look at these and get a handle on, were there any differences historically based on this restratification, both in our overall index and then in our sub-area indices. What you see is that there wasn't that much. There was some subtle differences, which you would expect using noisy, not, well, I shouldn't say it that way. You should expect that using survey data. They indicate really minor differences, and that these new data are just following trends that have already been there. In terms of looking at the uncertainty, at least for cod, the CVs really didn't increase that much using the new strata redesign in 2025. So to answer the question of whether the survey restratification had an effect on the 2025 value or increase really that we saw for cod, the answer would be no, based upon these results. They continue with trends that we've already seen. One of the an important point to make, though, is that this reanalysis is not intended to create new time series that we're all of a sudden going to start using in our assessments. This was purely to evaluate whether this redesign had an effect on our indices. And I'll note that cod and pollock are some of the best cases to use because we catch them a lot and they're widely distributed. And I'll note that for some of the others, it's going to be impossible to detangle the effect of possible effective restratification on just noisy variable survey data. And I'm particularly pointing out rockfish stocks. Which brings us to this next slide. So, and I'm going to tie this back to the restratification here in just a second, but we saw a 23% CV in this value in 2025 for Gulf cod. And essentially what that is being driven by this increased variability across stations. And you can see that down in the right-hand plot there that shows you the catches across space. But the other thing to note is that the number of stations that we sampled from in 2025 was the lowest since 1990. It is lowest on the time series. But in terms of just cod, we've seen CVs this large before, even when we had a larger number of stations. But I think circling back to some comments that I've heard, and I'll throw this out there now, is that when we think about rockfish, you think about a zero inflated distribution of catches. So you have mostly zero catches, you have a whole bunch of very small catches. When you reduce the number of stations that you do, you reduce the probability that you get those large catches that can really drive indices. So I would suggest, and the other thing I want to note is that the groundfish assessment program right now is working on drafting a white paper that will show results of this analysis that we did for other stocks. So you'll get a chance to be able to look at those. But I would suggest that some of these patterns that we've seen this year in our indices across stocks have a lot to do with the number of stations that we did, less to do with the actual design of the survey. Do we want to do questions on this part? I know this is.
Actually, I'm not. No. Who has a question?
I was just opening it up.
Oh, gotcha. No, let's go ahead and go through the presentation. We'll take them after.
Okay, sounds good. I'm used to planting presentations where people just butt in, so which is totally fine. Okay, so Martin had mentioned, and that's what kind of this slide is about, that lower left-hand plot. There's our temperature covariate that we use for catchability. Wasn't available this year. We'll be looking at a new one for next year. Over on that bottom right is a plot I like to show that kind of shows the depth distribution comparison with temperature for the cod on the bottom trawl survey. And so the colors, the blue, gray, and red, they're just the thirds. They're not associated with any like oceanographic rule or anything like that. But the point being is that cod were deeper this year and it was warmer at depth. Since I'm here, one of the SSC comments that we get on this specific assessment is the dome shape selectivity for the long line survey. And I would, looking at this plot, this is broken up. The panels are by size classes. And what you see is that those larger cod tend to be shallower, which is a little odd. They're not like sablefish or some of the others where you have this ontogenetic shift into deeper water. But then circling back around to the comment that I made about looking at the index again for cod and including the 100 and 150 depth shrouded, we will also be looking at new selectivity for that survey. So there's other indices that we also include within the SAFE document and the assessment that we just kind of keep track of. So, and they're in two flavors. One is for the adult population and the other is for recruitment. The left-hand side there is shown in red for the adult population. One of them is the ADF&G trawl survey. The other is the proportion of cod that are caught in the shallow water flatfish fishery. So this is incidental catch. They're not targeting cod. So in the Fish and Game survey, we saw an almost 15% increase in number of CPUE. And then for the shallow water flatfish, it tended to flatten out. And I do, we'll continue to monitor that one, but I do wonder if at some point they start not trying to catch cod in that. And so that doesn't track necessarily like it has in the past. Then the ones over on the right are for recruitment. We have our age 0 beach seine survey shown in the top right there, and then the proportion of cod in the pollock A season when they're pelagic. And essentially that index is one we think of for age 2. And I've shown these kind of arrows just to point out that in both of these, we've seen an above average 2020 and 22 year classes that seem to be in the population. So we'll come back to that here in just a minute. So overall, for catch trends, there's no real red flags. Index trends shows a generally increasing trend in the population, and in environmental, we've been hearing this, that 2025 was warmer. So now we're going to dive into the risk table and the ABC OFL recommendations. So here's the overall scores for the risk table shown for each of the categories. I'm going to highlight the ones that have changed this year, and that's for the population dynamics and ecosystem. The assessment related and fishery informed, those did not change from the last year. So changes from last year in the population dynamics one. This is one that I go back and forth on a lot in thinking about it. And there is a concern with historically low spawning biomass estimates, as well as below average mean recruitment being estimated for some time now. And that is certainly cause for concern. However, kind of where the mental exercise goes is that we only know these things based upon our assessment model results. So while there is high concern in where the population is at, that's taken into account into the ABC and any of the model estimates. And I guess I meant to mention on the last one, that first bullet, the guiding principle I was following this year in setting up the risk table was to identify risks that are external to the stock assessment and not taken into account in the stock assessment. So that's why this one got dropped or put at a level 1, was because that then led to, well, that's not a risk that's outside of an assessment, even though it is certainly a cause for concern. So yeah, then on to the next one. Okay.
Just inner SSC workings, you're good.
You bet. Right. Okay. So, and then from ecosystem considerations. So you saw Bridget's presentation, you saw Clay's as well, you saw the temperature graphs that we've shown, and that definitely is increasing to A2 because of the warmer conditions that we experienced in 2025. That then leads us to the main question, is that are these risks enough to reduce the 2026 ABC recommendation down from maximum? And specifically given this stock and the history that we've had with it, we really need to think carefully about the recommendations that we make. And here's how I thought through this question. And one was to go back to the data, and then how the model's doing with the data, and then what we use in our projections, and then back to the stock status HCR. And finally landing at, well, have we been here before? What happened? Can we learn from what we've done before? So in terms of the data, I mentioned, our available indices are increasing. Long line survey was the exception, but we talked through that. And thinking about the juveniles age 0 recruitment going into the stock, from the bottom trawl survey, we consistently see these young year classes coming in, so that it's the one over on the right, all the way on the right, is the length compositions. The middle is age composition from the bottom trawl survey. You've seen the beach seine and the proportion of cod in the A season. Those early bells, it should say around like 20 centimeters. So those are age 1s that we catch in the trawl survey. So, and I mentioned that, those two all the way on the left have seen the 2020 and 2022 year classes. As a new figure to show you, this is just taking the recruitment deviations that we estimate from the model. Those are shown in blue. And comparing those two deviations from the beach seine survey index, and that's shown in red. And essentially what I'm trying to highlight here is that while for some year classes, specifically like that 2012 year class, they line up pretty well, but they have not lined up well at all for 2015 on. The model has estimated this below average recruitment, whereas the beach seine survey and then followed up in the proportion of cod and pelagic hauls have shown those year classes that are not reflected in the model. So the question is then, there is a possible universe out there where the model may not be estimating recruitment that well. Then continuing on with the model evaluation, the model did not fit that increase in the bottom trawl survey. That fit is shown down there in the bottom of that plot. Essentially, it flatlined, and it fit fairly well to the long line survey. And so the story from this year's model really is that it didn't estimate an increase in the population. Rather, it just didn't estimate a decrease in the population. So that's why we're seeing this increase in the ABC recommendation, is because the model is estimating a flat line rather than a decrease in 2024 to going into 2025. Looking at the projections, we see these increases, but I know over and over again that those are due to a mean recruitment assumption that we use in our projections. We haven't seen that mean recruitment in some time based upon the model. So while these may be overly optimistic, that doesn't necessarily, that mean recruitment assumption doesn't have a large effect on the 2026 ABC, because those fish have not come into the spawning population yet. Another note to make is that within this model, the historical convention has been to use the full ABC in the final year's catch. So what that means is that for 2025, we use the full ABC to then project out. In the last several years since the fishery closure, the catch to ABC has been somewhere between 80 to 90%. If you were to use the catch that was realized in 2025 to then project out, what you see is that the 2026 ABC increases by 5%. So essentially what that means is that using this catch assumption, we have reduced the 26 ABC by 5%. So we're on the ramp. I mentioned that right in that first slide, where I've circled it there, and then we're projected to go down the ramp again in 27. What that, in terms of just kind of back envelope calculations on how the tier rules work, is that to get to the FABC for 2026, we reduced F40 by 18%. And that's just following what the ramp does. So then finally to this question of have we been here before and can we learn from it? So this plot here I've shown, it shows a couple of things. First is the annual marine heat wave index. So both Clay and I believe Bridget showed this one as well. And that's in the red dots with the vertical lines. And then plotted behind that is the total biomass estimates from the model. So you can compare through these things that we see that, 2014, 15, 16 come through, the population goes down. But then we had 2019 as well, and the population didn't go down after that one. And then we are here in 2025. So highlighting 2014 and 2019 and then kind of thinking about how that compares to this year. So 2014, the population collapsed after this severe marine heat wave event. But something to note is that the model back then was much different than the current model. We estimated spawning biomass to be 250% larger than what it is estimated to be now back in 2014. And the ABC that was adopted in 2015 was the largest on our record. So if we were to take that 2015 adopted ABC and standardize it compared to the total biomass and did the same thing with 2026, what you see is that that ABC recommended in 26 is 24% smaller than what it would have been recommended in 2015. And that is a combination of things. One being the the stock status. So back then it wasn't on the ramp. So it was in tier 3A. The other, though, is how the model has changed through the years. And one of those important changes has been a strongly dome-shaped selectivity that was used on the bottom trawl survey back in the 2014-2015 model. So then in 2019, that model recommended the fishery closure in 2020. After this, the indices have increased. Presumably, this is because of better conditions for cod after 2019. That year class in 2019, though, because it was so warm, is the lowest that we have on record. And it's likely that 2025 isn't going to be a very good year class either because it was so warm. And then Clay also showed the spawning habitat suitability index not looking good. But a point to be made is that while we've done a number of things to this model since 2019, the root of it's the same model that was used to recommend that fishery closure. And the population over that time period has increased in spite of not having buffers on the recommended ABCs. So to try to tie this all together, there's several aspects of the current assessment that mitigate risk, and I've gone over those, but the question still remains, do these serve to mitigate the risk that we've identified that's outside of the model for this 2026 ABC? And the answer is that it's not clear. And primarily because we don't know if the environmental conditions that we experienced in 2025 will persist into 2026. We also don't know whether those had a significant impact on the cod population throughout 2025 because we don't have data yet from a survey to tell us that. So an additional buffer could definitely be considered given our history with this stock. But I make the point that as an assessment author, I have no quantitative method to set a buffer on ABC to mitigate risk that's outside of the assessment. We also, to get to that answer and to get to that quote, we don't know if there's been measurable risk reductions based on the buffers that we've put in stocks over the years as well. Evaluating that may help to understand how to set that buffer in addition to the risk that's already set in the model. So all this taken together, there is not a reduction from maximum ABC recommended this year. However, While that is not recommended, we do acknowledge that there is increased risk associated with this due to the environmental conditions that occurred in 2025. So I'm going to dive into apportionment real quick. We made a couple changes to this one, and these were following the GOA Thorny Head Stock Assessment Complex. So you have already approved these methods that are used in this assessment. One is estimating a single process error parameter. The other is estimating an additional observation error on the bottom trawl survey. It serves to do two things. So the first is this is the REMA model estimates shown over on the right-hand side by the Western, Central, Eastern Gulf. The status quo fit is shown in blue with the shaded region of the 95% confidence intervals. The recommended is shown in red, again, with the shaded region of the 95% confidence intervals. And essentially what this serves to do is to help further smooth out the regional biomass estimates. They don't follow the upward and the downward as closely as the status quo did. The other thing that it serves to do is it serves to dampen the changes between the different regions. So I make the point that we presented this in September, but our understanding of movement of cod, but among the different regions in the Gulf is fairly limited. The most movement that is occurring with Gulf cod is between the Western Gulf and the Eastern Bering Sea. So this serves to kind of dampen that interannual or inter-survey change that you see using the status quo. So here are the results of that using the previous ones from last year, which is shown in that top two rows, the status quo shown in the middle, and then the recommended shown in the bottom. Essentially, this recommended serves to end us somewhere kind of in between the status quo from this year and then the previous recommended in 2025. So in terms of going forward, you have talked about we're planning a harvest recommendation or a harvest projection for this year and this fall. It'll be okay. I guess I'm going to shoot from the hip here and mention it anyway. So this is the first time that this assessment would have a harvest projection. And I'm going to make the note that because of that it's actually a little bit heavier of a lift in code development to actually code up a harvest projection as it would be just to do just an operational update. So I'm just going to throw that out there to think about. But anyway, for the future, reevaluating some of the input data that we're doing and then model assumptions. This modeling software, RTMB, TMB has become is just being used in more and more assessments. And then going back to that DSEM question that Dr. Muter had, that opens up being able to look at different new methods like that. And then also we're going to continue looking at the stock versus the assessment spatial structure and through spatial models. I believe that's it. Yep.
Wonderful. Thanks, Pete.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's go ahead and open up to questions. I know, Martin, you had one. Let's go back to Martin. Can you turn your mic on?
Sorry, I thought I had it on. I'm just going to press you a little bit about the population dynamics, reducing the concern for that one. And I mean, people have sort of approached that question differently, but and it seems like for you, what you said is that, yeah, I think recruitment is low coming up, but that alone is not reason to have an elevated score. Is that kind of the argument you're making now, or?
No, I would disagree with that.
Okay.
So for the past several years since I've taken this assessment over, I've had it at a level 2. But then in conversations since then, and thinking about that question of really trying to evaluate and encapsulate risk that is external to the assessment, while there is concern for this population for sure, if this below average mean recruitment coming from the model is real and the historically low biomass, then there is cause for concern for this stock. But the question then becomes, is this a risk that has not been encapsulated in the model and in our projections? And I think the argument to be made is that no, that risk has been taken into account. And my interpretation of the risk table, which may certainly be different than others, is that that risk level is associated what's within and taken into account for or without and not taken into account. But it brings us to this weird spot of there is increased concern for this stock and for the population dynamics of this stock. But because the way that we have the risk table defined, I think that it's a bit of a misnomer to say level 1 normal at the top category. It's like there's some in between like level 1, but there's concern, and I've tried to express that as best I can, both in the presentations and in the document.
Okay, can I just follow up? So you look at the pattern of recruitment. I mean, the basic assumption of the assessment model is that recruitment is stationary around a stock recruit relationship. And so what you see for PCOD is that there's sort of a persistent deviation from that assumption, in the sense that we're seeing what appears to be a non-stationary relationship in the stock recruit relationship, a persistent period of low recruitment that the model isn't set up to necessarily make good estimates of that. And maybe and I can see you can sort of make that argument both ways, but that might be a way to think about sort of why you would be concerned. It's really not consistent with the assumptions that are going into the assessment model. And I'm just wondering how you would respond to that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a broader question than just for COD, but because the root of the question is what's the mean recruitment that we're using in our projections? And the way that we have it set up is that it's the mean from 1977, 78 on, and that's for everything. Now, in the past, in 23, I believe, I brought forward to the plan team lots of projections using that mean recruitment from 2014 on, and it didn't look good, as you would presume. But it is a broader question to how we implement our harvest control rules, how we're estimating our reference points, than just COD. And that could be a risk that one would think about that's external to the model, but I think that's a much larger question. I think it's very difficult to quantify what that risk would be in terms of coming up with a number to set the buffer. That's first point. Second point is looking at how the model is responding to data and how it compares to some of our observations from the beach scene survey, from the pelagic survey. And then it's not fitting any increase. Like the model, if you follow the narrative of the model estimates, there shouldn't be an increase in the population because that mean recruitment, or because the recent recruitment is so low. However, we're observing it in our surveys. That's not to say that next survey comes around and because in the environmental conditions that something could change. That is to say, though, that the model's not explaining our observations very well at this point in time.
Franz?
Did you have a follow-up?
Sorry, Martin, did you have a follow-up?
Well, I mean, this is obviously something that you'd want to sort of hash out in lengthy debate, and we can't do that here. So, I mean, I would point out that, the beach survey isn't necessarily the best index of recruitment for this stock. And so using that to sort of discount the recruitment estimate seems a little misguided. I mean, they are survey observations, but they're pretty high, they're a fairly small part of the full distribution of the population. So I'd be a little bit concerned about putting too much weight on that.
We need questions.
So does that seem like a legitimate?
Well, I guess you could interpret any comparison with that survey as being misguided. However, that is what we have to compare to. I would also say that because we saw those 2-year classes then 2 years later in the Pollock A season, that, and again, Pollock A season is pretty constrained in space as well and time, but those two seem to corroborate with each other, at least for those 2-year classes. Not to say that they're monster year classes or that they're going to bring the population back, but it is to say that the model doesn't pick those up and it doesn't fit our observations of those in the bottom trawl survey as well.
Thank you. Franz.
Yeah, thanks. I was tempted to follow up on that, but I think I'll drop that. Just a few somewhat unrelated questions maybe, but I think you kind of alluded to like a shift in distribution towards the Bering Sea, which I'm kind of curious about how you think about that. But the survey maps for the last 3 years show like in the Eastern Gulf of Alaska in 2025 compared to 23 and 21, really low CPUE and maybe kind of a shift to the west. I'm also thinking about the paper by Ben Laurel and others showing sort of a large scale shift towards Eastern Bering Sea. And I was just wondering if you have, like in the Eastern Bering Sea, we're used to seeing maps of center of gravity over time. I know Steve at some point developed kind of an app to look at distribution, both in depths and maybe geographically. Have you kind of looked at that in terms of, either a trailing edge or leading edge or center of gravity change in distribution within the Gulf only?
Yes. So I believe in the ESR or the ESP, we have the model-based estimates of center of gravity. I would suggest that it's not as easy to interpret in the Gulf of Alaska as it is in the Bering Sea. So in terms of a shifting distribution to the Bering Sea, I think what seems to be the case from the tagging data that we have is that we have a population in the Central Gulf and the genetics as well. We have a population in the Central Gulf that doesn't go into the Western Gulf. I think we've had like one tag out of the 1,000 or whatever over 20 years move across. It seems to be that kind of Shelikoff straight trough that there's like a divide right there. It doesn't precisely line up with our Western Central Gulf dividing line, but that seems to be some sort of a barrier there. Where we do see exchange, though, is in the Western Gulf up into the Eastern Bering Sea. And that is kind of what is happening there, we think, is that we've got Eastern Bering Sea fish coming down during the spawning season in the winter. They're hanging out spawning, and then they're out by March or April. And then we have that summertime population that we go through with the survey. And so, yeah, I mean, that's when I talk about kind of shifting distributions, that's more of what I mean, not so much a change between like the Central and Western Gulf.
Yeah, thanks. That's helpful. Kind of different, maybe somewhat related question, and that's about the selectivity in the longline survey. You alluded to the dome-shaped selectivity, and I think in one of the diagnostic plots, particularly figure 211, I think it is, the fits to the length frequency distribution show that the model tends to kind of underestimate the smaller fish overall and overestimate larger fish in the longline survey. Usually we look for pretty good fits to the data overall. Do you is that a concern in your mind, or do you have an explanation for why that is?
So I would say that in aggregate, the fit's not that bad. So I'm presuming you're pointing to the plot with the one step ahead residuals that shows, and then the QQ plot. But so underestimating smaller, overestimating larger means that should be even more severely dome shaped than what the model is estimating. Now, based on recommendations from the SSC, of course, I've looked under that hood and estimated logistic selectivity, and it doesn't fit the data at all. Now, how much length data we have up in that 100 to 150 depth strata that could perhaps help alleviate some of that concern, I'm not sure. This was a scramble before the September plan team to figure out what was going on with the index. But
Yeah, thanks. Again, that's helpful. And I have one question about the spatial apportionments, the RPN index in particular. So I was trying to wrap my head around that. You said the index isn't incorrect, but do I understand it then that the current index for what we're trying to get at in terms of spatial apportionments puts too much weight on Pequot CP in the eastern area of the western Gulf of Alaska? And maybe like, we're looking at both surveys and they overlap to some extent, but not completely. But and I heard, I think that you're trying to get a better on handle on that to review and maybe fix that if needed in the next assessment. I mean, is there really a fix needed? Is there something wrong with that index and overweighting the eastern Gulf of Alaska, or is it yeah, is there a bias or not? That's my question, really.
There's a lot of questions in there. So first, I want to clarify for apportionment, the long line survey is not used in the REMA model. So and part of it is because of this head scratcher of why is there so much RPN over in the Eastern Gulf, and now we know why. Like I said, I don't, the index isn't wrong. It's just the way that it's calculated. But I think that we leave a lot of data on the table by not including that 100 to 150 when we're catching the most cod in that depth strata of any of them. Even though the reason that it hasn't been included is there's not many stations that get up that shallow. But that's something that the survey team at Ock Bay Lab will be kind of putting our heads together and really thinking about. Like, is it appropriate to use an area weighted RPN index, or should we just use the numbers CPUE? And then, how to then incorporate it into apportionment if that's the route that we want to go. I know that's been something that's been asked for a while. And I think now that we know what's going on, I think it is worth another investigation.
Yeah, thanks. That's kind of what I was maybe aiming at. Thanks.
Thanks. And I do just want to clarify, I am not trying to cut off questions. Mostly if we're looking for clarity and understanding of where Pete's at. If we disagree, we can put that in our discussion. But you are welcome to ask questions. So I see that Curry has his hand up. Let's go to you, Curry.
Yeah, thank you. And first and foremost, thanks, Pete. I appreciate sort of the clear story that you outlined here, which we don't always have the opportunity to hear, setting up some hypotheses about what could be driving survey trends and then kind of filling in the background information from subsequent analyses with GAP staff to better understand that. I guess one of my questions comes down to kind of this recent and concerning trend of below average recruitment. And I'm wondering if you can just provide some context for me on whether or not you think there are any changes since 2015 in the collection or analysis of length composition samples or age composition samples that could lead to a kind of persistent bias in aging that would cause us to sort of misinterpret the recruitment signal? Or is it really that, all signs point towards consistent low recruitment since 2015?
Yeah, that's a great question, Curry. So one thing that's happened in the trawl survey collections, at least over that time period, is that at the center in general for a lot of the stocks in the Gulf and the Aleutian Islands is that we switched from a length stratified sampling to a random sampling of ages. And so I will note, however, that this model doesn't use the age compositions. That's something that we'll be looking at again in the future. I will note that, of course, I've looked at that already, and we do get slightly different recruitment estimates depending on what sort of composition data that you use in your assessment. My initial reaction to that is that length composition, particularly for cod, doesn't give that great information on recruitment. And that's what we're using to estimate recruitment right now. Now, that's not to say, I mean, I've gone, went back and forth with Martin a little bit about this. That's not to say that this below average recruitment isn't concerning. It is concerning. And it's just more of like, having that critical thought process of how well is the model performing based to all sorts of different sources of information.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, just a quick follow-up if I might as well. And I guess I'm wondering if you can help me think through whether or not, given, and thanks for of course, the reminder that this assessment relies on lengths and not ages, given that we're inferring age from length, could, thinking about warmer temperatures since 2015, potential impacts on growth, could this be influencing our perception of age structure and biasing the recruitment signal low just based on a shift in the growth trajectory in this recent period? Or is that fairly unlikely?
I mean, it could. If you play that kind of thought experiment through, if there was a shift in growth and you're, like you said, inferring ages from lengths, then it certainly could be off, because one of the things that the Gulf assessment does is that it estimates growth as constant across time. So it's using all of the age and length data from the fisheries after 2007, and then all of the age and length data from the survey. So it certainly would have an effect if growth was significantly different in recent time periods because of environmental conditions as compared to the mean.
Okay, thanks.
Martin.
Okay, yeah, I wonder, I mean, it struck me as puzzling that it looked as though you're projecting a decline in spawning biomass over the next couple of years, and it seems like, 2027 ABCs and stock sizes are sort of back to where we were before. And it's like, there seems to be a stubbornness about the model sort of not liking good news or increases in stock size. Is that something you've noticed, or is?
I think you've characterized it well. Yeah, the model doesn't fit the increases that we're observing in the trawl survey. So, and that tail end is decreasing based on decreasing abundance of ages 6, 7, 8 in the population. So we dug into that one, that 27 drop. So it's a combination of a drop in spawning biomass just from the trajectory of the model, coupled with a going down the ramp of the harvest control rule, which is kind of where that resulted. But yeah, I mean, that was where we were at last year, which is why we have this increase recommended this year. That's what the model was, again, estimating was a decline without any survey data.
Okay, it looks like we may be set for questions. Am I correct? We have Jim's presentation for the, okay. If you're still with us, Jim, we'll hand it over to you.
Hi, Jimmy and Ellie with the Alaska Fisheries Science Center. Going to give just a quick shout out. I can't tell if am I sharing my screen or are you doing it?
Not yet.
No, we are seeing people. We actually don't see a screen.
Oh, sorry, I'm on the wrong computer with that presentation.
You look good though, Jim.
Well, thank you. Thanks, Sarah. Appreciate it. I thought it was attached to the other presentation. Sorry. Yeah, so we met for a good period and had really good discussions. And speaking of looking good, Pete, I didn't see him today, but he looked really slick on the plant team. He had a fancy jacket on and was very, as always, super professional and looked great. That's about one of the most exciting aspects. We had a few people missing. Pete was at the Halibut Commission meeting, which was happening at the same time, and some others were absent as well, but we still managed to have a really good discussion, and obviously very grateful to have all of the new work that was presented by Bridget and Calais and of course Pete. It was really great. Yeah, the other thing that is a bit sad to us is that we're losing plan team members the last couple of years. We lost Sandra Lowe last year. She's still here and great to see her in the hallways, and she will be coming up to listen in. Also, this was Jan Rumble with the ADFNG's last meeting officially, but just want to shout out to her and thank her for all her years of service. She's gonna be missed. Next slide, Sarah. So we also had the harvest control rule meeting, which you'll hear more about coming days. Our agenda item, as you've already seen in the recommendations that I'm going to be showing. And Sarah, I don't know if you're there. You want to talk about the future meeting plan? We did have some snafus with the venue, some of the Wi-Fi things. I think we're just not used to hosting anymore. So we need to improve our facilities if we can. But Sarah, I don't know if you had more to add.
Sure, Jim. Through the chair, just very briefly, we have tentative dates for our future both Gulf and Bering Sea groundfish plan team meetings. We are dealing with trying to figure out at this meeting with the council what the council meeting dates, if those are going to remain the same. So we'll have more updates after this meeting for the plan teams, and then we are that's for specifically in relation to the September-October meeting, and then for the November meeting we are running into an issue just with the Veterans Day holiday in the middle of the week again for the week that we are trying to plan our plan team meeting. So we will circle back with announcements after this council meeting in terms of whether those dates are finalized. Thanks, Jim.
Thanks, Sarah. And for the next and final slide, please. So, Pete gave such a great presentation today and at the plan team. The assessment was basically a carryover from the Model 24. We concurred with the author, with Pete's recommended maximum permissible. And as was just discussed here, we did have pretty extensive conversation about near-term trends and the total biomass is increasing, I think, through the whole period, yet the spawning biomass is declining slightly in the next couple of years. And we talked at length about that and had some indication that, as Pete had done in one of the previous assessments, if not the last one, he showed the impact of what happens when you expect the mean over the whole period, and that doesn't happen. And so that was some of the increase for spawning biomass in the future. But we found that as far as the near-term impact on the ABCs, that had a minor effect. So having a less optimistic mean recruitment in the scenario has very little impact on the near-term ABCs. If I get that right, if I'm sure Pete's still there, he can correct me if I'm misinterpreting that. Adding on to that effect, and then our main recommendation was to have a look at that again, and we also in our report, noted that people online and in the room noted that the fishing conditions apparently have been pretty good this year, and there's definitely interest out there in indications that things are not too bad. That I'll take any questions.
We've got one from France.
Yeah, actually, this is actually more a question for Pete, but Jim's comment here prompted that on the influence of the recruitment assumption on the biomass, particularly spawning stock biomass, I guess. So if I maybe you can just clarify that. I mean, the effect will show up at the very earliest in like 2028, right? They mature at about, or some mature at age 3, is that right? And so 26, 27 would not be impacted at all by the recruitment assumption?
Right. Yeah.
Great, thank you. It looks like that's the only question we have, Jim. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
All right. It is 20 after 3. I suggest at this point, it looks like we are done with questions. So let's go ahead and take a 15-minute break and come back at 3:35 with public testimony. Yes. All right, everybody, let's bring it back together. All right, we're coming back to C1 Pacific Cod, and we are looking forward to public testimony. So it looks like we've got 3 testifiers. First one is Ben Lay. Can you hear us if you're
Yes,
online?
can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead when you're ready.
Okay, through the chair, thank you. My name is Ben Lay, and first I'd like to thank you for prioritizing a comprehensive analysis of Gulf cod. This assessment is vital to our region and its fishermen, and we appreciate the SSC and council recognition of its importance. I will say, listening to you guys talk here today, it sounds like a lot of people did work outside the normal scope of things, and as a direct shareholder as a fisherman in the Western Gulf, we can't say thank you enough. It really means a lot for the agency to go to bat when we request, and yeah, that's first and foremost for sure. Moving on. We would like to highlight the significant work by Pete Holson in understanding the movement patterns of Western Gulf cod. As presented at the September Plan Team meeting, it is evident that Western Gulf Alaska cod exhibit strong seasonal migration to the eastern Bering Sea and northern Bering Sea. These tagging results support what the Western Gulf Fleet sees on the water year after year. We feel this information gives biological basis for a stronger cod apportionment. As Pete points out in his summary, there are options on the table to remedy this situation. We hope the SCC will support the advancement of these options. Considering this, we respectfully request that the SSC proceed with a thorough analysis and develop solutions that acknowledge the migratory behavior of a portion of the Western Gulf of Alaska stock. It is important to recognize that not all fish migrate, and any solution should avoid assuming the entire population resides in either Bering Sea or Gulf of Alaska. Additionally, we request that the AFSC provide an update at the next council meeting outlining available options and a proposed timeline moving forward. This request is made on behalf of the Western Gulf fishermen, small businesses, and communities such as False Pass, King Cove, and Sandpoint that depend directly on cod opportunities. These communities have local fleets of combination boats that keep processing facilities operating year-round. Without groundfish opportunities, these plants risk becoming salmon-only producers, which could lead to the decline or disappearance of the communities that rely on them. And this issue not only affects federal fisheries and fleets, but also the under 60 state boats. Nearly every vessel from these communities participates and relies heavily on the state water cod season. We urge this council to consider these factors and support a solution that sustains our fisheries, businesses, and communities. And with that, I'm here today speaking on behalf of 12 boats from King Cove, Sandpoint, and False Pass, and that's just kind of the tip of the iceberg here. This fleet is out busy fishing right now and got a lot of salmon stuff on their plate. I was delegated to speak for them. But like I said, it's kind of the tip of the spear. It's pretty much all the boats in these areas. But we really look to see some action on information that's come to light, and we represent areas and boats that rely on this. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. I've got a question from Franz Muter.
Sure.
Yeah, thanks for the testimony. I was just wondering about the kind of your understanding of the migration patterns from fleet fishermen's perspective. There's some thought about kind of nearshore and offshore contingents that may have different, more resident and more migratory behavior. Pete mentioned sort of the difference between Central and Western Gulf of Alaska. What's your understanding sort of the spatial nature of the migrations?
So from my personal experience, being involved or not directly involved, it's not like it was happening on my boat. We are a combination boat. We trawl. We are an under 60 boat out of King Cove, but so we trawl and pot fish in the primarily the Western Gulf. In my experience of doing this now 20 years, when I started trawling specifically in the Senac area, which is Davidson Bank and Senac Bank, it's kind of crazy how those fish come in. And I can remember back even when I was on the deck, there would be times we'd have like some pretty good fishing and it would slow down for a couple days. And I know there's lots of factors, and this is not necessarily set in stone by any means, but you'd zoom out and we'd see a couple big factory longline boats like between us and Unimac Pass. And you would watch our fishing drop off while those boats were in there. And then over time, once they caught what they needed, they moved out of the area. You would see our fishing kind of pick up. Now that's drawn connecting some dots, but just always have had a hunch that fish are coming and moving through that area, and whether it be on that line or whatnot, we always kind of assume that. So then having my friend Kylie Thompson on the decision, he was the primary boat that has done this tagging study for the last 5 years. And watching those guys move all around the Gulf, and then from local fleet knowledge, there are areas where we get in that we see more of a resident stock. And then there's also times where you just see there are different fish. I mean, they're coming in, they're spawning, they're not hanging around. You're not seeing them in these other areas. And I guess we are all aware of this, and we're not saying this model should all of a sudden change and give us a bunch of fish, let's say, out of the Bering Sea. We are willing to know that these cod stocks go up and down. We just want a good representation because at the moment we think there's more cod around than the models are showing, and potentially that maybe other areas are getting that opportunity instead of the Western Gulf where I think these fish are from.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Curry Cunningham.
Yeah, thanks, Ben. Appreciate your testimony. I was curious to dive into a bit more. You talked about seeing more of a resident stock versus not a resident stock at different points in the year. And I think you mentioned how there might be kind of the spatial variation in where you see fish. How do you kind of make that decision about whether or not they're a resident versus non-resident stock? Is it differences in size of fish? Is it where you see them? What kind of drives you to that conclusion?
Honestly, I think at times for me the big factor is kind of the biomass. Honestly, I think where we fish around in different areas, now you will always see a spring spawning biomass, no matter kind of where we are, and we see a bump in CPUE and everything. Now I do know typically, let's say like a fall fishery where the cod aren't just there in numbers to where you'd fish an area, you have to just stay on the move to kind of like you're working these different pockets of local stock to where it's not like you can just stay in that same spot and it's just consistently good until you are kind of like quoted out or done. But as we move around, and then there's just some big spawning areas that we know that these are proven spawning grounds that have been, long before my time fishing and probably long after I'm gone. But these historical spots that were like, man, this is big spawning stock, and just the biomass. I mean, one thing to point out is I do think that as that tagging study kind of pointed out, and I'm not going to speak for Pete, but I have poured over that data, is the further they moved east, like into the Central Gulf, like the odds of those fish migrating out into the Bering Sea diminished. And I mean, that's we fished simming off in the past. That's a big spawning spot, and I don't think we've ever noticed a correlation there as far as like relying on this timing of fish coming through. It's just like they're there kind of thing. But so that's kind of how I would say we differentiate the local from the more localized stock or portion of that stock is compared to the migrators. I mean, they're kind of there and they're there for a period of time, but then they're gone.
Thank you very much. That's very helpful.
All right. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
The next testifier that we have is Carla, sorry, having trouble seeing. Carlin Hublet. Welcome.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to comment. As stated, my name is Carlin Hoblet. I'm a lifelong commercial fisherman and community member of False Pass, Alaska. I'm a stakeholder and operator of my family's 54-foot combination vessel. I'm here to express concerns regarding potential discrepancies in stock assessment and identification of Western Gulf peacod stocks. It is my understanding that these stocks are inherently difficult to delineate as they are highly mobile and do not conform to federal management boundaries. Many thanks to Dr. Halson and all of the AFSC and NIMP staff for the recent report and presentations, and for pointing out the significant seasonal migration characteristics displayed by Western Gulf stocks. Given the continued challenges facing Gulf peacod stocks, every reasonable effort should be made to accurately identify, understand, and rebuild these populations. Dissecting the information at hand as soon as possible will be crucial to the recovery of Gulf peacod. I encourage a closer examination and appropriate management action to accurately provide harvest opportunities. I would also note that the absence of a meaningful Western Gulf peacod fishery is likely to be compounded by ongoing political and regulatory pressures affecting other fisheries in the region. For a small family-owned operation like my own, every fishery and every opportunity carries significant weight in maintaining economic viability. I've recently been familiarizing myself with the council processes and have quickly realized how much you all have on your plates. With that said, I'm deeply appreciative of your time and undertaking of these expedited out-of-cycle evaluations. Thank you for your consideration and for your efforts to ensure the long-term sustainability of coastal communities and the small businesses which support them.
Thank you very much. I don't see questions. Oh, Franz Muter.
Yeah, thank you for your testimony. Just the same question, really. Kind of what's your understanding, sort of more coastal resident versus offshore parts of the population, and can you tell the differences? What do you understand about sort of the migrations?
Through the chair, yes, thank you for the question. As growing up in the region, local knowledge, I believe they are somewhat easy to identify. The local, say, inshore stocks, when you move into the bays and you're fishing on those, and you can quite easily see, I guess, if you're there long enough, that the fish get cleaned up, so to say. Whereas if you're a little more offshore, for instance, say like in the Unimac corridor area, those fish seem to come in waves or seem to be more susceptible to, like my counterpart, Mr. Lee said, you watch other boats that are in the area, and you can kind of notice your catch go up and down, if they are affected by weather or if there are more boats in the area.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next testifier is Jim Armstrong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Jim Armstrong with the Freezer Longline Coalition. First one, I thank Dr. Pete Holson for his exceptional effort in completing this update on such a tight timeline. His work made it possible for the plan team and SSC review to proceed, much to everybody's surprise. And that meant when he surprised everyone by getting his work done early, and the idea of an expedited review started to circulate from council staff, that anyone could have slowed the process down, but no one did. And I think that says a lot about everyone involved in the process, including this SSC. So thank you. I thought the report and Pete's presentation today did an excellent job explaining why the 2026 ABC increases and why the increase is expected to be temporary rather than persisting into 2027. This reflects the control rule interacting with cohort dynamics rather than unaccounted for risk. We also support the conclusions of the risk table analysis. In our view, the assessment appropriately recognizes ecosystem and population uncertainties, while also clearly explaining that the Tier 3B control rule already incorporates precaution through reduction in fishing mortality as stock status declines along the ramp. We agree with the author's conclusion that no additional buffer beyond the control rule is warranted based on the information available. Since the other testifiers talked about resident fish, my understanding from tagging is that the Central Gulf, has a lot more resident fish than the Western Gulf. If you look at apportionment, there's an increase in the percentage in Central Gulf. So that would tend to suggest these are actually Gulf fish. Maybe there's a biomass shift, at least in terms of proportions, toward the Central Gulf. So in terms of the importance of not reducing ABC below max ABC to us and other Gulf harvesters, for several of our vessels, Gulf Pacific cod represents up to 7, 8, 9% of total annual revenue. So that matters to owners, vessel crews, and the larger economies they interact with. Implementing the recommended ABC allows the fishery to access available harvest while remaining fully consistent with the harvest control rule and the Council's risk framework. So not to poke the Martin Dorn hornet's nest, but given that, so I'm taking a risk here of my own here. I looked at the projection table 2.11, and you can kind of look at like average, if you ran average F for a series of years, and you can look at if you ran, max ABC for several years, and you don't get a one-to-one in terms of the biomass that results in when you have the lower catch associated with average F. And then I tried to use the proportionality that I observed there and estimate, like, if we tried to split the difference and do like half of the increase this year and think we're going to get that back next year in terms of harvest biomass, you don't get that. In fact, you sacrifice about 4,600 tons this year, and then another almost 3,000 next year. So you end up, you don't get back 4,600, you get back like 1,600. And so you end up in a really lose-lose situation over the next 2 years. That suggests to me that like cohort dynamics are really important. There's something other than fishing mortality that's going to kill these cohorts off and make them not available in 2027. So it seems to me like it's one of those scenarios where you're like, should we just get them? Or if we don't get them, is it going to pay off? And this seems pretty clear, at least from my understanding, what was done in those different projection scenarios, that you're not going to get it back. So anyway, thank you, Pete, for the quick work, engaging presentation, and the surprise dad joke. And thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to comment. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I'm not seeing any questions. Rob.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. There's the discussion of this is kind of warm period we've been in since the 2014-16 heat wave, and the fact that we're seeing some indications of another warm period. It looks very different than the prior ones, especially the large 2-year one in 2014-16. But it's been pretty warm since in the Gulf. I remember during some of the climate scenarios workshops and other discussions with the fishermen, some indication of, well, we saw some signs of that, the heat wave effects on cod fishing, et cetera, prior to the decline. Are you hearing any? I mean, we're early on in this one. It it could extend longer than what we've seen so far. It may not, but are there any early warning signs that you're hearing from industry?
Thanks for the question. No, I haven't heard any complaints about CPUEs going down in the Gulf. And I actually went into our data, C-state data, and looked. It's a very, if Curry's listening, this is not the way he's going to do fishery CPUE, but if I just take my very, gross examination of CPUE by year, since 2018, or when ABC went way down, it's been pretty flat. It hasn't, we had a couple of spikes in, I think, 2022, maybe, and another year, maybe it was 2018. Actually, we had a big, but the rest of it's been pretty without a trend. Yeah, thanks.
All right. Thank you very much for your testimony. All right. We are now up to the SSC discussion. And for this, we'll start out with Franz.
Okay, thanks, Sherry. Yeah, I want to extend my thanks to the analysts here, council staff, Pete, all the analysts at the Alaska Fisheries Science Center, and in particular, Bridget and Calais for the pulling together all the information here on a shortened timeline and out of cycle. So I'll just note that we received a public testimony on focusing on the assessment, both in written and oral form, from Jim Armstrong and Chad C. with Freezer Longliner Coalition, in written form from Heather Mann from the Midwater Trawlers Cooperative, Ben Lay on behalf of businesses and fishermen in the communities of False Pass, King Cove, and Sandpoint, and then Carlin Hablett, a fisherman from False Pass. Public testimony expressed appreciation for the center's effort to conduct this out-of-cycle assessment. Generally supported the setting the ABC at the maximum ABC from the assessment, so supporting the author and plan team recommendations. There was several highlighted the economic importance and importance of Pacific cod to coastal communities in the Gulf, and a request for a thorough analysis of the migratory behavior and the stock structure of cod in the Gulf of Alaska and their connectivity to the Bering Sea. And I'll pick that up as appropriate, or we can pick that up in our discussion as appropriate. So I don't know if you have a preferred order. I'll just go through the order in which we received the documents, starting with the ecosystem status report. I'll just note that ecosystem conditions in 2025 appeared unfavorable for Pacific cod, kind of reminiscent of the poor conditions that were associated with the 2014 through 2016 blob. There are some signs of low productivity, poor prey conditions at the lower trophic levels. Also low larval abundances of cod and other groundfish species. But unlike in 2015, I think some of the important forage fish such as capelin and other forage such as krill seem to be available and abundant, made up a large proportion of seabird diets, and seabirds were doing well. In general, the winter year 25-26 was warmer than expected, given that there was a forecast for La Nina conditions. And then while there is some apparent cooling, maybe there's a lot of heat that remains in the Gulf of Alaska, and will probably be affecting bottom waters on the shelf that may adversely affect Pacific cod down the line. but of course, considerable uncertainty around that. I'll note on the ecological and socioeconomic profile that we get an update based on the available data of the 18 or so indicators that are, predictive, contextual, or monitoring indicators. Just note that among the predictive indicators, an index of spawning habitats suitability seems to have a fairly strong and significant positive relationship with recruitment. So some promise there for perhaps a predictive relationship, and we may want to, recommend pursuing that. And I think that's already being planned. I think I'll, summarize some of the other indices, but again, there were sort of mixed signals. I'll note that the SSC appreciates the new indicator figures, denoting kind of good in blue and poor in red conditions, and that we would support the plan team recommendations for developing kind of indicator thresholds and maybe asymmetrical bands for the, for what's good and normal and bad, if appropriate. I'll leave it at that. And then with regards to the assessment, so for this out-of-cycle assessment, the authors completed an operational update using the 2024 accepted model 24.0 with new data, and that includes catches through pretty much the end of the year, December 8. So that's kind of an advantage of doing the assessment later. Also, fishery length compositions, results from both the 2025 bottom trawl survey and the 2025 longline survey, including the abundances and RPNs in the length compositions. Of course, there was this increase in abundance in the trawl survey by almost 50%, and biomass increase of 39.2% or so. That kind of prompted this, bringing this forward in the first place. Helpfully, the authors demonstrated that the apparent increase was not a result of the restratification of the 2025 survey, so that was kind of reassuring. There were some conflicting signals. The population number in the longline survey decreased, and the authors showed that that's due to the impact of a large decline in the estimated RPN in the eastern portion of the survey area. They indicated that they would kind of reconsider how that is used. I think the assessment model generally provided a good fit. It converged, provided reasonable fits to the survey indices. Had an acceptable retrospective pattern in recent years, at least. Generally resulted in pretty good fits to the length composition data, and the residual diagnostics also didn't indicate any particular concerns. So I think we would want to support the model, obviously. The estimated spawning biomass for the stock is just below the reference point and puts the stock in Tier 3B. The authors and plan team recommended adopting Model 24.0 and setting the ABC at maximum ABC. And I'll give the punchline out here. Right here, I suggest we should concur with the recommendation from the plan team and the authors, and with the resulting OFLs and ABCs. I do have the numbers here if you want me to read them out. We haven't made a decision yet, so maybe I'll wait. And I took them straight from the document. So if we go with that, with those recommendations, we'll adopt those OFLs and ABCs for 26 and 27. The stock is not subject to overfishing, is not currently overfished, and is not approaching an overfished condition. So I have kind of the arguments that Pete presented here regarding the risk table. I don't think I need to really go through that here. We may want to discuss this, obviously, whether we agree I'll just point out that there clearly is some increased risk due to unfavorable environmental conditions that suggests further poor recruitment in 2025 likely, and then less optimistic future spawning stock biomass trajectories than what's implied by the model was an average recruitment. However, I suggest we agree with the authors and plan team that the risk is perhaps a moderate over the short term, and therefore, I suggest that we accept the recommendations. With regards to the risk table, there were a couple things that were changed. As Pete laid out, the population dynamics category was assessed at a level 2 last time, and because of the still historically low spawning biomass at the time and below average recruitment, they recommended reducing that risk to level 1, and because the stock is recovering and both the recruitment and biomass dynamics are believed to be adequately accounted for in the model, and I would tend to agree with that. I think we should perhaps again note concerns over the use of the full recruitment time series for the projections, which the authors again and appropriately, I think, discuss under assessment-related considerations. So that prolonged period of below-average recruitment estimates since about 2014, may well reflect reduced productivity that's currently not accounted for in the projection, which leads to the somewhat optimistic projections for future years, at least 2028 and beyond. The authors have previously examined using more recent recruitments rather than the full time series as a sensitivity, and I suggest that we include that in our recommendations, and I'll come back to that to maybe revisit that. However, again, as the authors point out, the recruitment assumption has little, if any, effect on the short-term projections for the OFL and ABC in the next 2 years. And then also, as the author pointed out, there's some indications from the beach seine monitoring and some fishery-dependent information that suggests that some of these years may actually have higher recruitment. The second change to the risk table was the ecosystem consideration, and that was elevated to a level 2 concern, as I kind of laid out earlier in summarizing the findings from the ESR and ESP, really. So again, there's some risk in that conditions are kind of somewhat similar to the beginning of the blob years. We got at least some testimony suggesting that Pacific cod are generally available, including in the nearshore, and I think that was evident in some of the plots too, in the jig fishery in particular, some real uptick in recent years, and relatively high CPUE. So unlike at the beginning of the blob period, we're not getting indications from the fishery that there's a big concern. That leaves the spatial sub-area apportionments. Pete noted that the apportionments use a REMA model with a couple changes, single process error, and an estimated additional observation error, which is consistent with what's done for some other stocks, notably thornyhead. That approach tends to smooth out the time series observations a bit, thereby kind of stabilizing apportionments over time, which is probably a good and desirable thing. And then I have a table of the resulting apportionments that, again, I copied directly from the assessment. that we can include since we're not, doing a full table. So that's I have a few other recommendations here. Well, one note is that the out of cycle assessment here was prompted by an increase in the survey biomass and abundance. But I think we've had this discussion before about not putting too much emphasis on individual data points, and in particular, as in this case, when they have a large CV, we kind of have a tendency to chase data points. But in this case, maybe it's not too surprising and appropriate that the model doesn't really track the increase as it weighs different data sources and inputs. So that was, good to see. Then as far as recommendations, I also want to note that we might want to have our minutes reflect the appreciation that the authors analyzed the effects of the restratification on the historical time series, which in this case indicated that the apparent increase in biomass is not an artifact of the change to the survey design. And it sounds like we'll see similar stock-specific analyses for other stocks and look forward to that. Yeah, I think we should note that again, given the below average recruitment since 2014, although uncertain in some cases, and the expectation of continuing warm conditions, we might want to recommend that the authors re-examine a more appropriate recruitment time series for projections that better reflects the currently prevailing conditions. We may also recommend, and I'm open to feedback on that, a temperature-informed assessment in terms of either recruitment, possibly via the spawning habitat index as identified in the ESP, as well as possibly temperature-informed growth or mortality and other considerations, but that's more of a research track recommendation. We should highlight to echo public testimony as well, our continued support. I think we have commented on that in the past, to examine the connectivity between the Gulf of Alaska and the Bering Sea, the migratory behavior of the different Pacific cod from different regions, connectivity between the Western Gulf and Central Gulf, and between the Western Gulf and the Bering Sea. And then we might want to reiterate some recommendations from December 2024, just including those by reference at least, regarding relationship between survey selectivities in the trawl and longline survey and natural mortality, as well as between temperatures, changes in spatial distribution, and estimates of selectivity. With regards to the area-weighted RPN index, I think we would support the author's recommendation to consider including the shallower strata for spatial apportionments. So we may want to comment on that. Then finally, Pete noted that a harvest projection may be more work than an operational update. So perhaps we can just leave it up to the author and plan team to decide whether it makes more sense to bring forward one or the other. And that's all I had.
Thanks, Franz. Just a second, let me scroll up. All right, next we go to Allie and then to Martin.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Franz. I will try not to reiterate, but I do want to specifically reiterate one thing, and that's thanking everyone. So we have a lot of folks to thank for this review and assessment, and so I really want to echo the appreciation for the authors and the quick turnaround time to really complete this update in a very robust manner. The ecosystem status report editors and their contributors for, I didn't really think it was actually that an abbreviated of a report. It was very comprehensive.
Everything that I looked at has been updated in a very timely manner. Also the ESP team for the updated report card, which is also a lot of work and a big heavy lift. And the plan team for getting their review completed on a really short time frame. So just want to echo all of that appreciation. I support Franz's recommendations. And I think I have just a few things to add to that. I really appreciated the detailed risk table discussion in the stock assessment document, even in the categories where the authors are recommending a risk table score of 1, relative and normal. So I think that was really helpful because in a lot of ways we see a pretty abbreviated discussion for our normal considerations, our normal risk table scores. Trying not to repeat what Franz said. I also agree that we should support the author and plan team's recommended model 24.0 for use in 2026 harvest specifications. I would also suggest that we concur with their recommendation and support the maximum ABC with the associated sub-area apportionments. With regards to the change in methodology to the slight change in methodology to determine the sub-area apportionments, obviously this is consistent with other stocks, but it does seem like a really clear improvement that will stabilize regional apportionments. I particularly found plot 2.17 to be really helpful for evaluating this. So thank you for that. Sorry, I'm just going through. I appreciate Franz's suggestion that, and the author's suggestion that an operational update might actually be less of a lift in the fall. With everything that's been thrown at us today regarding groundfish stock assessment prioritization, I've kind of lost track of when we might actually see another full assessment for Gulf Pequod. But I would suggest that the author remain cognizant of the 2023 recommendations, which was our last full assessment, if I remember correctly. But that's simply because we haven't had a full assessment of the stock since. And this is actually a section that Pete, you requested a little bit of feedback in terms of the abbreviated SAFE document. This is actually a section of our normal SAFE document that I missed in this review. And so I do think it would be helpful, not necessarily to see responses to SSC comments, but simply the future model work that's planned by the authors. And I think that would be helpful to track even in these update or abbreviated SAFE documents. And I think other than that, I would just be repeating Franz. So I would say that those are probably my comments.
Thanks, Allie. Let's go to Martin.
Okay, thanks. I really don't have a lot to add. Both Franz's and Allie's comments were really thorough. I support the stock assessment and recommended both L's and ABCs, support the sub-area apportionment. I think we should have a comment on just trying to keep, we have a pretty long list of previous recommendations and requests, and we shouldn't lose sight of those, and we'll hopefully try to have allow at some point to have a full assessment where those comments can be addressed. you know, it's just been quite a while since we've had that type of interaction with the COD assessment. And so there's quite a few things that are piling up. Super appreciative of all the work that everyone did, but would like to express the hope that let's be clear that we can't do this every cycle, and that this should be regarded as sort of an exceptional one-off sort of endeavor, and hopefully we can avoid doing these kinds of on-the-fly assessments in the future. Yeah, I don't know quite what I want to say about the risk table. There is scope for differing sort of interpretations, and I understand Pete's viewpoint. I do have there's concerns about the assessment model. There's concerns about the stock dynamics, and for sure there's concerns about the environmental conditions affecting Pacific cod in the Gulf. And maybe those don't raise to the level of a higher risk score, but they're all real and they're all present. And hopefully there'll be ways to sort of address some of those issues in future assessments. I guess I'm sort of wondering about where we are in terms of we're starting to get a better understanding of how the stock dynamics in the Western Gulf of Alaska differ from the other portions of the Gulf. And at some point it seems like there's you know, a question about how we would manage the resource differently to take into account that new information. And if there's a portion of the resource that isn't surveyed in the summer that's present in the Western Gulf of Alaska in the winter, it's a resource that isn't being managed according to how we manage other stocks in terms of spatial apportionment. So that if there's some portion of the Bering Sea stock that's in the Gulf, we would want to think about how that would be sort of, the resource would be allocated between the Bering Sea and the Gulf. And I don't know that we've sort of started making the steps. Well, first off, is it a big enough issue that we want to move forward? But it doesn't seem to me that we've sort of started to scope out what we would need in terms of information and management structures in order to account for that reality. And I don't know quite how to do that, but it does seem like at some point we do have to start thinking about those kinds of issues in order to make progress. It's not simply enough to say, yeah, there's, you know, we understand the migration dynamics better now. That's not really helping things in terms of improving our management of the resource. And so I think we need to start thinking about how we go about doing that. Okay, I think that's it. Thanks.
Thanks, Martin. Franz?
Yeah, thanks, Martin. Just to follow up on the last point, I think we're on record at least making a recommendation to explore a combined model, because I know that's been under discussion. That would account for movement between the two regions. And so I think we can maybe reiterate that but I think what you're suggesting may be more sort of some more advanced work before we can even do that.
No, I think a model, even if it's sort of a research type model, is feasible. But there's also sort of the management question. How do we? I mean, we have a Gulf FMP and a Bering Sea FMP, and obviously, whatever we would do here would have to be sort of creating new territory in terms of sort of how we approach our management of this. And so I think some of that thinking needs to take place as well.
I guess I'll follow up. So are you thinking that we need to address these management questions before? It seems like that the science, looking at the migration and coming up with a spatial model may actually need to happen, and sort of as a first step to see whether or not, if it's on a research track, to see essentially how I have to take care of my wording, what it says about the population and the amount of movement overall. It seems like that's a first step before we would be addressing management issues. But I'm wondering if there are specific ones you're suggesting need to happen first.
I think it could kind of happen at the same time. If you did have a model, then you would be able to use that model to explore alternative management structures, it seems like. And so maybe it is a sort of sequential thing, but at least you would want whatever model you had to be a tool that would allow you to evaluate those.
Franz?
Yeah, just a couple follow-ups. Yeah, I think we can include in our minutes just pointing out that we're moving in that direction from an assessment perspective, and then sort of putting the council on notice to think about the management implications, similar to when we split out Aleutian Island Pequot, that it was a long process kind of back and forth between the council and the SSC before that happened. So I think similarly, and then a second follow-up is just maybe a clarification. I think I kind of heard you say that because the summer survey doesn't maybe represent or not all the fish that are in the Gulf during the time of the fishery are available to the survey. Were you sort of implying to maybe consider getting information in the winter on abundances in the winter, or just doing that through the tagging work, or how were you thinking about that?
Well, I think it's maybe a more sort of less direct question like that. I don't know really whether a survey would be required in order to manage appropriately in the winter, but it seems like that might be something that would be considered. But it's possible that just having sufficient tagging information would be sufficient. I actually trying to imagine how that would be the case, because you really do need to know abundance in the winter in that area in order to and it has to be somehow a comparable. Yeah, it's just like, I mean, those are the questions you want to start working on to see. I mean, it's not just the model, but also the information that would be required to support the management.
Great. And so I see Curry. I want to ask one other clarification. You had mentioned that in our minutes, we should be clear that we can't do this every cycle, and then we keep it to this one off. And I think that I'm trying to, I understand the concern. How's this? The council is what ultimately determines our schedule, but I think that there are scientific concerns on which stock you pick to do more frequently or earlier or things like that. Where you which part, can you clarify what your recommendation is to the council there?
Yeah, I agree. We have to be really careful here. And I guess maybe the easiest way to talk about it would be just the idea of the abbreviated schedule, and that creates sort of potential risk on its own. And also, I think because the timeline, I mean, Pete did an awesome job, so it's kind of like, well, God, I wish he hadn't done such a great job. Then we could say, you know, that this is a bad idea. But you know, I mean, that's kind of what I'm sort of concerned, that if we take this as an example of what we can do as a center or as the SSC or whatever routinely, then we're going to start being asked to do it. And it's just, I would sort of try to discourage the council from thinking in those terms.
Ian.
Sorry, I realize I'm cutting in front of Curry, but it's a follow-up to this. I think we could actually go maybe one step further than that, recognizing this is a unique circumstance. I think we should make a general comment on the danger of prioritizing assessments based on perceived trends. This approach, if repeated, can create bias in the entire management system that was not anticipated in the FMP. And there's actually a published paper on this, Satterweight 2023, Sources of Inadvertent Bias in the Stock Assessment Prioritization and Review Process. So I think this is a known thing, and we're not in that situation. We can be clear of that, but if this becomes a system, then we could be. So I think we could make a slightly stronger comment there.
Thanks, Ian. Curry.
Yeah, on the topic of spatially explicit stock assessment frameworks for PCOD, I'm happy to say that our lab was just awarded funding through PAC states to explore this. So Matt Chang is going to be implementing spatial assessment framework through SPORC in the near future, although that work has yet to get going.
That's wonderful news. Thanks, Curry. Rob.
Thanks, Sherry. And again, just thanking Pete and Clay and everyone else for their hard work on this. This is an amazing amount of material to go through in such a short period of time for them. I appreciate it. I have a few comments about the ESP. One was I do appreciate the way the time series were presented, as was mentioned, and especially with the contextual. I guess I feel like there were a few, the way they're currently being presented, though, quantitatively, there's some that just, I understand the logical reason for including them, but quantitatively, there's just not much information the way they're currently presented. And Calais kind of spoke to this in terms of like with the ESRs, adding a trend analysis for the last 5 years. But there's a couple of metrics in there where using the current criteria, there's they pretty much stay near the mean and not outside those upper and lower bounds for almost the entire time series. And there's adult conditions, a good example of that. And so, and where they do go outside those boundaries, they don't seem to coincide with any significant events. So I know the plan team made a reference to using log scale. That might help, but also that adding the trend as the ESRs do, which I think would have provided some additional information to, for example, the young of year CPUE, which was just stated in that report card as just just no different than the long-term mean. And then also along those lines, I agree with many other statements here about the value and previous meetings too about the value of contextual indicators. I think there's huge value in what they bring to this discussion overall in the risk tables. But in order to move those contextual indicators to be predictive, we absolutely need to deal with the gaps. And then also the references to the short time series. And Calais also referenced this in potentially moving to DSIMs or other approaches. But just to put this into context, I mean, one of the time series that was referred to as being too gappy was over 40 years long, and it's just the recent years. So there's no way to, it'd be nice to use that we need to find a way to use those time series. And then also the other time series that were considered short were also maybe 20 years in length. And so again, we need to find a way to make these time series more valuable without waiting for the 20-year time series to get to 40. And it was an annual time series. And I mean, the spawning habitat metric is a really good example where you take a mechanistic understanding and you apply it to a physical data where you can obtain annually. And then also, if the ESR has not already, or the ESP has not already attempted and found this to be useless, I would very much recommend evaluating multivariate composite metrics, like for those contextual indices, rather than looking at the red light, green light, yellow light type approach. I really would have liked to have seen a composite metric of those contextual indicators. For example, an NMDS or a PCOA, you can, if you want to plot them as a time series, you can plot the axis 1 or axis 2, whichever one is more informative, or sometimes they're both informative in different ways. Also within the two-dimensional groupings with that approach, you can get at those questions of like what Franz referred to and we've discussed before, as far as seeing how this current series of years compares to a previous year, previous period. And that's a really easy analysis to do and could be added. Again, if they've already attempted that and they didn't find it to be informative, I apologize. And then also something that just might be relevant to the assessment too. So some of the recent research in the Gulf with Pacific cod is pretty extensive, and it's shown that these younger age classes, the size at age is changing, and it's more related to hatch timing and more than temperature. So it's the length of the growing season more so than in temperature itself. And so they're not growing faster, they're just growing for a longer period of time in a given season. And it's hard not to think this is also affecting the older age classes too. So I'm referring to the larval fish and then the young of year. But yeah, it's hard to imagine this isn't affecting the older age classes too. And it seems like that's important to evaluate if it hasn't already. Thank you.
Thanks, Rob. Okay. I think that we are at the end of our discussion. So let me take a shot at a summary. I think that our summaries, our discussion included definitely a big shout out and thank you to everybody that's been involved with us. We'll have a summarization of public testimony, and then some responses to that will, be are also in the things that we just discussed after that. We'll give brief summaries of the highlights of the ESR and the ESPs, and how those tie into the risk table and what this means for at spec setting at this time. The SSC, this is an operational update, so it's model 24.0. It's in tier 3B. We concur with the author and the plan team on using the maximum ABC. And that's for 26 and 27. We determined that there was not overfishing in December, but we are now able to also add that it's not overfished and not approaching an overfished condition. We discussed, we really appreciated the explanations of the risk table, even for factors that were ranked at 1, and we had a lot of discussion about the risk table as well. We've got a number of things that we're going to be able to state that clearly there was increased risk in a number of different areas, but at this point, we obviously didn't think that it was at the level of making a reduction from max ABC. We supported the apportionments, both the methodology and the resulting values from that, recognizing the changes that were made and that they encouraged stability, and it seemed like positive changes. We're going to have a few comments about the out of cycle assessment, not paying too much attention to a single data point, concerns over choosing in the process of prioritization, if this were something that were happening repeatedly, the concern about picking single assessments in that scenario, but recognizing that this was an unusual situation. We had a number of research recommendations that I don't believe that I'm not going to summarize here. I think that they were clear when we said them. There was just as a reminder, we recognize that this has been an update assessment the last couple of years, and just highlight research recommendations for whenever this does become a full assessment. That's a general recommendation, not specific for like this upcoming assessment cycle. We did discuss migration and what the next steps are with that. And I think that what we, let me see if I can state this. We have been on record asking for a combined model at some point when that works. And we'll make a note that in our report for the council that is a recommendation that we've made in the past. It came up again in public testimony and in our discussion, and just highlight for the council that there will be management implications for that if that will be used at some point in the future. We can highlight that there actually will be a spatial model in the future. Sorry, I had a misnomer, Curry. It's exciting to hear about that funding. And then we also had some research recommendations. We recognize that this was a short time frame, and the ESP was put together for the Pacific Cod assessment, but we do have some research recommendations for the authors when those can be applied in the future. Are there key things that I have missed? Yep, fronts.
Just a clarification for our minutes. Are we making a recommendation on the harvest projection versus update, or where do we land there?
I think you had said that you were leaving it up to the author and the plan team in the agency as to what they chose to bring back, and I didn't hear anybody speak on that afterwards. Okay, so that one is recognizing that the harvest projection may also be a bunch of work. Okay. Thank you, everybody. We are definitely a bit behind, but we are glad for everything that we've covered today. There are other people that looked as tired as I am. We've conferred, and I think that the recommendation is that we're just going to call it a night, and we will start cooking lit salmon tomorrow morning fresh at 8 a.m. And I see some cheers. So, all right. Thank you, everybody. Have a good night.